Well, tonight the wait is over after months of campaign stomps, motorcades, rallies, promises, attacks, and political drama. The Bahamian people have finally had their say. From the early morning hours, voters lined up across the country, and after concerns during advance polling, today's general election moved far more smoothly with peaceful scenes, steady lines, and ballots cast from island to island. But now the focus shifts. The polls are about to close, the counting soon to begin. And tonight, the future of the Bahamas hangs in the balance. Who will form the next government? Who has lost ground? Who has survived the political storm? And which constituencies could change the course of the country for years to come? From Nassau to Grand Bahama to the Family Islands, this is the night the country has been waiting for. Welcome to Our Vote 2026, our live television night coverage here on Our TV. I'm Jerome Sawyer, and tonight, thank you for choosing the team you know and the team you already trust. The ballots have been cast and the tension is building. And across this nation, Bahamians are now waiting to learn who will lead this country into its next chapter. Tonight, we bring you the results, the reaction, the analysis, and the stories behind the numbers. This is Our Vote 2026, and of course, we are glad to have you with us. We have team coverage across the island tonight, from party headquarters here in the capital to Grand Bahama to Cat Island, and reports tracking the day's developments, the mood on the ground, and the reactions as the night unfolds. We'll be checking in with each of them throughout the broadcast, but first, let's begin with our round robin with a look at how the day went at the polls and what each of our team is seeing tonight, or each member of our team is seeing tonight. While voters also reported an easier process in the southern part of New Providence, there was a small hiccup in one of the voting centers. But before we get to that, our Joshua Williams is joining us live tonight. Josh, it's been a long day for you and your team who was working along with you. What can you tell us tonight?
Good evening, Jerome. I'm outside of the Progressive Liberal Party headquarters, also known as the Sir Lyndon Pinling Center. Right now, it's a bit quiet. The DJ was playing music just a few minutes ago. Of course, you mentioned that the polls will close in less than an hour, so we can imagine that a lot of those supporters, a lot of PLP voters are still at the polls. Not a few people are inside at this time. We're not permitted to go into the building as yet. Hopefully, as the night goes on, as people come to watch the results, we'll be able to go inside. I did see earlier PLP candidate for Killarney, Robin Lines, and I spoke with her briefly, all reporting a smooth process throughout the day. That's just exactly what I experienced earlier today.
Voters turned out early at C.V. Bethel Senior High School, many of them from the Pinewood constituency. And unlike advanced poll day, the atmosphere today was far more organized, with shorter lines and quicker wait times. Coalition of Independents leader Lincoln Bain saying he was pleased with the flow of the process, though he did raise one concern.
The PRD, had promised that for persons who are in the quadrangle like this, they would have tents for them. But of course, no tents have shown up. And so we're going to have to make sure these people get a tent because they're already in the heat.
Among those braving the heat, a young mother who became emotional while speaking about the importance of voting.
Most importantly, voting for him is the reason being here today. So, circumstances don't matter. People, they don't matter when it comes to our children. And I'm young enough to know that.
At Bahamas Academy High School, where South Beach voters cast their ballots, the reviews were much the same. Shorter lines, smooth movement, and little wait time. Both F&M candidate Darren Henfield and incumbent PLP candidate Bacchus Roll commending the process.
The process is moving very smoothly. In fact, we are prompt and on time, and I am amazed by the professionalism of the officers and PRD.
This is completely day and night difference. The lines are much better organized, the spacing is better, there's sufficient classrooms for each polling division, and it's going nicely in our opinion. we've not had many issues at all.
Also casting a ballot today, Bahamas Constitution Party leader Ali McIntosh, a notable turn after she challenged this year's general election in the Supreme Court. Today, she explained why she still decided to vote.
I've thought a lot about whether I should vote, knowing what we have stand for in the process. But I prayed about it, and I made a decision to come out here. I'm not sure who I'm going to vote for yet, but I will mark my tick for someone today.
But this voter wanted to share with me something troubling he's seen.
And it bothers me to know that I know some young people who are sitting home right now haven't even registered to vote. But all the folks are seeing or turning out in droves because they understand the importance of exercising their civil duty, which is to vote in this election.
At Jordan Prince William High School, my final stop, the day also started quietly until an issue later developed on site. PLP legal counsel Michelle Adderley explaining what was allegedly reported.
It is alleged that they saw someone passing monies to a supporter. And so we had to quickly take that in hand and make a larger report with the police officers who were stationed here at Bamboo Town.
And while Adderley did not name any party involved, F&M Bamboo Town candidate Dr. Dwayne Sands responded to the allegations.
You know, desperation is setting in. And as, got to choose my words carefully, okay? As cut behind starts to seem imminent, you're going to see these desperation tactics.
The returning officer confirming a complaint was filed and that the accused individual was removed from the property. Despite that incident, returning officers across the South described the day as smooth, orderly, and successful.
The parliamentary office saw the flaws and they tried to correct them. And we're working diligently to get the people in and out.
Preparedness. We are prepared at South Beach. PID is prepared. The officers are here. The agents are cooperating. It's a collaborative effort.
Well, Jerome, as you would have heard, a stark difference when we look back at advanced poll day. But right here for now, the music is starting to pick up again. Several cars started to roll in as the package was playing. So supporters are starting to come here at PLP headquarters. Now, of course, if the party is victorious, that big celebration is planned at Clifford Park. So we'll be here throughout the evening with updates, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Joshua Williams. Josh, settle in. You've got a long night ahead of you. You've had a long day, so you and your team get comfortable. We'll check back in with you later on in the evening. Well, in the Western New Providence constituencies, our Jasmine Brown caught up with voters and candidates, including a former Prime Minister turned independent. Jasmine is now standing by live tonight from the Free National Movement headquarters. Jasmine, what can you tell us about your day in the West?
High School as well as the Aquinas College, where the majority of those polling stations were. And I spoke to residents as well as I spoke to candidates, and they told me that they had expected there to be some chaos, but they were happy that they came out to vote. It was a much different situation for voters in Western New Providence constituencies. As they reported, it was a smooth process, much different than what happened on the advance polls. From longtime voters to first-time voters, residents in the Killarney, St. James, and Tall Pines constituencies made their way to polling sites across the area. Those we caught up with were headed out of the polls, like Killarney voters who say they arrived at H.O. Nash Junior High School more than an hour before polls opened.
They've been here from 6 o'clock. Started out we thought we would have been late. But this time, they were on time, 8 o'clock, right on time. Wonderful experience, just to know that we can share in this wonderful experience of voting, a privilege that our foreparents never had. But now it's just a good feeling.
I got here shortly before 7. We had a line out. They had chairs out, which was good. At least they learned from what we experienced about 2 weeks ago. And the process getting in was smooth. When we got in, they told us where to go, and we was in and out. It's 5 minutes after 8 now, and I'm done. It's just good.
It was also a smooth process for first-time voter Malia Major and Olympian Pauline Davis-Thompson.
This is the first time I've actually got to participate in the voting process, and as a young Bahamian, it's important to be a part of that.
process and the change that's coming in the next few years.
It didn't take long. Of course, you saw me with some of my friends. I was here with my with my best friend. So, of course, the difference in last names matters, and it was no problem at all. It doesn't matter how long it takes. If I'm being very honest with you, what matters the most is that we Bahamians, we come out and we vote.
Also voting today was former Prime Minister turned independent candidate Dr. Hubert Minnis, who has been the area MP since 2007.
What we're seeing today is historical. Never before has a prime minister or a leader who's taken his party to the greatest victory in the history of Bahamas, subsequently sidelined or pushed out of the party. And now he's running as an independent candidate. This is history. You're talking negatively, all right? We know how it's going to go. I'm going to win. So that question has no validity today.
And Minnis wasn't the only candidate to show up at the polls today. We caught up with several others at H.O. Nash and Aquinas College.
I've already visited 4 locations, and it does seem to be going smooth. So far, so good. And I think it's because everybody is spread out, so you don't have as many people at the polling stations. And so far, it seemed to be going well.
But honestly, it's gone smoothly thus far. The usual, how many agents in the room discussions have been happening, whose tent is where. But for the most part, that's, unfortunately become the norm on election day in the Bahamas.
No issues at all. I haven't had any challenges in terms of them saying delays or the time being prolonged. So everything seems to be going well. I think the hiccups and the issues that arose during the advance poll, it seems there have been some real effort to try to mitigate those circumstances.
And I also want to commend the Parliamentary Registration Department because the process seems to be very, very well organized here at Aquinas. And of course, we have Mr. Owen Wells from St. James and myself here, and it's well structured. And so I want to commend them.
Reporting for Our News, I'm Jasmine Brown. All right, so it went pretty smoothly in the Western New Providence community. It was a good thing to see. Like Dr. McIver had said, there were polling stations that were spread out last time. We had 3 big constituencies at the Garbentines Primary School, so that kind of added to the issues there. And also, as you can see, I am here at the Free National Movement headquarters on Mackey Street, where things are not as active as I heard at the PLP headquarters where Josh is, but we do expect the crowd to pick up. We do understand that the Free National Movement leader, Michael Pintard, may be staying in Grand Bahama. That is where he is actually running. But usually on election night, supporters, after the polls close at 6, they usually make their way either to constituency headquarters or the main headquarters. So, Jerome, we do expect that activity to increase as the night goes on. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jasmine. As I told Josh there a little while ago, you two have a long night ahead of you. Get in, get comfortable. We'll be back with you later on in the broadcast. A complete 180 to the events of the advance poll. That's how many residents casting their votes in the Mount Moriah, St. Barnabas and Fort Charlotte constituencies described this morning's process. Our Megan Shepherd visited those polling stations. She joins us live now to tell us more. Megan?
Jerome, you are correct. I visited those 3 constituencies earlier today, and the word of the day, the consensus rather, would be that it was smooth and it was seamless. In some cases, there were much shorter wait times, and in others, there were no wait times at all, something that many voters were so happy to see earlier this morning. And another addition, on advance poll, we talked about lack of protection from the elements, especially for our senior citizens. Well, today at the Fort Charlotte polling division, I can tell you there were tents, there were chairs. It was comfortable, it was quiet. Voters were so pleased and impressed. But despite those major improvements, of course, there were still some hiccups. Our news team got there before polls open, and we can confirm that the polls open at 8:05. And of course, by law, that means that polling division will stay open until 6:05 p.m. Now, I spoke to the F&M candidate for Fort Charlotte, that is Travis Robinson, and he broke down what exactly happened on the ground. Take a look.
A little tango about where the 100-foot boundary line should be for CC in terms of where the relief for the workers in the room, where they should be. We've had some compromise on that position. One particular matter, my agent has informed me of a ballot box from the advance poll that was not properly sealed. And so that is a matter that myself, along with my attorneys and all, have been discussing with the returning officer.
But despite the hiccups, the PLP's candidate for Fort Charlotte, Sebas Bastian, says he's optimistic those concerns will be worked out.
We're comfortable that St. Joseph and CC Sweeting is well prepared for long lines. All of the polling stations are fully covered. All of the polling stations have chairs. So whether there's rain, sun, we're prepared for it. It should be, but it's not always peaceful. And people will come here and express their democratic right.
Now, I also spoke to residents about the process and what they hope to see from the next government.
At about 8:05, they allowed us to come into, and the locations and directions were all awesomely placed.
The next government of Bahamas, I think, need to be more transparent, and they need to be more accountable.
I'm looking for results as a Bahamian, and how I'm going to benefit as a Bahamian, how my children, how my grandchild is going to benefit.
Checking for their communities, their concerns, and what their community needs to better their communities. That's what I look for in my representative.
And then there was the Jones family, led by patriarch Keith Jones. He shared with me why he chose to vote and bring two generations of Joneses to participate and witness.
It's your choice. Either you want to take something new or you want to continue with what's going on. This is going to fall on them later on. Having that experience and knowing what you have to go through prepares them for when it's their time to come along.
Good. Now, are you excited to one day come out and wait on the lines and mark your X as well?
Yes, but I will have somebody come with me, though.
Perfect. Anything else you want to add?
I just feel like from seeing all of this, I feel like voting is kind of very, very important.
Next was University of the Bahamas, where constituents in the St. Barnabas communities went to mark their X. That polling station also relatively quiet this morning.
And then we stopped by the government high school, the polling station for the Mount Moriah constituency. Now, I spoke to a number of voters here who told me the process was smooth and seamless. And as you can see around me, a number of the polling stations have a very short lines, some of them with no persons waiting online.
The process is rolling along. It's going very smoothly, and kudos to the police and the Parliamentary Registration Department staff. So far, so good.
It is a complete 180 from what we experienced at Advanced Poll. The lines have moved really, really fast. Voters aren't complaining. People are coming in and out, and I think that's what you want to experience when you're voting.
From there was over to St. John's College, where we caught up with the Coalition of Independents candidate for Mount Moriah, Linda Stubbs, who shared some of the challenges at the polling station.
I had two constituents that came to vote that went to the Parliamentary Registration Department in the month of April, coincidentally, and neither of their transfer requests was followed through.
Stubbs further explaining that the constituent is a former resident of Abaco and was allowed to vote on the yellow ballot, something the party plans to contest.
I believe that in my heart of hearts tonight, a quiet revolution is going to take place.
Now, Jerome, I know that we as Bahamians love a little exciting, action-packed election day sprinkled in with a little bit of drama. But one of the words I actually heard used today was tranquil. And I think that was a really good description for what happened this morning, which may or may not be a bad thing. Now, as you can see behind me, I am stationed out front of the Pinewood headquarters for the COI leader Lincoln Bain. I will be following this party for the rest of the evening, so be sure to stay tuned to our TV and of course all of our social media platforms. We will give you all of the behind the scene looks happening here at the COI party. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Megan Shepherd. Megan, of course, on the ground. As I've said to everyone else out there tonight, Megan, you've got a long night ahead of you. Settle in. Get comfortable. We'll check in with you a little later on. Well, polling day across Grand Bahama was largely calm and organized, with voters lining up from as early as 7 this morning to cast their ballots. Our news team visited several polling divisions throughout Pine Ridge, Central Grand Bahama and West Grand Bahama, where many residents describe the process as smooth and efficient. Our Atalia Hall joins us live from Grand Bahama. Where else would a Grand Bahama native be on a night like tonight? Atalia, what can you tell us?
Yes, Jerome, I am home. As you mentioned, today things went very smooth and efficiently, but before we get to that story, I'm here at the Free National Movement headquarters on West Atlantic Drive in Freeport, and so far a few supporters are here, all waiting for the polls to close and ballots to begin counting so they can know what the results are. But as I mentioned earlier, things went fairly smoothly at the constituencies across the island. Let's take a look. It was a noticeably quieter scene across Grand Bahama compared to advanced poll day as voters turned out steadily at polling stations throughout the island. The Our News team visited several polling divisions in the Pine Ridge, Central Grand Bahama, and West Grand Bahama constituencies where lines formed early, and many voters said the process moved along smoothly. At the Foster B. Pastena Center, voters shared why it was important to cast their ballots early. Accommodations were also put in place to keep residents comfortable, including tents, chairs, and indoor seating for persons with disabilities.
The process is going really, really good for now, and the sun is getting a little heated, so came early really to beat the sun.
I wasn't going to vote anyway, but I decided to vote after I heard something Mr. Pentat said last night. So I decided to come out and give him a little push.
Get ahead of the line because of my position. Can't walk, but we'll see how it goes.
So I came out early because I just want to get it over and done with.
Election officials there said voters began arriving before polls officially opened.
I was here from 7 o'clock. So persons were coming in and sitting down and getting comfortable. But right now inside is full. So they called the seniors to sit on the inside.
And over at the Hugh Campbell Primary School, voters echoed similar sentiments.
The affair is flowing pretty smoothly, and I think it's going to be a quick process. And we could be able to tally up everything and move on.
But I really like the young people who taking the chance out to do what they have to do.
The process seems to be okay, and that's why I came early, because usually when you come early, you get in early and you get out early.
I felt that it was important that the young Bahamian people are heard and that our choices matter too.
However, at the Lewis Yard Primary School in Central Grand Bahama, one voter claimed the morning did not get off to the smoothest start.
There's been a lot of bully tactics been used so far, where the PLP was trying to outman us at the poll, but it didn't prevail. The officers did their job because they realized this is one of the most important elections in Bahamian history, and we deserve due diligence and justice in this country.
Our team then traveled to the west, stopping first at the 8 Mile Rock High School, where voters continued to trickle in throughout the morning.
Important by the vote to support my Bahamas. That's why I'm out here to vote for my children and my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren.
And at the West End Primary School, the media was not allowed behind the gate compared to other polling divisions on the island.
I don't want to not behind this gate.
Okay. What makes it different? I just asked him.
Sorry?
What makes it different?
This is the island. No, this is how it is.
However, residents also described the atmosphere as peaceful and orderly. Claudette Hanna sharing what she would like to see improved in her community.
Well, most definitely the police station, the seawall, and etc.
All right, well, overall, a smooth day on the island of Grand Bahama. And here at the Free National Movement headquarters on West Atlantic Drive, supporters are trickling slowly. And we are told that the leader of the opposition and the candidate for Marco City is on the island, but we haven't seen him as yet. Now, we will continue to bring you live updates from this location. Reporting in Grand Bahama for Our News, I'm Atalia Hall Thomas. Back to you in studio, Jerome.
Thank you so much. Please pardon me, I forgot the Thomas after your last name when I introduced you. It's very important. I share that. All right, Atalia, thank you so very much. Good to have you in Grand Bahama. We'll be checking in with you throughout the evening, as you've said, to bring us all the updates from the second city. Well, Election Day in Grand Bahama got off to a smooth start for many, as you heard there, with residents in East Grand Bahama and Marco City constituencies showing up early to make their voices count. Our Jamila Missick is also standing by live in the second city this evening. Jamila, how did the day go for you?
Good evening, Jerome. As you mentioned, I am here in the nation's second city, Grand Bahama, my home, and I'm here live in front of the PLP headquarters right now. Teams are still setting up. Residents have been trickling in here and there, but overall, a very quiet day here in Grand Bahama. One of the quietest elections I have seen since I've been covering elections. But today, I went to the East Grand Bahama and Marco City constituency, like you said, and I spoke to some residents there just to find out how they were feeling today. Here's what they had to say.
At Maurice Moore Primary School in the East Grand Bahama constituency, voters began lining up as early as 7 a.m., some determined to cast their ballots before heading to work, and others simply eager to take part in what many are describing as a critical election. But beyond the party colors and campaign paraphernalia, many residents arrived in plain clothes. And unlike advanced poll day, where long lines and lengthy wait times caused frustration for many, these voters I spoke to say today's process appeared far more organized and efficient.
I was out there from about 6:45, and the line moved quickly. The officers had a good organizational skills. They actually split everybody up. That made the line shorter.
I was out from 6:40 and everything went smoothly. I'm out. What time is it? 8:12? Couldn't have it any better.
Purple thumb to prove. Easy process. Hopefully it'll stay the same for the rest of the day.
Progress all the way. Smooth sailing. We had no problem.
My family is PLB. My other family is FNM, and so I decided to go with the change because I was tired of just seeing the same things over and over. Especially for Grand Bahama, we haven't seen any change from I was a child, you understand? So I wanted to go with a party that has a vision for the country, not just Grand Bahama, but for the country at large.
At first, I was a little undecided, but I have two small children, 5 and 7, and they convinced me to vote because they wanted to vote. And I was like, no, baby, you're too young. So if they're excited to vote, then, of course, me being an adult, I should be able to exercise that constitutional right for them and for myself, obviously.
Over in the Marco City constituency at the Jack Hayward Senior High School polling division, the flow of voters remained steady throughout the day. For some young Bahamians, today marked a major milestone, exercising their constitutional right to vote for the very first time.
Today was very exciting because not only am I a first-time voter, but I'm also voting for my father, Kwesi Thompson.
In order to have a better country, you gotta say what you want.
And I was done that you come then a go for me, not in a way, but put me on a job, type set, you see what they saying? So I can always be there to say, put my ex down for being that.
And while the process was a smooth one for most voters I spoke to today, I met one voter on crutches who told me her voting process could have been much better.
I mean, it wasn't a long line. However, to get to process, to actually go and vote, it's a long process and it's tedious. There's nothing really in place for handicap or people who are disabled because even with a wheelchair, it's still a task or a hassle to get to where you have to vote. I had it with the advanced poll, and after I saw the lines, I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And it was worse.
Candidates and political leaders also made appearances throughout the day. I spoke to opposition leader and Member of Parliament for Marco City, Michael Pintard, at Grand Bahama Academy, where he and his wife casted their ballot. Pintard says he is confident voters are ready for a new direction and believes tonight could end in victory for his party.
Optimistic. We fully expect that the Bahamian people are going to place their trust in the Free National Movement, and we are looking forward to, again, providing servant leadership. The country is in desperate need of change, and we are confident we've made the case to the Bahamian people, and their own experiences, I believe, will motivate them to go in a different direction, and we believe that we will be the choice.
Now, Jerome, like I mentioned earlier, the scene is still pretty quiet here on the ground in front of the PLP headquarters. Across from me, I can see that the sky is getting a little gloomy, so we're praying for great weather tonight. Of course, I'll be here all evening providing all of the updates. For now, sending it back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jamila. You two are home, as you said, and no better place to be on a night like this than at home, where you can certainly get comfortable and keep us updated on what's happening throughout the evening. Thank you very much for that. Well, Well, voters across Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador say they were casting their ballots based on the progress they've seen over the last 5 years, while others called for change and greater fairness in the process. Our Delvado Emmanuel is on that island. He joins us with this report tonight. Delvado, what can you tell us? You've had a long day in Cat Island as well, waiting on the Prime Minister, but certainly out there canvassing all day. What can you tell us?
Yes, good evening, Jerome. Like you mentioned, I'm here standing outside of the New Bight Airport here in Cat Island, waiting for the arrival of incumbent Philip Davis. Now, we were here from yesterday. We were speaking to residents, and I would say for this election period here in Cat Island, it is pretty smooth. Residents here are pretty smooth sailing. There are no hiccups. And earlier today, when we visited a few polling divisions, there were a bit of a discrepancy with one polling division down there at Arthurstown with the Free National Movement candidate. Take a look.
Hectic. Every 2 minutes we're getting a call by some improprieties with their voting. Back and forth, polling number 1, polling number 2, polling number 3. It's hectic.
That's how the day started for Free National Movement candidate Mike Holmes, who, along with his legal team, raised concerns about the voting process at several polling divisions across the constituency. His attorney, Carla Reed, pointing to what she describes as issues involving assisted voting.
The law is clear, and I think in the interest of fairness, we need to stick to the letter of the law. And the law says that incapacity means that you are blind or that you are physically disabled in some way that prevents you from marking your X.
From Orange Creek, Arthurstown, and Dumfries in the north to communities in the south, residents across Cat Island made their way to polling divisions to cast their ballots. Voters had 3 choices on the ballot: incumbent Prime Minister Philip Davis, representing the Progressive Liberal Party, Holmes for the FNM, and Coalition of Independents candidate Donna McKay. And for many residents, their choice was clear. Others we spoke to pointed to visible infrastructure work as the reason for them to vote. And for these first-time voters, they say the decision was easy.
Yes, Jerome. So some of those residents we spoke to, those new voters, they said this is for their first time voting. They were very clear, they were very confident in who they wanted to vote for. Now, while we stand here at the New Bight International Airport, Prime Minister is expected to arrive shortly on a Western Air flight. Earlier today, he was scheduled to come over there in North Cat Island, but unfortunately, due to his travel plans, they ain't changed. And regarding the Free National Movement's hiccups at the polls, we reached out to Gilbert Kemp, the returning officer, for his comments on what happened at the polling station. But of course, due to the busy day, he did not get back to us. For now, sending it back to you at the desk, Jerome.
Very much, Delvado. We certainly will be checking in with you in Cat Island throughout the evening. Of course, letting us know once the Prime Minister arrives, and then, of course, tracking his movements throughout the night as he watches these numbers come in a little later on. Well, folks, we are moments away from the polls closing across the Bahamas as the country prepares for what could be a long and defining night in Bahamian politics. Still to come, we've got more live reports from key constituencies, some real-time results later on, and an exciting panel of guests from across the political spectrum, breaking down the numbers as they come in. We'll explore the trends and what it all could mean for the future of this country. And we're also adding a pretty fun and interactive element to our coverage. Stay tuned. We've got more big moments and more big questions tonight. Our Vote 2026 continues right after this.
No need to daydream no more when you can walk into Automall Bahamas and drive off in your favorite vehicle today. Take the stress out of car ownership with our extended 5-year warranty. As the automobile trailblazers, we offer genuine parts and carry a large inventory at all times for your convenience. Maintenance is never a problem. Our team of factory-trained technicians are equipped and always ready. Don't forget to visit our pre-owned department and multiple showrooms. So what are you waiting on? Drive off worry-free with our 5-year warranty.
Whether you're battling a chronic condition or offsetting a new injury,
Doctors Hospital's comprehensive rehab services offer the help you need now.
Go to doctors.
3 advanced facilities at Collins Avenue, Carmichael Road, in Cable Beach means your personalized plan for care is just a visit away. From physiotherapy to occupational therapy and speech and language pathology, our team approach is all about rebuilding together. For a full list of services, visit doctorshosp.com/rehabilitation. Doctors Hospital, trusted and best care now. Isn't your health worth it?
The week moves fast. Move smart with KFC. Monday, start with crunchy deals. Tuesday, you already know it's crazy. Wednesday, keep it under $10. Thursday, the Kentucky Crunch for $7.50. Friday, the meal deal for $9.85. Saturday night, we got you covered. And Sunday, no stove today. The fill-up box feeds the family. Outsmart the week with KFC.
Good health starts with easy access, and that's what LAMP gives you. Affordable, reliable entry to high-quality care designed to help you stay well. With LAMP, your health journey is simplified, from routine labs and imaging to pharmacy services, urgent care, and beyond, all within the Doctors Hospital health system. With plans starting at just $1.30 per day, LAMP is your guide to wellness and peace of mind for you and your family. Visit lamp.doctorshos.com to learn more.
John, I just found out that KFC has an irresistible promo.
Crunch into the juicy flavor of the new KFC Wrap Star, a classic made modern that's crunchy, melty, and grilled to perfection for all the journeys of your day. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
At Struckham, we're all about peace of mind. With the latest tools and technology like PestPack, managing pest control just got easier. It's simple. Log on to the portal to review past services or monitor trends. Just tap Service Reports to access detailed records and see how we're keeping your business pest-free. You can even customize permissions so your teams in maintenance and health and safety have real-time access to everything they need. With PestPack, you're in control, anytime, anywhere. Get ready to simplify pest management with just a few taps.
I bet you didn't know that Bahamas Power and Light Company Limited has made a mega investment in some brand new technology that not only reduces the impact of outages, but is also smart enough to isolate the affected area, preventing power disruption from impacting larger areas. Gone are the days where an outage in one area subsequently impacts another. Let me introduce you to the Interrupter.
For customers, this device means less downtime. Crews can now go straight to the Interrupter.
All right, welcome back to Arvo 2026. We're going to take you now to some live video from our team in Cat Island. We do understand that the Prime Minister has arrived there. You see the video of Prime Minister Philip Davis and Mrs. Davis arriving with an entourage in Cat Island. It has been a long day for the Prime Minister. As you heard Delvado Emmanuel report a little earlier today, he was scheduled to come in at another airport, but due to some travel plans changing, he has come in a little later on a Western Air flight, we were told. Here in Cat Island, we'll see if we can get some audio now from him. All right, we weren't able to get that audio. We're going to try and see if we can reconnect with our folks there on the ground to get that audio. But of course, the Prime Minister arriving in Cat Island a short time ago. We'll see if we can just pull that video back up for a minute for me, folks, so we can see what is happening there on the ground. He is talking to reporters. We'll be able to get some of that hopefully in a moment from our team. But we see the Prime Minister on the ground there. This has been a long day for him, and for any leader of any party on a day like today, you're certainly bringing your campaign to a close and checking in with all of the relevant folks. And so, of course, he's representing, as the incumbent, a 3-island seat, which is Cat Island, San Salvador, and Rum Key. Cat Island, of course, being the the largest, having the largest population and the center. We're going to take you now to listen into that interview.
Better than last time? Good shark or bad shark? Mrs. Davis, did he tell you?
No, he didn't. I made him too.
So there you have it. The Prime Minister is now here on that island. As you heard it from him himself, he seems very confident. He's happy.
We're gonna stay with the Prime Minister for just a moment as he gets ready to leave. I'm gonna put our Delvado Emmanuel on standby, so if he can give us a quick brief on what the Prime Minister just said. We weren't able to hear it, but we'd like to get a word in from Delvado if we can on what the Prime Minister's comments were. Delvado, can you hear me?
Can I hear you?
Delvado, we were unable to hear the Prime Minister's audio. We see you in the background. We're going to make some allowance for what's happening. But if you can, just update us on what the Prime Minister said as he exited the airport there in Cat Island.
Yes, Jerome. So, of course, the Prime Minister, along with his wife, Anne-Marie, just arrived here in Cat Island at the New Bight Airport. Now, he spoke very confidently about the process here today. He's very confident in the votes, and he's just here waiting to receive those numbers. Now, we tried to pick his brain about how many seats he expects the Progressive Party to get, but, of course, he kept that close to his heart. But he said he's very happy to be here amongst the people this evening. Of course, they're going head to made their rounds here on the island. They're supposed to be here earlier to visit the polling stations before they close, but they still have a bit more time before the polling stations close here. But so he and his wife, along with his entourage, are going to head to the polling station, and then they're going to move next to the administration office where those ballots will be counted. For now, sending it back to you, Jerome.
Very much, Delvado. Thank you for being a trooper and getting in there and bringing us that live shot and telling us exactly what occurred on the ground there. Thank you so very much for that. And for those of you who are just joining us tonight, the wait is over after months of campaign stops, motorcades, rallies, and promises and attacks, and the political drama. The Bahamian people finally having their say today. The focus now shifting from the polls as they are about to close to the counting of the ballots that's soon to begin. And as we follow the numbers and the reactions throughout this election night, we'll also be joined by a panel of contributors helping us to make sense of what it all means. Joining us in studio tonight, an esteemed panel, Dr. Ian Strawn, our independent contributor, along with Dr. Danny Johnson, contributing for the PLP and giving the PLP's perspective, along with Dr. Trevor Johnson and Jr. contributing as well tonight from the FNM side. Gentlemen, welcome and thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. Thanks.
All right, so we're gonna talk.
You got a lot of doctors in the house.
We got a whole. If anything happens to me, I good tonight.
Someone expected a heart attack or hemorrhage.
Only one. But all right, but gentlemen, we have a lot to talk about and a lot to get to. We're going to spend a lot of time discussing that. But before we really get into a full discussion, I just very quickly want to know, I just got a couple seconds, what you are expecting tonight. Ian, just as you are the independent guy, I'm going to start with you. What are you looking for tonight?
This has been the hardest election to predict in 20 years. So, I think I plan to watch the southern corridor of New Providence. That's where I think the decision will be made as to who's the next governor.
Good analysis. Trevor?
For national movement, we remain hopeful. As Ian would have said, I think my eyes are locked in the southern corner of New Providence as well. I believe that we should wait as results come in before we make any predictions to see what the will of the Bahamian people is.
Smart man.
Danny? Thank you for having me. And hello to the Bahamian people. And particularly hi to my eldest daughter who was with me today running around. Since 1967, there have been 25 years of Pindling government and 25 years of his proteges, so to speak. This is one of the first times when people legitimately have a case to see if they'll have a continuance of governance in that massive period of time. And so it is more than just an election for Bahamians. It is a notion of direction, which way you want the country to go. And so I really feel Brave Davis and the PLP have done the work. It's never perfect, but they've done the work, and it is up to the people, as usual, to see if they want more.
The people have had their say pretty much.
Yeah.
And in just a few moments, we're going to begin to find out what they have to say. All right. Well, millennials and Generation Z making up the largest group of registered voters in this year's general election. And today there was evidence of that at many of the polling stations in the East. Our Danielle Miller presents this report tonight.
Me taking part in this election plays a role with how the country is going to go in the future. So my vote matters.
Jessica King was one of many young voters who lined up before 8 this morning to cast a ballot in the 2026 general election. We spoke with her at Thelma Gibson Primary School, where the turnout of young voters was hard to miss throughout the day. Millennials and Generation Z have grown up watching some of the country's most defining political moments, from the era of Prime Minister Sir Lyndon Pinling to the leadership of Hubert Ingram and Perry Christie. But now, this generation says it wants a more active role in shaping the country's future and breaking away from the political habits of previous generations. Second-time voter and entrepreneur Jaime Thompson telling Our News his vote is rooted in support for small businesses and entrepreneurs.
Every vote counts. Every voice matters. Every voice needs to be heard, and I think our vote serves as a representation as it pertains to our voice, what we stand for, and the direction in which we want to see the country moving.
Yet, one trend many young voters are also well aware of: the country's history of voting governments out of office. Since 1997, power has continued to shift between major parties. Elizabeth constituent Jabez Paul says that's not about tradition, but accountability.
Because the Bahamian people don't like garbage, and they used to garbage every 5 years.
For first-time voter Tamesia Fisher, this election came with a learning curve. But, she says, regardless of the outcome, she wanted her voice to count.
I feel like I should have a voice because, a lot of people in the country needs to express their voice and not be quiet. Because nothing can change if you're being quiet.
Naya Seymour adding to the discussion, stating her ballot holds power.
It's my right, simply. If it's within my right and it's up for grabs for me, I'm going to do it. And you can't say that I didn't have a say in who is now in charge of our country. We returned to polling stations in eastern New Providence on Tuesday afternoon, and the sentiment remained the same. Young people are coming out this election to demonstrate their power through their ballot.
All right, thank you very much, Danielle Miller reporting there. Well, after concerns during advance polling, today's general election process appeared far smoother across central New Providence as well, with many voters commending the organization, quick flow and peaceful atmosphere at polling stations. Tanasa Outen reports.
This was the calm before the storm, as early morning lines formed outside the polling stations across central New Providence. Voters waited to cast their ballots and help decide who will form the country's next government. And despite long lines at some locations early in the day, many voters told Our News the process moved quickly and efficiently, a sharp contrast to some of the issues seen during advance polling. One voter telling us he arrived just after 5:30 this morning, becoming the second in line and first in his polling division.
5:30.
5:30.
Yes. I waited until 8 o'clock, and I was the first person in my polling division. It was actually pretty smooth. I mean, I waited until polls opened 8 o'clock, and 10 minutes I was out of there.
Other voters saying the entire experience took less than 35 minutes, adding that today's process was a major improvement for what many expected following advance polling day.
Well, for me, it was a very smooth process. I think the whole time from when I get there to when I left would have maybe taken me about maybe 30-35 minutes. So in my view, it was a big difference compared to the information that was circulating in the advance poll. And
it looked like it's a good process and everything is going well. And look like everybody just doing the right thing.
Throughout the day, law enforcement officers and election officials were seen directing traffic, assisting voters, and ensuring rules were followed inside and outside the polling stations. We also spoke with a number of candidates who commended the Parliamentary Registration Department for today's coordination. FNM candidate for Angliston, Heather McDonald, praising both election officials and police for helping to maintain a smooth and peaceful process.
Let's commend the Department of the Parliamentary Registry. It's been a very smooth process all morning. Law enforcement has been doing a great job. I'm happy to see how everything has been transpiring so far. It's been very peaceful. Persons been simply coming in to vote and leaving. We have no hiccups, no anything. We're all here, ready to do what we do as Bahamians and let our voices be heard.
PLP candidate for Garden Hills, Mario Bowleg, also noting the difference from advanced polling, saying today's flow was far more efficient.
Much easier. The traffic flow is going easier. I think the collaboration between PRD and the police are ensuring that the rules and the process is being adhered to. I think the voters are heading to the process and they're making life easy for all of us. And so we just want this to be a quick, smooth day.
And while the day remained busy, Coalition of Independents candidate for Angliston, Faith Presenti, saying election officials continued to handle the process professionally.
The officers are very professional. The recurring officers are being very accommodating. And so for the most part, at this point, we're on track.
With the voter process moving smoothly and voters continuing to turn out across the country, the attention now shifts from the polls to the counting of the ballots, as the nation awaits to see who will form the next government. Reporting for Our News, I'm Shana Souden.
All right, and in studio joining me tonight is a very familiar face, Christina Dragovich, who will help us dig through the numbers as they come in, track the key constituencies, and compare tonight's movement to what we saw in the 2021 general election. Christina, good to have you with us tonight.
Thank you, Jerome, and it's a pleasure to be back here. Thank you, Bahamas, for inviting us into your home for this big night. So as you can see, this is the balance of power that we're working with tonight. Hopefully, before this broadcast is over, we will have all of these seats filled out. And we have to remember 21 is the number, that the magic number, the seats for a majority of who will form the government in this 2026 election. We have 41 constituencies, more than 100 candidates, 3 major party leaders, and one big night. We'll be keeping an eye on those leader races, some of those close races, as well as that brand new constituency of St. James. So it's going to be a big night tonight.
All right, Christina, thank you very much. You probably have you have the most interesting job of the night, as you are going to have to really track those numbers for us and keep an eye on what's happening. So I don't envy you. I'm looking forward to
a very interesting night ahead.
Very much so. Thank you so very much. We're going to, of course, be checking in with you once the polls close and those numbers begin to come in. Well, while we're tracking numbers, we're also keeping a close eye on the people behind them. Our watch party tonight is made up of independent voters, many of whom are young Bahamians sharing their views on the issues driving this election and what they're looking for from those seeking to lead. Andrew Knowles is with them tonight alongside our political analyst, Dr. Nyambi Hall Campbell-Dean. Andrew, over to you.
Thanks, Jerome. Well, as you said, we're here at the Our News Election Watch Night Party, where the energy is already building as the countdown is on until the polls officially close across the country. So we're less focused on the results right now and more so on the mood, the conversations, and what voters are feeling in these final minutes as the numbers start to come in. And joining me to kick things off is our political analyst, Dr. Nyambi Hall Campbell-Dean. I always want to mess up your name, who's no stranger to the Our News family. She was with us during our last election coverage, providing some great and insightful analysis. And so, Nyambi, it's great to have you back with us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
So I'm going to start off with how Jerome started off as well in asking you, what are you expecting tonight?
I am expecting to hear the voice of the Bahamian people show up and show out tonight. I think that this is going to be a very interesting night as we see that there were a record number of voters that registered. And so I'm really interested to see if those numbers pan out in terms of the people that showed up at the polls.
Right. So from all the reports, we were hearing that, everyone was saying it's a smooth voter process. Everything went smoothly. But I'm curious to know if smooth translates to a low voter turnout.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Same.
I'm curious to know about. But I also, now one of the things that we want to capture tonight is the perspective, as Jerome mentioned, of the younger Bahamians, right? So the first-time voters are university students, the people experiencing this election in real time. And so I want to introduce our watch night guests, and this is a very interesting panel because we have 4 males. An all-male panel, so you are the rose among the thorns.
Indeed.
Right? So introducing our panel, first we have Levin Joseph. I hope I got it right. Levine Joseph. Levine is a university student studying media journalism. We also have Jonathan McLean, who is a CIS and marketing major at the University of the Bahamas. Ryan Munnings, who is a law student also at the University of the Bahamas, and Trent Thompson, who's also studying law abroad at the University of the West Indies. All right, so gentlemen, thank you for joining us. I'm looking forward to hearing all of your perspectives, and I hope this is an indication that our young men are politically engaged. But are any of you first-time voters? Yes. So Trent, you're a first-time voter. What was that process? Talk about what was the process like for you?
Yeah, so I'm a first-time voter. I missed out on the 2021 election, though I was eligible. I was abroad in school. But I was a first-time voter and a first-time poll worker today. And it was a very interesting experience. It was a very insightful one. I got to see how the Bahamian people go and express their voice and their the right to vote and exercise that right. And it was a great experience. It's something that I've grown up around. It's something that I have seen happen time and time again. At least about 3 times since. And it's something that I was really, really excited to engage with today, and I'm glad I had the opportunity to do so.
Ryan, you're also a first-time voter, if I'm not mistaken. You're also a first-time voter. So as you went into the poll, tell me what was top of mind for you?
I think top of mind was trying to get in and out as soon as possible. This being the first time, I had asked coworkers and family before, when is the best time to go and vote? And so, excuse me, the best time I went was between the latter part of 11 a.m. and I went a very smooth process. I have to congratulate the Parliamentary Registration Department. I went in and within about 2 minutes I was done voting and I was back on the road.
Right. Now, so for those of you, Levin and Jonathan, Levine, sorry, I'm going to get it before the night end. Levine and Jonathan, you are not first-time voters. So, how would you compare the experience from this election to the last election?
Oh, well, I guess I'll go first. I have a very short recollection of my first election process, but what I can say for this one was that it was more accessible for those who have disabilities. I noted that. It was way quicker for sure. And I do remember that in the last election, there were some candidates who were there. This time they weren't. But that could be dependent on the time I went. I went around, let's say, midday. And just like everyone else been saying, the process has been quick. I've been there for 5 minutes tops.
What about you, Jonathan?
Similar to what Levine and Trent had said, growing up around it, I think this would be maybe my 4th. So seeing how it was just a bit slower before, it's been a bit more paced, smooth, getting persons in and out. Persons understood the information coming prior to the polling divisions, and they made the process just very easy to just get in and out and on your way.
What would you say were some of the issues that mattered to you most, or personally, this election season?
I think the issues that matter to me most is about the sustainability and the future steps that are going to be taken that kind of just makes it a bit more concrete for youth success. It shouldn't have to be, oh yeah, we're going to do this for 5 years and then after this, then this program may have to be taken away. For me, it's all about like just having a continuance, and it shouldn't matter which governing party is in power. It's all about making sure that our Bahamian people, our Bahamian youths, are more or less focused in a sense where they have access to these programs, these resources, as well as the ability just to, if they want to be an entrepreneur, if they want to further their education, and they don't have to feel as if that comes with a color. They should just say, I know that whether whoever the government would be, they care about my success. And so for me personally as an entrepreneur, that's one of my focuses.
Trent, you want to add in there? What issues would you say, I guess, were top of mind for you?
Yeah, I think that cost of living and housing is one of the biggest things for me. I'm 23 years old. In the next 10 years, I expect to, want to move out and have a family and all those different types of things. And I think that it's important that young people have an opportunity to own a home in order to live a reasonable lifestyle that they would like to. And I think that it's any government that is going to be in power for the next 5 years or in the future at all needs to focus on cost of living and needs to focus on housing, because we need places to live. We need things to eat. So, I think that on a day-to-day basis, that's what the Bahamian people are feeling the most, and that is what I'm feeling the most. And I think that is something that is so important for us to focus on when any government would.
I want to ask you all, do you feel, what is the sentiment among young voters, people within your age bracket? Do you find that they were they interested in turning out to vote? Did you find that a lot of them were participating? And if not, what are some of the reasons? Like, what are they saying?
Well, I think that a lot of young people seem to be, I don't want to say disinterested, but they seem to be indifferent about voting. And that's very concerning for me. I think that that's something that is so important. Voting is a right and a duty that you have to do. And I think that it's distressing that young people are not as interested as they ought to be. I know I'm the outlier. I worked today and I voted today, but I know a lot of young people are not feeling that. So.
Well, definitely from my circle of peers, I felt as though more persons were interested in actually voting in this general election. We're no longer sitting in the era of just voting for party. We now have individuals who are asking questions. Why should I choose this candidate? Why should I choose this party? And so I'm very glad to see individuals my age and a little bit older taking that stance, making a conscious decision regarding their vote.
And Doc, do you find, or do you think that people are now beginning to vote for the candidate rather than party? I know for me, like obviously growing up, it was more so family, how your family voted, right? But now there seems to be people are more interested in who is representing them and voting for them versus voting for party.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I think that that's one of the reasons why I would be really interested to get more data around our election process. I know that we have parties collecting data for their, personal use. But if there was data where we were able to see, who is actually voting, exit polling, where people are reporting what moved them to go to the polls, what were the issues that stood out for them, were they more interested in their constituency or the direction of the overall or vision for the country. So I think that it's one thing for us to, speak about what we think people are doing and why they're doing it, but we need to move to the place where we really have data around why we're making the decisions that we are as a people. And I think that that could help all parties in future elections.
What would you say is, I guess, back to you guys, what would you say is one word that would describe the mood around this particular election amongst young people? Anyone? One word. Not all at once.
I guess perseverance would be the word. Trying to build toward a more better Bahamas and a safer Bahamas, and not just stopping at the status quo that already is now, both parties are the same. You know, that's the argument that we've heard before. But like I made in my previous comment, I'm glad that more young individuals are persevering towards the future and actively participating in such.
You said both parties are the same. I often hear that as well, right? So what's the purpose of me voting? There's no change. You're voting for the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that is?
Well, the argument that both parties are the same is from a general point of view, not my personal beliefs. I believe that saying that both parties are the same is trying to seem fair and balanced. But when you look at the policies and the beliefs and the manifestos of the Free National Movement, the Progressive Liberal Party, and the Coalition of Independents, they're clearly different. We've seen the track record of the Progressive Liberal Party, we've seen the track record of the Free National Movement, and we've seen what the COI has had to offer. So there's major difference in parties.
Okay. All right, so we're just getting started here. Very different. We're going to be sharing a lot of the perspectives of our panelists, and of course, Dr. Campbell, Dean, who's with us here. But so the energy is building, and I'm going to turn it right back over to you, Jerome.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew and crew. We're back in the studio tonight with my contributors in studio. Independent, Dr. Ian Strawn, Dr. Danny Johnson from the PLP, and Dr. Trevor Johnson Jr. from the FNM. Gentlemen, we are at just past the 6 o'clock hour. It is now, just want to be accurate here, 6:08, and the polls have officially closed across the Bahamas, and the counting is soon set to begin on this decision day. The big question tonight, who will form the next government? Who has lost ground, who has survived the political storm, and which constituencies could change the course of the country for years to come. Gentlemen, I know that, Ian, you out of this one for now. I know that you are talking to your folks on the ground.
You cannot exempt it.
No, I exempted him for now.
Okay.
All right, he gets a pass only for a moment. No. But one of the questions we were having, or one of the discussions we were having even amongst ourselves, is the importance of voter turnout tonight, and what that potentially could look like. First of all, what are you hearing at this point in terms of voter turnout? Can you give any insight into whether we saw the same numbers? Was it more? Was it less in the last election? Any idea on what those numbers may look like?
I think it's a bit early to definitively say what the voter turnout is, but I don't anticipate the numbers that we would have seen maybe in 2017, 2007, right? And that's deeply concerning for me as a young man. And I think it speaks to the fact that young people are not as engaged, and not only young people, but I think Bahamians are not as engaged. That could point to that. And I also think that we may possibly have some issues with the voter register, right? We've been talking ad nauseum about this permanent register and the issues that it presents. The government of Jamaica recently had a general election, I believe earlier this year, last year, and they had very similar issues in terms of accurately projecting what voter turnout was, because dead people may be on the register, persons may have left the country. So I think this whole notion of voter turnout needs a really robust conversation, a voter education drive, in tandem with the reality of the fact that we have a permanent register in this country that may not be accurate. And I think when we look at the massive advanced polls, it's not hard to believe that we're going to have significant issues with the permanent register.
Danny Johnson, any word coming from within your camp on what the turnout might look like?
It is fair. I mean, the role of political parties is to get your own people out.
Your base.
It is not to make excuses or reasons as to you don't know where they are. This is not a big country. Nassau is not a big island. It's very strange when people tell us you can't find somebody in Nassau.
Hey, in Fremont or in jail.
Okay. but tell me, but you still know where they are. So if they are appearing on your register, you know what the deal is.
Yeah.
So it's, look at, we conduct free and fair elections for decades. The reason the PLP was formed, right, in 1953 and contested the first election in 1956 was to fight against the gerrymandering that the the oligarchs, they didn't have the UBP then, the oligarchs had set up, where elections in Nassau were over a several day period, and in the Family Islands over a several week period. And initially, you had a property vote, where you could only vote where you own property. If you ain't no property, no vote. And you could vote for as many times as many properties you had. Now that's an unfair register.
So,
but now you can't say, with this little population we have, the technology we have. When I went to verify my voter's card, the lady had a picture of my house on the computer in front of her from Google Maps. She asked me, is this where you live? And how long have you been living here?
You were able to find it.
So if you can't find them, they could find you.
Interesting. Dr. Strawn, I'm going to bring you into this conversation in just a moment, but Danny, I'm going to swing this question back to you just because you are representing the incumbent party. Do you think the governing PLP has been able to convince the majority of Bahamians to choose progress, as its slogan said?
I think the PLP is running on its record, a clear record. You know, the 4.5, 5 years under Brave Davis and his administration saw a decent turnabout, a fair execution of plans. Some people have benefited, some people may have not seen it, some innovative things came around. And so at this point, this is a report card. And your report card will say how well you did. You have to take it back to the people and ask them, how do you think we did? I think the PLP should feel good about running on its record right now.
Ian, I'm going to bring you into this just at this point, because we started out this discussion, or this segment of the discussion, talking about potential voter turnout. And that is always a key concern. Last election, I think people blamed it on COVID, they blamed it on other things as to why people didn't come out to the polls. In just your estimation, from what you've been able to see, from your finger on the pulse, do you think we're going to see the same numbers that we saw last time, or are we going to see more numbers at the polls this time around?
I mean, when I saw the number of registered voters, I was optimistic that we would return to pre-COVID levels, you know, 75, 85% participation. I have to admit, going in and I expected a whole lot more difficulty than I got when I voted this morning, my sons and I. And the thought did occur to me, wow, this is not what I expected. Did we overreact to the advance poll? Did the advance poll scare some people off? I mean, they made up their mind just weren't going to be bothered. Or am I just missing the fact that, you know, when you divide it all up across 12, 14 polling divisions and 8, 10 hours of time to vote, you know, this is what it looks like.
More time, more space.
But it certainly was the easiest I have ever voted in New Providence.
Wow. Nice.
The easiest, the fastest I have ever voted in New Providence.
Nice.
So, you know, I don't necessarily think that anything was different about the organization of the election than previous times when I went to Princeville. I just think there were less people. So I don't know. I mean, that does concern me. And as we've talked about, you know, off camera, I think my biggest concern, my biggest worry with regard to the register is how many people transferred, moved from one constituency to the next and never came forward to have that move actually logged. I did, because I was living in Grand Bahama, and, you know, I wanted to vote in the community that I was in. But I wonder how many people just didn't bother. They probably still voted, of course. But you know, did they vote where they were supposed to vote? Yeah. And so these sorts of questions are they're about the administration of the process. We all have our concerns about the voter's card and how the threat of fraud. You know, all the controversies that were brought up around that. We can definitely get better. But I think that what you will get today will be the will of the people. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. It's just that we might think there are more people than there are. It's one of the things that you might find.
Trevor, I think you raised this issue of the permanent voter register. Do you think these issues, as Ian had said, may have impacted the turnout. And of course, this is all very hypothetical.
Speculation, yes.
I just want to be very clear. The polls have only been closed 16 minutes, and so everybody's in the very initial stages of the count. But do you think some of these concerns raised may have been a deterrent today?
I definitely believe that our register needs, greater scrutiny, right? But I do think that there's a greater sense of voter apathy in the Bahamas, especially before the announcing of the general election, right? I was a bit hopeful as I saw the rallies and the parties and the motorcades that we would have a strong turnout, right? But like Dr. Strong would have said earlier, this was a relatively smooth process, right? A lot of Bahamians actually prepared for the worst today because we saw the advanced polls and most people came in and out. Before we went on live, I spoke to my best friend and she told me she walked in and walked right back out, right? I've been speaking with officials across the country and they've been speaking about this drip pace, right? That is suggestive. While, we were still waiting on it, it's suggestive that voter turnout may not have been as robust as we would like it to be. I think that falls at the feet of possibly of the register. We need to look at that. And also the fact that we have a general sense of apathy. I laugh when my fellow Johnson on the side, we mentioned that, how could you not find someone in New Providence? But we've been having difficulties locating Bahamians. Both parties admitted to it in the by-election in Golden Isles. Even now during the general election, it's difficult. I think some of those are inherent to our nature as a small island developing state. We're not as registered in our addresses. It could be a bit difficult to find people, right? We live in a very...
Especially when people don't want to be found.
Exactly.
there is that.
But you must also consider this. When we talk this free and fair elections, I may not want to vote.
Agreed.
I may not want to see
register.
you. I may not want to register. That is also a part of my freedoms. I may not want to come to your party.
Yes.
But it's
I may not. It's free and fair. That's their choice. So when we ask someone to choose,
let me ask you this. So
they get to choose. They may not want to be involved.
You mentioned something at the beginning of your
You understand?
Which
is okay.
About party politics and the fact that the PLP was formed to bring that one vote.
One man, one vote. Universal suffrage is what the fight was about.
Just follow me here. That followed many things. My grandparents, my parents, your grandparents, your parents, even my generation took that voting seriously. Because we knew, we heard, we grew up listening to the fight for the right to vote. You have generations of voters in this country who did not even grow up under a Hubert Ingram. And when I say grow up, they know of a Hubert Ingram, but would not have been voting adults or even adults. They have no connection to that romanticism that we had with voting. I hear it, I see it all the time. They don't have that connection. I'm going to ask you to chime in. Do you think that's a part of the problem?
Certainly. We can talk about the register, but we can also talk about, which is definitely much smaller crowds at rallies. Rallies is one of the
family event.
One of the favorite things for Bahamians at elections. And there's been nowhere near the level of engagement with rallies that you saw during the Christie and Ingram contests. Those were ginormous crowds, right? And you don't see it. So yes, some of it is a technology that now you can watch it at home, but I think there's a little bit more to it. And I think that there is a growing disenchantment, and a lot of it has to do with platforms and manifestos that make all sorts of captivating promises, but then they don't deliver on the ones that actually, if you poll Bahamians, they care the most about. I'm not saying they don't deliver on anything, because every government does some good. But for instance, when you're going to promise, let's just take the Minis platform. It promised recall. It promised fixed dates. It promised legalization of marijuana. It promised all sorts of captivating things. There wasn't even an attempt to amend the Constitution under his term. Obviously, to be fair to him, there was the worst storm in 100 years and a pandemic which we hadn't had in 100 years, right? So yeah, they got sideswiped by some huge global events. But nonetheless, people hear those promises, they get excited, they get hopeful, and then you don't. Freedom of information, which was first introduced by Ingram. So you had Ingram, Christie, then you had Minnis, Davis, and we're still here with no freedom of information. The public is eventually going to be like, y'all joking, y'all ain't serious, you know? And so there is that. Now that also explains the rise and the interest in the COI, but it also just explains why some people just don't want to engage at all.
Yeah.
I think that's what
So there's this skepticism when you don't have a movement going on that has very specific focus. So we've come from majority rule, universal suffrage, you know, one man, one vote. These are big things. We really had a civil rights struggle in the Bahamas. It's what we have done well through. We have become the jewel of the Caribbean. We are very revered around the world for how well we conduct ourselves in our democracy. But internally, there is, you know, that low register because we ain't no fight no more.
A momentum slowdown.
Yeah.
What's the cause? What's the big vision?
What's the cause?
Yeah,
This vision casting is now the moment we approach.
Yeah, it's lacking. Yeah.
Do you, again, talking about numbers and getting people out, how important is that base? And I think you raised something very important, Ian. You talked about the numbers of the rallies, and I always watched an amusement online as everybody claimed victory over the numbers and the photos and who had AI, and the higher the drone went, the more photos they took. But again, you know, was that just base support at these rallies?
I don't think so for 1 second, right?
So you don't think that was base?
No, let me tell you something. I'm a young man, right? I have my friends. You know, we young, we want to have fun, we want to have a good time. I have friends who went to boat rallies. Now, I say it to one rally, one camp, right? But I had friends, you know, they're going to enjoy the democratic process. They like the PLP's T-shirt, they like the free rum, they went for a party, they went to have a good time. They also wanted to come to FNM to see what the FNM is offering, right? And you can't blame the Bahamian people for that, right? But to say that we can look at screens, I mean, I've even seen where people copy and paste images into AI and say, can you give me an estimate of how many people? I
saw that. I saw that happening as well. Yeah.
You know,
but,
I don't think
gentlemen, let's be fair. Like when you go to Andros and you fill a room this big and you see a fella on a park in Freeport filling, you know, an entire school ground, there's a difference. When you see people have a motorcade that is 10 miles across an island and you have a motorcade with 10 cars, there's a difference. When you go to Clifford Park, which is our Independence Park, that thing, I held the first 2 Junkanoo Carnival up there, right? That can seat and hold 25,000 people. 25,000 people. That's a difference.
Yes, but of course, you can fill, as happened.
If you fill it.
You can fill it.
I'm saying you can fill it.
Well,
okay.
As have been done in Bahamas.
Of course. No, but I'm saying, but generally, rallies are meant as a show of support. And your supporters, you ask the question, who comes out? That is really for your supporters to gather and get the feel
and that's why I asked about
of where we're going. That's your base, that's your supporters coming out generally.
But you know what I think too?
To get the feeling.
I think it's also a psychological game.
Absolutely.
Of course it is.
Where you're trying to shake confidence of the person who let's just be honest, there's some people who just want to make sure however they vote, they win. They want to be on the winning side. They want to be able to say they voted for the winning team.
Oh, I've been to their rally and see they win.
The winning team, because then they want to make sure that they can benefit.
No, then say we. Right? After you don't know it's we.
Not y'all, but we.
Ain't no y'all, it's we.
I think we've passed that.
I think that's who's targeted. That's who can be shaked by that.
No,
or shaken by that.
I think we've
Young Johnson, you're in past that. After you win, every person is the party you win.
I'm not saying that rallies.
I ran in Carmichael. No, I ran in Carmichael. I only win by 190 something votes. When I went back there, 7,000 people say they vote for me.
Of course they will.
7,000 people.
And they probably hung you playing close afterwards.
Whoa!
But I'm not saying I'm not
in politics.
And they with tears in their eyes.
They've been to the rally. I'm not saying that rally crowds don't matter, right? Or that they don't give us an idea of voter base. But I think this notion that we could predict, because we had people who was
I agree with you on that.
The ratio of 3 to 1. This one get 40. This one get 1. I don't think.
I agree agree with you, but
It's
but
not causative.
Jerome was asking who's it for and why is it, who does it matter
Yeah, the
to
base.
and what's the goal? Yeah,
The base, of course.
This is the base.
Gentlemen,
And the purpose is to bring out your base.
we are approaching 6:30. It's now 6:26. 26 minutes since the polls have closed, and we're going to take a short commercial break. At this hour, within all of the polling stations, the numbers are being calculated. They are being checked. Numbers are going to begin coming in soon, we predict. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll do a reset. And when we come back, hopefully our first set of numbers will start to come in. You are watching RTV's presentation of Our Vote 2026. Stay with us.
You ready, everyone?
I bet you didn't know that Bahamas Power and Light Company Limited has made a mega investment in some brand new technology that not only reduces the impact of outages, but is also smart enough to isolate the affected area, preventing power disruption from impacting larger areas. Gone are the days where an outage in one area subsequently impacts another. Let me introduce you to the Interrupter.
For customers, this device means less downtime. Crews can now go straight to the interrupter, identify the fault, and begin restoration efforts faster.
So we have 47 interrupters throughout New Providence. So the interrupter, it senses a fault. In that, it'll send trip signals down the line. Trip signals come back positive or negative depending on if the fault can be cleared or if the fault is not cleared. That determines whether or not it stays open or closed.
Mr. Smith shares in detail how the system actually works and how its effectiveness saves time.
Without the interrupter, if it is a fault, the entire feeder would go out, causing everybody to be off. But with the interrupter would open, isolating that particular fault area. Therefore, not impacting all of the customers. If it's open, then they know that the fault is beyond that point. Therefore, that would avoid the amount of time they would take patrolling the entire area.
As smarter technologies continue to be integrated across the grid, it all comes back to reducing downtime, improving response, and delivering a more reliable power experience for customers across the Bahamas.
Tired of weak, over-the-counter bug sprays? Step up your pest control game with professional-grade products from the Struckham Shop. From powerful insecticides to trusted gel baits and termiticides, we supply the same products used by Struckham Commercial Pest Services, now available for DIY homeowners and small pest control pros. Whether you're protecting your home or building your business, get the edge with the Struckham Shop. Tired of weak, over-the-counter bug sprays? Step up your pest control game with professional-grade products from the Struckham Shop. From powerful insecticides to trusted gel baits and termiticides, we supply the same products used by Struckham Commercial Pest Services, now available for DIY homeowners and small pest control pros. Whether you're protecting your home or building your business, get the edge with
Department. Okay, that's good to go? Okay. No, we were just testing that. Okay. Toby.
No need to daydream no more when you can walk into Automall Bahamas and drive off in your favorite vehicle today. Take the stress out of car ownership with our extended 5-year warranty. As the automobile trailblazers, we offer genuine parts and carry a large inventory at all times for your convenience. Maintenance is never a problem. Our team of factory-trained technicians are equipped and always ready. Don't forget to visit our pre-owned department and multiple showrooms. So what are you waiting on? Drive off worry-free with our 5-year warranty.
Whether you're battling a chronic condition or offsetting a new injury,
Doctors Hospital's comprehensive rehab services offer the help you need now.
Go to doctors.
3 advanced facilities at Collins Avenue, Carmichael Road, and Cable Beach means your personalized plan for care is just a visit away. From physiotherapy to occupational therapy and speech and language pathology, our team approach is all about rebuilding together. For a full list of services, visit doctorshosp.com/rehabilitation. Doctors Hospital, trusted and best care now. Isn't your health worth it?
The week moves fast. Move smart with KFC. Monday, start with crunchy deals. Tuesday, you already know it's crazy. Wednesday, keep it under $10. Thursday, the Kentucky Crunch for $7.50. Friday, the meal deal for $9.85. Saturday night, we got you covered. And Sunday, no stove today. The fill-up box feeds the family. Outsmart the week with KFC.
Good health starts with easy access, and that's what LAMP gives you. Affordable, reliable entry to high-quality care designed to help you stay well. With LAMP, your health journey is simplified, from routine labs and imaging to pharmacy services, urgent care, and beyond, all within the Doctors Hospital health system. With plans starting at just $1.30 per day, LAMP is your guide to wellness and peace of mind for you and your family. Visit lamp.doctorshorse.com to learn more.
John, I just found out that KFC has an irresistible promo.
Crunch into the juicy flavor of the new KFC Wrap Star. A classic made modern that's crunchy, melty, and grilled to perfection for all the journeys of your day. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
At Struckham, we're all about peace of mind. With the latest tools and technology like PestPack, managing pest control just got easier. It's simple. Log on to the portal to review past services or monitor trends. Just tap service reports to access detailed.
All right, so you're watching live coverage of our Vote 2026 as polls have closed across the country. It's been just about half an hour since that has happened, and thanks for staying with us. We're going to swing over now to our Christina Dragovich, who is on the board tonight with some numbers that have come in. First set of numbers for the evening. Christina, what can you tell us?
All right, so Jerome, so far we are getting numbers in from MyCal. We are seeing returns come in from 2 polling stations in MyCal. That's polling division 2 as well as polling division 8. There are just over 1,400 registered voters in this constituency, and so far we have 24 votes for Ronell Ambrister from the PLP. That's 24 votes, as well as 12 votes for James Ferguson from the FNM. 12 votes for James Ferguson in the FNM. Again, these are just early numbers that are coming in from 2 polling divisions in MyCal. We have 2 votes from Kate Williamson, Independent, 2 votes from Kate Williamson, Independent. So far, this is just 17% overall of the reported votes for the constituency of MyCal.
Thank you very much, Christina. We're going to swing over to the Parliamentary Registration Department where some numbers are coming in. We'll give you those numbers as they're coming in.
For this afternoon, San Salvador, polling division 9. COI, Coalition of Independents, 0. COI, Coalition of Independents, 0. Free National Movement, FNM. Free National Movement, FNM, 2 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 36 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 36 votes. That's San Salvador, polling division number 9. MyCal, polling division number 8. Coalition of Independents, 0. Free National Movement, FNM, 2 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 2 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 2 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 2 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 0 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 0 votes. That's Michael, polling division number 8. Michael, polling division number 2. COI, Coalition of Independents, 0. Free National Movement, FNM, 10 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 10 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 22 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 22 votes. Independent candidate, 2 votes. Independent candidate, 2 votes. That's Michael, polling division number 2. North Eleuthera, polling division number 7. COI, Coalition of Independents, 4 votes. COI, Coalition of Independents, 4 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 31 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 31 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 45 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 45 votes. That's North Eleuthera, polling division number 7. That's it for now.
All right, so you have there those numbers that have come in from the Parliamentary Registration Department. We're going to try and bring you those numbers live. We'll update them on our board over there with Christina in a bit so you can see how they're all playing out. Christina, you can let me know when you're ready over there. But gentlemen, we see here the first set of numbers coming in from San Salvador, Michael, and North Eleuthera. Just for a moment, Michael, polling division number 8, 4 people.
You know, I think that speaks to the beauty of our democracy, right? Brother Johnson would have said that they probably had more poll workers than people who casted their vote in Long Key. But I think that just speaks to the beauty of our democracy, right? And I love that, the fact that 4 people could go and register and they could vote, cast their vote. Now, secrecy of the vote may be another thing.
If only 4 people voted, I think it's pretty easy to
guess who did what.
To guess.
That's the 4 of us at this table.
But nonetheless, yeah.
Well, not if the count is 2, too.
Maybe husband and wife.
All right.
There's 2, too. We don't know who it is.
All right. A little bit more just of the early analysis. You look at, for instance, in polling division number 2, FNM 10, PLP 22. So you see the PLP moving ahead in that polling division as well. Michael, held by the Progressive Liberal Party this time around, but you see here already, just looking at this one polling division, the PLP has pulled ahead. But Danny, I think you started to talk about it. Michael, what was the view of Michael of the PLP going into this? Is this a seat that you all were looking to retain?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge part of our southern border. It has a great economic potential. It is the seat where T.J. Ford was down there before. Of course, V. Alfred Gray did a great job down there. It's not an easy constituency. It's 5 islands that are stretched by a body of water that is not easy to deal with. You deal with parts of Acklands and Crooked Island, not a lot of people again, but who deserve representation.
Sure.
And so it's a beautiful space, but an enormous constituency that has been well served. They now have another opportunity for redevelopment, getting themselves a port and building a new city in that area, and I think that's a game changer.
I wonder, thank you, Danny. I wonder if we could take a quick look at what happened in Michael in the last election. We're going to see if we can get over to Christina over on the board there, only because she has it up. Give us a second. We can look there. Basil McIntosh took that race. As soon as we can pull up to Christina, if you can begin to just sort of show us what that race looked like in 2021?
So back in 2021, we saw Basil McIntosh pull out as the clear leader. He captured 63% of the vote in 2021. He was followed by Miriam Emanuel, who captured just 36% of the vote. And COI, P. Andrew Bowe, collected 1% of the vote. In total, there were just over 1,000 people who voted in this constituency in 2021, which, as we know, saw considerably low voter turnout across the islands of the Bahamas. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out as we get those results for 2026 tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Christina. Just giving you a glimpse into what happened in the constituency the last time. I do want to point out that only 2 of those polling divisions have come in thus far for Michael. We're going to swing over to our Joshua Williams in just a moment. He is at PLP headquarters tonight, where they too are watching the early returns. Just from our estimation here, only 4 polling divisions have come in officially from the PRD, and then we had another up there but just a moment ago. But Josh, what can you tell us? What is happening over there at PLP headquarters at this hour as the results are starting to come in?
Yes, Jerome, as you mentioned, the results are starting to come in. A number of supporters are continuing to roll in. They want to get those shirts, those flags. They're asking where the spot is. And just a few moments before we came on here, I was standing with PLP Communications media manager, Litray Ramming, and he was actually listening and watching the live feed with us. And he seems pleased as to what he heard so far. Of course, as you said, it's very early right now. It's too early to call anything. We're sure the Progressive Party has their people that are monitoring as well, watching the Parliamentary Registration Department tallying their own ballot. So we'll continue to monitor things here, and we'll get back to you, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Josh, for updating us on the headquarters, and certainly we'll check back in with you as we'll wait some more numbers there from the PRD. Ian, I want to get you in on this conversation. Very early numbers. Michael, one of those far-flung constituencies, as Danny mentioned. Only 1,000 people voted in the last election. And again, when we talk about just voter turnout, if those numbers are lower this time, let's just say hypothetically,
favors the PLP.
Okay.
I mean, I think the PLP really is going to win the majority of Family Island seats. I would be able to expect that they'll carry Michael, Exuma, Cal Island, and probably all Andros, West End, at least half of Luther, at least half of Abaco. The new seat is Berry. Berry. I think you would expect that that's really where they have a stronghold.
Yeah. I think we have something coming in. I can hear some audio coming in from the Parliamentary Registration Department. Not quite sure if we're going to go over to them, but here we go.
Is Miss Lucretia Dean Rowe, Senior Officer, right here at the department.
Good evening, Bahamas. McCall, Polling Division number 1, COI 0. Free National Movement, 41 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 41 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 27 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 27 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 5 votes. Independent candidate, 5 votes. That's Michael, Polling Division 1. Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, Polling Division 6. Coalition of Independents, COI, 4 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 4 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 35 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 35 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 29 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 29 votes. That's Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, Polling Division number 6. Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, Polling Division 2. Coalition of Independents, COI, 2 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 2 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 41 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 41 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 43 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 43 votes. That's Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, Polling Division number 2. Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, Polling Division number 1. Coalition of Independents, COI, 2 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 2 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 33 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 33 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 13 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 13 votes. That's Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, Polling Division number 1. North Eleuthera, Polling Division number 6. Coalition of Independents, COI, 12 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 12 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 163 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 163 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 78 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 78 votes. That's North Eleuthera, Polling Division number 6. Cat Island, Rum Key, San Salvador, Polling Division number 11. Coalition of Independents, COI, 2 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 2 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 16 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 16 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 99 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 99 votes. That's Cat Island, Rum Key, San Salvador, Polling Division number 11. North Eleuthera, Polling Division number 4. COI, Coalition of Independents, 8 votes. COI, Coalition of Independents, 8 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 141 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 141 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 44 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 44 votes. That's North Eleuthera. Please stay tuned for more results soon. Oh, we got them. Michael, Polling Division number 3. COI, Coalition of Independents, no votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 16 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 16 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 26 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 26 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 1 vote. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 1 vote. That's Michael, Polling Division number 3. Michael, Polling Division number 5. Coalition of Independence, COI, 0 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 36 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 36 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 22 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 22 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 3 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 3 votes. That's my call, polling division number 5. My call, polling division number 7. COI, Coalition of Independent, 0 votes. COI, Coalition of Independent, 0 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 44 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 44 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 77 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 77 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 1 vote. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 1 vote. That was my call, polling division number 7. Long Island, polling division number 7. Coalition of Independence, COI, 2 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 2 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 26 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 26 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 25 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 25 votes. Independent candidate, Natasha Turnquist, no votes. That's Long Island, polling division number 7. Long Island, polling division number 2. Coalition of Independence, COI, no votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, no votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 24 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 24 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 31 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 31 votes. That's Long Island, polling division number 2. Long Island, polling division number 6. Coalition of Independent, COI, 1 vote. Coalition of Independent, COI, 1 vote. Free National Movement, FNM, 110 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 110 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 44 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 44 votes. That's Long Island, polling division number 6. Long Island, polling division number 1. Coalition of Independence, COI, 5 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 5 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 58 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 58 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 59 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 59 votes. Independent candidate, Natasha Turnquist, 1 vote. Independent candidate, Natasha Turnquist, 1 vote. That was Long Island, polling division number 1. Please stay tuned for more results coming soon. They are coming. We move to Seabreeze. Seabreeze, polling division number 6. Coalition of Independents, COI, 51 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 51 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 76 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 76 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 188 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 188 votes. That's Seabreeze, polling division number 6. Bimini and Berry Islands, polling division 4A. Coalition of Independents, 22 votes. Coalition of Independents, 22 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 104 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 104 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 119 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 119 votes. Independent candidate, Paul Roll, 1 vote. Independent candidate, Paul Roll, 1 vote. That was Bimini and the Berry Islands, polling division 4A. Central Mangrove Key, polling division number 3. Coalition of Independents, COI, 11 votes. Coalition of Independent, COI, 11 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 78 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 78 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 72 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 72 votes. That's Central Mangrove Key, polling division number 3. Central Mangrove Key and South Andros, polling division number 5. Coalition of Independents, COI, 10 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 10 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 93 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 93 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 63 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 63 votes. That was Central Mangrove Key and South Andros, polling division number 5. Central Mangrove Key and South Abaco, polling division 1. Coalition of Independents, COI, 9. Coalition of Independents, COI, 9. Free National Movement, FNM, 47. Free National Movement, FNM, 47. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 24 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 24 votes. That's Central and the South Abaco, polling division number 1. Kindly stay tuned for more results coming soon.
All right, we see there the numbers coming in from the Parliamentary Registration Department, read live to you there on the air. We're going to go now to our Christina Dragovich at the decision wall to help us put this all into perspective. Christina, we heard a number of polling divisions. Help us to take a look at them by island, I guess.
Right, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
We got quite a bit of numbers just now, but right now we're going to take a look at Long Island. Now, this has been a traditional seat for the Free National Movement, and these are just early numbers coming in right now where some of the polling divisions are reporting their votes. So far for the night, we have numbers coming in polling division number 2 in Long Island, and here's how it stands so far. In polling division 2, the PLP, Renika Knowles, has 31 votes. Renika Knowles, 31 votes in polling division 2. In polling division 2, Dr. Andre Rollins for the FNM, 24 votes. Polling division 2, Dr. Andre Rollins for the FNM, 24 votes. Polling division 2, Shura Pratt for the Coalition of Independents, 0 votes. Shura Pratt for the Coalition of Independents in polling division 2, 0 votes. Natasha Turnquest, Independent, 0 votes. Natasha Turnquest, Independent, 0 votes. And that is for polling division 2. In polling division 1 on Long Island, Renika Knowles for the PLP, 59 votes. Renika Knowles, PLP, 59 votes. Polling division 1, Dr. Andre Rollins, 58 votes. Polling division 1, Dr. Andre Rollins, FNM, 58 votes. Shura Pratt, COI, 5 votes. Shura Pratt, COI, 5 votes. Again, this is polling division 1 in Long Island. We also have 1 vote for the independent candidate. In polling division 6, I'm going to give you the overview for the island so far. Polling division 6, the PLP candidate has 44 votes. PLP candidate, 44 votes. The FNM candidate in polling division 6, Long Island, 110 votes. COI, 1 vote, polling division 6.
Christine, we're going to swing over to PRD just for a moment.
Votes. Independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 38 votes. That's Kalani, polling division 11B. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division 7. Coalition of Independents, COI, 1 vote. Coalition of Independents, COI, 1 vote. Free National Movement, FNM, 60 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 60 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 46 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 46 votes. That's Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 7. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 6. Coalition of Independents, COI, 3 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 3 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 79 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 79 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 131 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 131 votes. That's Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 6. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 3. Coalition of Independents, COI, 11 votes. Coalition of Independent, COI, 11 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 47 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 47 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 58 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 58 votes. That's Central and the South Eleuthera, polling division number 3. Kalani, polling division 10A. Coalition of Independents, COI, 26 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 26 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 150 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 150 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 115 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 115 votes. Independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 19 votes. Independent candidate, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 19 votes. That's Kalani, polling division 10A. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 5. Coalition of Independents, 23 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 23 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 71 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 71 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 135 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 135 votes. That's Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 5. North Eleuthera, polling division number 9. Coalition of Independents, COI, 5 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 5 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 102 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 102 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 126 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 126 votes. That's North Eleuthera, polling division number 9. Cat Island, Rumkey, San Salvador, polling division 10. Coalition of Independents, COI, 7 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 7 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 86 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 86 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 247 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 247 votes. That's Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, polling division number 10. Michael, polling division number 6. Coalition of Independents, 0. Free National Movement, FNM, 30 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 30 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 11 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 11 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 5 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 5 votes. That's Michael, polling division number 6. Michael, polling division 9. Coalition of Independents, 0. Free National Movement, FNM, 41 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 41 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 34 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 34 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 0 votes. That's Michael, polling division number 9. Michael, polling division number 10. Coalition of Independents, 0. Free National Movement, FNM, 38 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 38 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 36 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 36 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 2 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 2 votes. That was Michael, polling division number 10. Central Andros, Mangrove, Key, and South Andros. Central, Mangrove, and South Andros. Polling division number 10. Coalition of Independents, COI, 8 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 8 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 20 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 20 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 59 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 59 votes. That's Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros. Polling Division, 10. Central, Mangrove, and South Andros, Polling Division, 12. Coalition of Independents, COI, 12 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 12 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 64 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 64 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 129 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 129 votes. That's Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, Polling Division, number 12. St. Barnabas, Polling Division, number 7. Coalition of Independents, COI, 37 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 37 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 33 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 33 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 149 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 149 votes. That's St. Barnabas, Polling Division, number 7. Golden Gates, Polling Division, number 8. Coalition of Independents, COI, 38 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 38 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 65 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 65 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 159 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 159 votes. Independent candidate, Anthony Ramming, 1 vote. Independent candidate, Anthony Ramming, 1 vote. That's Golden Gates, Polling Division, number 8. Michael, Polling Division, number 4. Coalition of Independents, 0. Free National Movement, FNM, 42 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 42 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 59 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 59 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 16 votes. Independent candidate, Kate Williamson, 16 votes. That's Michael, Polling Division, number 4. North Eleuthera, Polling Division, number 11. Coalition of Independents, COI, 3 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 3 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 33 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 33 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 53 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 53 votes. That's North Eleuthera, Polling Division, 11. Central and South Abaco, Polling Division, 1. Coalition of Independents, COI, 9 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 9 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 47 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 47 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 24 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 24 votes. Stay tuned, please, for more results coming soon. Thank you.
Russ? All right, we have quite a few numbers coming in from the PRD. Those numbers continuing to roll in. Christina, we're going to throw it over to the board to you. You can begin to fill in some of those constituencies for us. I see you've got Bimini and the Barry Islands there, right?
Yes, as you can see, we are starting to see some color on these maps. They started out gray at the beginning of the night, but now they're starting to be filled in. And the colors will reflect the majority of the votes that have been counted so far. Again, these are just early numbers from the polling divisions that are reporting their votes so far. So far this evening in Bimini and the Barry Islands, we are getting in results from polling division 4A, polling division 1, polling division 6, and polling division 7. So on your screens, you will see these totals that represent where the votes are so far tonight. With the PLP, we have Randy Roll, who has captured 119 votes so far for the night. For the FNM, Carlton Bowleg has 104 votes so far tonight. Hiram Roll, 22 votes so far tonight for the COI, and Paul Roll, Independent, 1 vote. Again, these are still very, very early numbers. In Bimini and the Barry Islands, there are 5 polling divisions, and there are just over 2,500 registered voters in this constituency. So again, the votes are still coming in, everything is still being counted, very early numbers, and these are what we have so far for polling divisions 4A, 1, 6, and 7.
Okay, can you take us through any more maps at this point? Do you have anything else that you can show us? I know that there aren't any really declared races yet, but we have quite a few numbers coming in. Central and South Eleuthera, are you able to give us anything from that? Or in Mangrove Key?
From East Rand, Bahamas.
It's probably one area.
Andros, Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, where we are getting in 31% of the votes that have been counted so far. So we have results from polling division 3, polling division 5. Again, these are just early numbers coming in. For the PLP, Leon Lundy has captured 379 votes of the total that have been counted so far tonight. Julian Gibson of the FNM, 329 votes. So this is already shaping up to be a relatively close race. And Carlton Clare for the COI, 45 votes.
Are we able to see where those polling divisions are? Are they able? Okay.
Again, these are just colored based on the majority of votes so far. These numbers, these colors can shift around. Again, we started out gray, and they're being populated by the colors of the parties that have captured the majority of the votes so far tonight. But again, you should not take this as it is. The numbers will change. More and more numbers will come in. There are 12 polling divisions in this constituency, just over 2,400 registered voters.
But here we are, Christine. I do want to point it out I think you see on the number, the 50% reported.
Correct.
Is that correct? Which means that race, we could be close to calling that very soon, with 50% depending on how those numbers are shaping up.
Depending on how the numbers are shaping up. I would say if we get numbers in from one more polling division, then we may be able to project the winner for this race.
All right, any other numbers you can show us while we're up there?
Let's take a look. Again, the night is still early, so we're waiting for a lot of the numbers to come in.
All right, I think we have some numbers from Seabreeze. Are you able to show us?
Let's fly over to Seabreeze and see what we have so far. In Seabreeze, there are 12 polling divisions, just over 6,000 registered voters, and here are the numbers that we have so far tonight. Leslie Miller-Bryce for the PLP, 188 votes. Trevania Clark Hall for the FNM, 76 votes. And William Knowles of the COI, 51 votes.
All
These are mainly the results coming in so far from polling division 6.
All right. What else can you show us tonight?
Let's take a look. What would you like to see? Which numbers would you like to see? We got so many numbers in from the
can we look at
PRD.
I think Michael came in earlier.
Yes, we got quite a bit from MyCal. So this is where we are for MyCal right now. 12 polling divisions. Again, this is being updated. The PRD is releasing results as they are counted. But here at Cable Bahamas, we also have a team that is manually confirming those results and inputting them into our system, which again colors these maps from gray to the different colors of the parties that have the majority of the votes so far. So in MyCal, 12 polling divisions, just over 1,400 registered voters. So far, Ronell M. Brister for the PLP, 123 votes. James Ferguson of the FNM, 92 votes. And Kate Williamson, independent, 6 votes.
All right. Maybe Central, do we have some Eleuthera, North Eleuthera?
Eleuthera. All right, we have a few votes counted in Eleuthera, North Eleuthera. Sylvanus Petty for the PLP, 200 votes. Ricky Mackey for the FNM, 9 votes. Natasha Mitchell for the COI, 0 votes.
All right.
And that's where we are so far.
All right. South Eleuthera?
Let's see, South Eleuthera. We don't have a lot of numbers right now, so I'm going to hold off on presenting this one. Hopefully we can populate a little bit more before we can discuss this one.
Long Island?
Long Island. Yes, we did get quite a few numbers in from Long Island. We have 9 polling divisions in Long Island, 1,900 registered voters on that island. So far tonight, we have Renika Knowles for the PLP, 159 votes. Dr. Andre Rollins for the FNM, 218 votes. Shura Pratt for the COI, 8 votes. Natasha Turnquest, independent, 0 votes. Again, these colors will reflect who has the majority of the votes in that polling division. And we should have this whole map populated with the colors by the end of the night.
All right. Killarney, were we able, I know we had some numbers that came in from Killarney. Have we been able to update our map on Killarney?
Let's see if it's been updated yet. Again, this is a manual process, so you have to give us time to get the numbers from the PRD and put it into our system. So as soon as Killarney is updated, they will let me know. But again, we are looking for the balance of power tonight. The winner of the government will need 21 seats for the majority to make up the next government of the Bahamas.
Okay, we're also waiting to reconnect with the PRD as well to bring in some more numbers to you. Once we get those numbers, we'll be able to pass them along to you. Gentlemen, I know that we have been monitoring these numbers throughout the evening, and I know you're hearing from your camps as well some of the things that are coming in. And I don't want to preempt what the PRD is delivering to us, but I do want to talk about those early numbers and some of the results that are coming in, and what you may be hearing from your camps.
I think when in terms of the results we've seen thus far from Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, I think Julian Gibson is putting up a good fight there. The results are remarkably close, especially when you compare that to the results of the last election, and we have the incumbent, Leon Lundy, who would have ran again. I see some deficiencies there based on the numbers that we see so far. In North Eleuthera, I see some good showing for Ricky Mackey in the North Eleuthera constituency, and MyCal as well. I'm eagerly awaiting the official results from the Parliamentary Registration Department, because I am hearing of a strong showing in Anagua for the Free National Movement candidate. Big up to the good people of Anagua, including my Uncle Scott there. Seems like they may have delivered for Leo in MyCal.
All right, Danny.
Very good. I think, normally elections reflect the population. governments reflect their population. I think, as I said earlier, the Brave Davis administration has done a pretty good job at what they set out to do. I think you will find in the Family Islands, we'll get the majority of the Family Island seats. That trend will also come into New Providence, and you'll see the majority hold. But you will see one or two very close races, and I think the race that I am looking forward to watching the closest tonight is that of a former Prime Minister in Killarney.
What are you hearing from in Killarney? We're waiting for the numbers.
That it is very close at the top, but no clear winner yet.
No.
But he is not running that well at the top.
No, from what I see from Killarney, the former Prime Minister is not performing as well as he would have presented earlier today in the media. We see a very close race between the Progressive Liberal Party, Michael Barnett Ellis, and Robin Lyons of the Progressive Liberal Party, which is what I anticipated this evening. So I am eagerly awaiting more polling divisions to see who's going to be able to come out on top between the Progressive Liberal Party and the Free National Movement in Killarney. I think it's of no surprise to most people that the former Prime Minister is not performing well in Killarney based on what we have so far.
I thought he would do better. I really thought he's been in there for almost 20 years, I guess. You have a base, right? And this is where, can you exist outside of these major political parties? Is this idea of the independent candidate a viable one, or is this really just a simple two-party?
But
there's been some
state.
Exceptions. Whitney Bastian, the gentleman in Long Island.
Yeah.
Can't remember.
Mr. Cartwright, yeah. Cartwright, yeah.
So there have been some moments.
Didn't some woman Elizabeth as well, I think, independent?
Not that I recall.
I don't remember.
Long Island, you ventured in Andros with Whitney Bastian.
But it's a rarity.
Tennyson Wells.
Yeah. Tennyson Wells.
Tennyson Wells, yes.
Yeah, whatever. But I think, and if memory serves me, in those instances, one of the major parties did not put up a candidate.
Yeah.
And so in that instance where you had a Larry Cartwright, you had a Tennyson Wells, and I think a Whitney Bastian. I think
Whitney Bastian beat both parties.
But also I think
he did.
The thing with Killarney too is, right, when we had former prime ministers who were soundly rejected by the people. When we had Lyndon Pindling in '97, Hubert Ingram in 2012, and Perry Christie in 2017, they knew it was time to retire. I think even though the former prime minister was only able to serve one term, meaning Hubert Minnis, it is safe to say that he was soundly rejected by the Bahamian people in 2021. And in Bahamian politics in our Westminster system, when you are soundly rejected, you normally do what? Retire.
He retired.
So his performance is not shocking. He was soundly rejected.
Yes, but no one, I didn't believe that Hubert Minnis could win Killarney.
No.
That's not his parting gift. His parting gift may be the damage he's done to the Free National Movement, assisting the Progressive Liberal Party to repeat.
Yeah. He need to win. He need you to lose.
Because he's caused so much combustion.
Yeah.
That may be his revenge and his victory.
I can't comment on his motives, but I know we will watch.
That's potential consequence.
Maybe
we will watch how the night progresses to see.
Because one of the criticisms about FNM, they're not together, not unified. Well, that's all about you. But
only one person is presented that narrative. One person. We are one happy family on my camp.
He's had some of his former cabinet ministers also supported.
Let me ask. We do have some new numbers coming in now, this time from polling division number 2 in the Long Island constituency. Sorry. Gentlemen, what are some of the other races that you are hearing about?
I'm getting reports from Central Grand Bahama that Fraser Gibson is having a good showing there. Preliminary results. We don't. Once again, the top 2 is not between the former Member of Parliament Iram Lewis. It's more so battle between Fraser Gibson and Park O'Deal. That's what we're seeing in Central Grand Bahama right now. But as we say, we're still waiting on results, and these are very preliminary
very
results.
close. It's the same in East Grand Bahama, which is a traditional FNM seat. You're having a very good showing by both parties, and that should go down to the wire.
I don't anticipate East Grand Bahama will go down to the wire. I think that this, what we are saying now, may just be 1 or 2 polling divisions. I expect James Crazy Thompson to have a great showing in East Grand Bahama.
Right now it's close.
With 1 polling division.
It's close. Several reported.
Several reported?
Yeah. Very
Okay.
close.
We do have a polling division coming in for Golden Gates, I think it is. Christina, are you able to give us those numbers? I think we do have something on the board you can give us.
Absolutely. We have these early numbers coming in from Golden Gates. Again, our map will be populated throughout the night. Golden Gates has 13 polling divisions, and so far we have results for 1 polling division. That's polling division number 8. Pia Glover Roll for the PLP, 159 votes. Michael Folks for the FNM, 65 votes. Charmaine Adderley for the COI, 38 votes. And Anthony Ramming, for independent, 1 vote. Again, there are 5,800 registered voters in this constituency of Golden Gates.
All right, gentlemen, again, thank you very much, Christina, sorry. Gentlemen, we are still attempting to get some more numbers out of the PRD, looking to reconnect there. But Ian, you were saying?
Yeah, I wanted to say, I think we have to pay very close attention to the performance of the Coalition of Independents, particularly in New Providence. And if they're going to be getting 10 and 15% of the vote, that could really be a difference maker for some of these races.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think we saw there was 1 polling division where the COI outperformed.
They outperformed the FNM.
I can't remember which one it was.
That was St. Barnabas. That was in St. Barnabas.
Yes, in the capital. So in the capital, they...
That was very interesting.
But gentlemen, let's be a bit
37
cautious.
to COI, 33
it's
to
very
the
early.
FNM, and 149 to the PLP.
But in the subsequent release for St. Barnabas as well, that did not happen. The COI.
No, I know. I didn't expect it to continue
He's saying
throughout.
it's just to see
But
it.
still, for it to happen even in 1 polling division was
shocking.
surprising. Yeah, it was surprising.
That's shocking.
From what I see, from the numbers that we see so far, I don't think the COI is performing as well as they did in the by-election.
Well, but there was a point in our polling, and I'm sure it was in yours, a few months ago, where there were many parts of New Providence where Lincoln Bain polled just as well as Michael Pintard.
We never believed those polls in...
I didn't say whether you believe it or not. I'm only saying what the thing say.
Well, anyone can do a poll nowadays.
No, there was I say several polls in several areas.
I've not been privy to those polls.
It was stunning.
No, the polls that we would have seen. Exactly.
It was stunning.
Just as how the PLP released the poll yesterday.
Stunning. To the polls. I was just going to say that.
We can't do a census properly and you'll follow polls.
But I do want to, you mentioned the COI, and just for the benefit of our audience, we are still waiting for the PRD to come back to us with more numbers. Mm-hmm. So we are waiting for them. I know that people are getting numbers, and how elections work in the Bahamas, the agents from the polling divisions will reach out to the parties and send in those numbers. And so there are numbers floating out there that have been coming in that have not come through the PRD officially, and we just want to ensure that we report correctly. And Christina, at any point when you have some numbers on the board, just indicate to us and we'll come over to you. But where I started to go was you did not see the COI doing very well in some of the early results, in some of the family islands especially. Yeah. But again, you do see those numbers, not large numbers. Let's just take St. Barnabas out of that equation for a moment. But even the numbers that we have gotten in so far, we do see a little traction. But at the end of the night, the question is going to be, who are those? Where did those votes come from? Who is going to be hurt by those votes?
Right. Well, I maintain that...
Pardon me, affected. Hurt may not be the right word. Affected.
I maintain that the greater the success of the COI, the more likely the Progressive Party wins this general election. That's my view. Mm-hmm. Because if you believe in the performance of the Progressive Party, if you're satisfied that they have the most reliable leadership, etc., you're going to cast a vote for them. If you want change, you're going to vote for one of the now 2 opposition parties. And so if you chose COI, you basically prefer them to the established opposition party. I don't see how that. I mean, you could, but I think that's the right way to interpret that out.
But I also have another perspective as well. I mean, I don't think it's safe to assume that every COI voter is a voter voting against the Free National Movement. I also see it as a COI voter may opting not to vote for the Free National Movement, and also a voter saying that they're not also going to vote for the Progressive Liberal Party, or could be a PLP member who refuses to vote for the FNM and selects selects a COI.
But two things can be true at the same time.
Agreed.
Correct.
And let's also recognize that we have a group of Bahamians who significantly support third parties, right? This has been the case with the DNA, the COI in the last performance, and so it's not an aberration to see a support for a third party.
But
no, it's not.
The base has the size and demographic of both bases have evolved. Some people say shift, no, they've evolved.
Some would say shrunk, but go on.
Well, I'll give you what our information tells us now, and it's widely known. In the 70s, 80s, PLP had its strong 45 or so % base. The FNM had in the 30s.
Agreed.
So if we came out, you couldn't beat us. Like the Saxon coming on Bay Street, looking good, feeling good, and being on time. They're hard to beat.
Why are you insulting Valley Boys? But carry on. You just
when they're ready to rush.
Yeah.
Right. And but you saw that now over a generation now, where these parties' support kind of look like, I tell you what my families look like. You got about 30% PLP, 30% or just a little less FNM, but 30% FNM. Their base is smaller, but they're about 30-30. And this group of independents or undecided people,
swing voters,
are also a 30%. And there's 10% of these people, the ones I tell you about who you can't find, don't care.
Yeah.
They're not affected by what you do. They have their own money. They got their own time. In fact, they don't even want to be engaged in whatever you're talking about, because to them it don't make no sense, right? All us, we black people fighting each other and they ain't got no money. These people know where they're going and got 4 homes in the Bahamas, and we don't even know them. They're not going to get involved. But this percentage, Dr. Strawn, has evolved to that group of independent and undecided people now is as significant as your base.
It's interesting you said that, because it has occurred to me that independent swing voter, we call them even, as you've said, is equal to party bases.
Yes.
Very, very
at least. But that's why they are so powerful, because if they engage on an issue.
But look at it. I mean, the basis has been everyone who's won Marathon, Garden Hills, Bamboo Town, Pinewood, South Beach, Golden Isles, they have won the general election.
Yeah, the Southern Corridor.
Carmichael.
And they have swapped 5 times, right? And so those are people who swinging. They're swinging vote. They're swinging their vote. They're changing their
so is that
their allegiance based
independence.
And I think there's a demographic
in there.
That's a middle
there's
class
socioeconomic determinants that guide that.
Because to be honest, when you look at it in terms of socioeconomically and backgrounds, the persons who like Danny would refer to, the persons who have the wealth, they tend to move to the far east or the far west. But the average Bahamian, they tend to go into these areas along the Southern Corridor, Golden Isles, Carmichael, Bamboo Town. And I think that represents the average Bahamian, the Bahamian who is, their livelihood and their way of living is highly dependent on the decisions that governments make, right? So I think that's why we've been seeing this notion of the Southern Corridor. Now, what's going to be interesting to me in this general election is I am not too certain if that theory is going to hold, because there's some candidates in that Southern Corridor.
All right,
who may be
gentlemen, we're going to go over to PRD for just a moment.
COI, 28 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 28 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 92 votes.
Which area?
Free National Movement, FNM, 92 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 72 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 72 votes. That's Central Grand Bahama, polling division 7B. Central Grand Bahama, polling division 11. Coalition of Independents, COI, 37 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 37 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 108 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 108 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 123 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 123 votes. That's Central Grand Bahama, polling division number 11. We move on. Central Grand Bahama, polling division 2A. Coalition of Independents, COI, 23 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 23 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 73 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 73 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 57 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 57 votes. That's Central Grand Bahama, polling division 2A. Michael, polling division 12. COI, 0 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 114 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 114 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 109 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 109 votes. That's Michael, polling division number 12. North Eleuthera, polling division number 8. Coalition of Independents, COI, 3 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 3 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 0 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 0 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 4 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 4 votes. That's North Eleuthera, polling division number 8. Golden Gates, polling division number 9. Coalition of Independents, COI, 39 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 39 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 41 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 41 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 151 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 151 votes. Independent candidate, 2 votes. Independent candidate, 2 votes. That's Golden Gates, polling division number 9. Bimini and Berry Islands, polling division number 3. Coalition of Independents, 18 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 18 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 118 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 118 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 162 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 162 votes. Independent candidate, 1 vote. Independent candidate, 1 vote. That's Bimini and Berry Islands, polling division number 3. Marathon, polling division number 13. Coalition of Independents, COI, 42 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 42 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 76 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 76 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 125 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 125 votes. That's Marathon, polling division number 13. Bimini and Berry Island, polling division 2. Coalition of Independence, COI, 11 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 11 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 114 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 114 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 128 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 128 votes. Independent candidate, 1 vote. Independent candidate, 1 vote. That's Bimini and Berry Island, polling division number 2. Long Island, polling division number 3. Coalition of Independence, COI, 15 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 15 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 129 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 129 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 66 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 66 votes. Independent candidate, Natasha Turnquist, 1 vote. Independent candidate, Natasha Turnquist, 1 vote. That's Long Island, polling division number 3. Long Island, polling division number 4. Coalition of Independence, COI, 9 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 9 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 149 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 149 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 66 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 66 votes. Independent candidate, Natasha Turnquist, 1 vote. Independent candidate, Natasha Turnquist, 1 vote. That's Long Island, polling division number 4. Long Island, polling division number 6. Coalition of Independence, COI, 1 vote. Coalition of Independence, COI, 1 vote. Free National
All right, we're going to take you now over to Christina, who also has some numbers from the board. Christina, can you update us on some of the constituencies that have come in?
Absolutely. So at this point in the night, we have the most reporting from several constituencies. So I'm going to walk you through them so you have an idea of where we are so far. Again, it's 7:49 p.m., so the polls have been closed for nearly 2 hours. We have reporting coming in from Killarney, Central and South Eleuthera, St. Barnabas, Long Island, Cat Island, Central and South Abaco, Golden Gates, Marathon, Michael, and North Eleuthera. So here we're going to take a look at where we are with Killarney right now. We have results representing 2 polling divisions, 2 out of 12 polling divisions in Killarney, where there are just over 6,800 registered voters. Dr. Hubert Minnis, who is an independent candidate now, collecting 57 votes. Robin Lyons for the PLP, 191 votes. Michaela Barnett Davis for the FNM, 189 votes. Dr. Veronica McIver for the COI, 58 votes. Again, that's 2 polling divisions that we have for Killarney. We're also going to hop over to Central and South Eleuthera and take a look at those results that we have so far. There are 15 polling divisions, and we have just over 4,400 registered voters in Central and South Eleuthera. Clay Sweeting for the PLP, 785 votes. Philippa Kelly for the FNM, 406 votes. Berica Grant Taylor, 59 votes for the COI. That's where we are in Central and South Eleuthera so far. We can also take a look at St. Barnabas. In St. Barnabas, there are 11 polling divisions. Michael Halkitis for the PLP so far tonight has 622 votes. Jamal Moss for the FNM, 150 votes. Dr. Karen Butler for the COI, 138 votes. There are just shy of 4,900 registered voters in St. Barnabas, and right now we're seeing 36% of the reported votes. In Long Island, we also have a lot more numbers here in Long Island. Here's our polling division, so you can see where the breakdown is right now. Renika Knowles for the PLP, 398 votes. Dr. Andre Rollins for the FNM, 555 votes. Shura Pratt for the COI, 37 votes. Natasha Turnquest, Independent, 1 vote.
Christine, if I can for a moment, I think we can pretty much say that we have a projected winner for Long Island, or at this point?
At this point in the night, we have 78% of the reported votes, representing a 52% voter turnout based on the numbers that we have so far tonight. Again, there are 9 polling divisions on this island, but if you are looking at the numbers right now as it stands, Dr. Andre Rollins is in the lead for Long Island.
So Andre could be our projected winner tonight in Long Island.
Absolutely.
All right. Keep going. Thank you. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
All right, and we are now going to hop over to Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador. This is our Prime Minister's constituency. So far we have 27% of the reported votes, 11 polling divisions, just over 1,700 registered voters in this constituency. Prime Minister Philip Davis has collected 382 votes so far for the PLP. Mike Holmes for the FNM, 104 votes. And Donna McKay for COI, 104 votes. Again, we're still waiting for more and more results to come in, but now we're going to hop over to Central and South Abaco. In Central and South Abaco, we have 36% of the reported votes. Bradley Fox for the PLP, 396 votes. Jeremy Sweeting for the FNM, 462 votes. Crystal Williams for the COI, 104 votes. There are 14 polling divisions in Central and South Abaco, and so far we're seeing about a 21% voter turnout based on how many of the registered voters are among the votes counted so far. We're going to take a look at one of the New Providence constituencies. We're going to go to Golden Gates at this point. In Golden Gates, we also have 23% of the reported votes so far tonight. Pia Glover Roll, 431 votes for the PLP. Michael Folks for the FNM, 147 votes. Charmaine Adderley for the COI, 119 votes. And Anthony Ramming, Independent, 4 votes. For Marathon, we have some numbers coming in. 23% of the reported votes. Lisa Ramming for the PLP, 371 votes. Dr. Jacqueline Penn Knowles for the FNM, 194 votes. Tyrone Green for the COI, 129 votes. We're going to take a stop at 2 more constituencies. We're going to look again at MyCal. Remember, we looked at this constituency very early on in the night when I think we may have just had 1 or 2 polling divisions out of 12. And now we have several more. 67% of the reported votes are right here for us. Ronell Ambrister for the PLP, 417 votes. James Ferguson for the FNM, 417 votes. Kate Williamson, Independent, 24 votes. This is a race to watch.
This is too close to call at this point.
Absolutely.
And even though we're at 67% reporting.
So there are 1,400 registered voters, 1,415 registered voters. We're seeing 61% of voter turnout in this constituency right now. Again, it's just 67% of the reported votes so far. So I think, we need to see the rest of those numbers come in.
Sure.
It's way too close to have a projected winner at this point.
All right. Okay. Christine, is that it? Do we have any more? Or are we good for now?
We can go back to North Eleuthera.
Okay.
North Eleuthera. We have 50% of the reported votes. There are 12 polling divisions in North Eleuthera. 3,896 registered votes, and we're seeing a 26% voter turnout as things stand right now. Sylvanus Petty for the PLP, 377 votes. Ricky Mackey for the FNM, 587 votes. Natasha Mitchell for the COI, 43 votes.
So still an interesting race there in North Eleuthera. Even though we're close to the 50% mark, we don't want to make any projections that are too early to call. Christina, thank you very much. We're gonna take you over to the PRD, to the Parliamentary Registration Department, to listen to some live numbers, those of you who are following from home.
Coalition of Independence, COI, 45 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 39 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 39 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 209 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 209 votes. That's Angliston, polling division number 6. Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 1. Coalition of Independence, COI, 13 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 13 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 11 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 11 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 78 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 78 votes. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 0 votes. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 0 votes. That's Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 1. Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 2. Coalition of Independence, COI, 12 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 12 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 62 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 62 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 108 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 108 votes. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 1 vote. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 1 vote. That's Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 2. Central and South Abaco, polling division 9. Coalition of Independence, COI, 26 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 26 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 65 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 65 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 41 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 41 votes. That's Central and South Abaco, polling division 9. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division 11. Coalition of Independence, COI, 10 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 10 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 57 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 57 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 247 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 247 votes. That's Central and South Eleuthera, polling division 11. Golden Gates, polling division number 8. Coalition of Independence, COI, 38 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 38 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 65 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 65 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 159 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 159 votes. Independent candidate, Anthony Ramming, 1 vote. Independent candidate, Anthony Ramming, 1 vote. That's Golden Gates, polling division number 8. Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 3. Coalition of Independents, 3 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 3 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 17 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 17 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, 33 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 33 votes. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 0 votes. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 0 votes. That's Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 3. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 14. Coalition of Independents, COI, 11 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 11 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 92 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 92 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 168 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 168 votes. That's Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 14. Golden Gates, polling division number 9. Coalition of Independents, COI, 39 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 39 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 41 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 41 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 151 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 151 votes. Independent candidate, Anthony Ramming, 2 votes. Independent candidate, Anthony Ramming, 2 votes. That's Golden Gates, polling division number 9. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 1. Coalition of Independents, COI, 23 votes. So Coalition of Independents, COI, 23 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 242 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 242 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 209 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 209 votes. That's Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 1. Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 5. Coalition of Independents, COI, 13 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 13 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 70 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 70 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 99 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 99 votes. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 0 votes. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 0 votes. That's Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 5. Angliston, polling division number 5. Coalition of Independents, COI, 19 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 19 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 33 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 33 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 165 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 165 votes. That's Angliston, polling division number 5. Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 7. Coalition of Independence, COI, 18 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 18 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 73 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 73 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 118 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 118 votes. D. Taylor, Independent Candidate, 0 votes. D. Taylor, Independent Candidate, 0 votes. That's Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 7. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 2. Coalition of Independence, COI, 17 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 17 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 189 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 189 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 203 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 203 votes. That's Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 2. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 15. Coalition of Independence, COI, 11 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 11 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 107 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 107 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 136 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 136 votes. That's Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 15. Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 4. Coalition of Independence, COI, 17 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 17 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 103 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 103 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 121 votes. PLP, votes. That's Central and South Eleuthera, polling division number 4. Exuma and Ragged Island, polling division number 8. Coalition of Independence, COI, 18 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 18 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 63 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 63 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 122 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 122 votes. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 0 votes. Independent candidate, D. Taylor, 0 votes. Marco City, polling division number 15. Coalition of Independence, COI, 15 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 15 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 138 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 138 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 60 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 60 votes. That's Marco City, polling division number 15. Marco City, polling division number 14. Coalition of Independence, COI, 18 votes. Coalition of Independence, COI, 18 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 85 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 85 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 36 votes. Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, 36 votes. Marcos City, polling division number 14. Marcos City, polling division number 13. Coalition of Independents, COI, 14 votes. Coalition of Independents, COI, 14 votes. Free National Movement, FNM, 105 votes. Free National Movement, FNM.
We have some of the latest numbers coming in from Grand Bahama. As you heard, the PRD was giving us some of the newest polling divisions that have come in. In Grand Bahama, we can take a look at Marcos City, where we have 87% of the reported votes so far. Michael Pintard, leader of the FNM, he has 1,890 votes. Edward Wan II of the PLP, 1,048 votes. Jillian Bartlett of the COI, 269 votes. This has been, they are 15 polling divisions, 6,500 registered voters, and that's where we are so far for the night.
All right, what else do we have on the board there, Christine? I know we were looking at some other ones earlier.
Yes, we have quite a few that have a lot of numbers in so far.
So we can pretty much say that Pintard is the projected winner for Marcos City. All right, let's take a look at Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros. All right.
Yes, in Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros, we have almost all of the 12 polling divisions reporting so far. Leon Lundy for the PLP, 576 votes. Julian Gibson of the FNM, 495 votes. Carlton Clare of the COI, 70 votes. And that is 67% of the reported votes coming in.
Leon
so far.
Lundy would be our projected winner there, right?
Yes, Leon Lundy, projected winner for Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros.
Okay.
We can also look at Long Island, where we are prepared to have a projected winner.
Andre Rollins.
Dr. Andre Rollins for the FNM has secured 555 votes. Renika Knowles of the PLP has secured 398. Shura Pratt, COI, 37 votes. And Natasha Turnquest, independent, 1 vote.
I think we have some numbers from Angliston as well. We can probably declare, depending on what we can see in Angliston.
Yes, in New Providence, we received quite a few numbers so far. So in Angliston, we have 55% of the reported votes so far. Glennis Hannah Martin, who is our incumbent in this area for the PLP, 1,101 votes. And she will be the projected winner for this constituency. Heather McDonald of the FNM secured 183 votes. Faith Presenti of the COI, 227 votes.
All right, so we can project Glennis Hannah Martin as the winner there in Angliston. All right.
Yes.
Central Mangrove Key.
So yes, we've already gone over Mangrove Key.
Sorry about that. I know that there was a lot of interest when we were looking at those numbers and what was happening in Pinewood.
In
Can we get
Pinewood,
to the
yes.
Pinewood numbers?
We got quite a few numbers coming in from Pinewood, so let's hop on over there. In
This
Pinewood,
is a very, very interesting race.
a very interesting race.
Yep.
There's just a 2% gap in between two of the candidates here. We have 62% of the reported votes so far, 13 polling divisions. Miles Arota, who would be the incumbent for the PLP, he has 696 votes. Denari Roll of the FNM has 490 votes. And Lincoln Bain, leader of the COI, has 660 votes. Now, as I mentioned, that percentage, it's the percentage of the overall votes counted so far. Again, we still have 5 outstanding polling divisions for Pinewood, but there's just a 2% difference in between the votes that have been counted for Miles Arota and Lincoln Bain so far tonight.
That is a very, very interesting race, and the race to watch tonight. Still too close to call, but Lincoln Bain thus far making the most impressive showing for the COI. Of course, he's the COI's leader and has been in this political game for a while, but certainly we're going to have a lot to talk about come tomorrow with how these results are coming in. We still have some time tonight, but certainly I think some numbers there are showing some significant significant movement within the electorate. Most definitely. Christina, anything else you've got on that board, or have we gone through pretty much everything?
Those are the hottest races that we have so far, with the latest numbers coming in. But again, this will continue to be updated throughout the night as we get more and more results approved by the PRD.
And for the benefit of our audience, you see some numbers there on the bottom of your screen. Those numbers are the up to the minute numbers that are coming in from our calculators. So what you are seeing there are the numbers that are also coming in. So we're showing numbers on the board, and we're also showing numbers on there on the screen. In just a few minutes, we'd like to be able to swing over to some of our folks who are live in the field. We've got quite a few reporters. And so we will be checking in with them in just a moment. But Christina, quite some significant numbers there for us. Gentlemen, I'm going to come into the studio in just a moment to talk to some of my guests as we begin to bring some of this into analysis and what it all means for the evening. While we get set up here in the studio, I'm just going to ask my folks whether we're ready with the watch party folks. Give us an opportunity to check in with them in a few moments, just making sure that they're ready to go. But just want to keep you advised on what is happening. We have some declared winners there in Angliston for the PLP, Long Island for the FNM, Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros for the PLP, and Marco City for the FNM. We do know that a lot more results are coming in. We're attempting to tabulate them, but of course you can keep track of what's happening right there on the bottom of your screen with the numbers. We're going to swing over now to our watch party for just a moment. Our folks who've been watching this unfold for the evening, we haven't spoken with them in a while, but we're going to check in now with our watch party. Andrew.
Thanks, Jerome. Welcome back to our election watch party. We have been having a time here watching the results as they have been rolling in. Doc, obviously, I mean, too early still to kind of, form conclusions, but what are you watching most closely right now?
So what I'm watching most closely is the voter turnout, really. When we look at these percentages and we see that the majority of the polls that are coming in are well under 50% voter turnout, I think that's very significant. Now, especially when we look at the history of voting in the Bahamas. We are traditionally a people who have had very high voter turnout, and that has gone down consistently over the years. But we're wondering, well, if COVID made a big difference in the last voter turnout. But we're seeing now that these numbers are very low. And so I think that we are going to need to really be able to do some examination of what that means around Bahamians' perceptions of voting.
And that's what you think what do you think is driving that low voter turnout, or those low numbers?
I think that what the young men said earlier, that there is a lot of apathy around voting, and that there's a perception that, nothing is going to change. And so I think that this perception is something that we really need to investigate as well. What do we mean when we say change? Are we changing colors? Are we changing systems? Are we changing parties? Are we changing people's ideas of what governance looks like in the Bahamas? So these are the things that I'm interested in right now in this moment. Yeah.
Well, let's hear from our men. I want to bring in one of our new panelists who's here, McKelton Johnson. He's a recent university graduate. He's just joining the panel. So, McKelton, I just want to say welcome, first of all. And just tell us what's been surprising you so far? What's been most surprising to you so far?
I agree with Doc on the voter turnout, definitely, because we want to make sure that we have people, yes, you may be registered, but are we getting to the polls? What is the...
All right, we're going to go back to the watch party. I do want to go into Pinewood. We had a live shot for a moment. We're going to check to our team in Pinewood. We saw some activity there with Lincoln Bain. Could we get back to our feed there with Lincoln Bain and Pinewood? We know that race is still very close. Are we able to bring in our team?
Mm-hmm.
It's not
it's not about how I'm feeling. It's really about my supporters. They've put a lot of trust in me, and they've been working hard. Some of them even harder than me. So this isn't a victory for me. This is a victory I feel for my supporters who believed in me and gave everything they have to make this happen. And so I just want to thank God, and I want to thank all of the supporters. Some of them who are around me, and some of them who aren't even here right now. They'll be here. This is for them. This isn't for me. This is for them.
Obviously, an emotional moment. Talk about the hard work and the dedication.
It says, been a long, hard fight. Just doing what I think is right for the Bahamian people. It's been a huge sacrifice, personally, weathering the attacks, the lies. But this is for God, and He gets all the glory. And this is for all of the people who've been supporting me. I'm not going to let them down. I'm not going to let the people of Pinewood down. We are going to put Pinewood back on the map. And we are going to have a real voice for the people of Pinewood. But not just them. We're going to have a voice for all Bahamians. And if they don't give us a Freedom of Information Act, I am going to beat the Freedom of Information Act in the House of Assembly. And we're going to hold their foot to the fire.
What does the next 5 years in the House of Assembly look like for you?
The next 5 years is me tabling bills and me holding their foot to the fire. You're going to see what we can do. You saw what we did outside of the House of Assembly. You're going to see a whole lot more inside of the House of Assembly. What we did outside of the House of Assembly is nothing compared to what this Bahamas is about to see. When you put real Bahamians who are not connected to any oligarchs or any political parties that have been ruling this country, you're going to see when the Bahamians have a real voice in the House of Assembly. Not a voice for a party, but a voice for all Bahamians.
How do you feel overall tonight? Obviously, numbers are still coming in from around the constituencies. How are you feeling overall tonight?
I feel that the people are speaking. I think that you can see a shift on the ground. And I think that we just cracked the proverbial glass ceiling. And I think that moving forward, you're going to see a whole lot more from the Bahamian people once we gain their trust in the House of Assembly.
Anything else you want to tell the Bahamian people tonight?
I do this because I love you.
All right, thank you so much, Jerome. As you heard, we are at the CD Bethel, where the Coalition of Independents are celebrating their win in Pinewood. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you, our Megan Shepherd, out there in the Pinewood constituency with Lincoln Bain, who has, by all accounts, declared his victory. I mean, we still have not, as politics goes in the Bahamas, we're still waiting on numbers officially from the PRD, but he is declaring victory. That is significant.
Yeah, I think that is perhaps going to be the most interesting finding of the night.
Yeah.
I mean, I think while everyone recognizes that Lincoln Bain has a massive support online, to see that look like it's being translated across the electorate, I don't know if that's scary or concerning, but it's very interesting to see Mr. Bain leading currently in Pinewood, defeating a current cabinet minister. That is beyond an interesting feat tonight.
You see there on your screen the celebrations in Pinewood, I think. Is it? No, I'm sorry.
That's the PLP.
That is the PLP. My apologies. Not sure where.
That's somewhere else.
Is that, where is this?
I don't know where that's.
I think this is still in Pinewood. All right, still in Pinewood, I understand.
Okay.
We also have some other numbers and some projected winners. Christina, we're going to sort of swing to you in just a moment. But certainly we have projected winners. I think in Mount Moriah, are we able to see that number? I know you've got some other stuff up on the board there, but let's get to Mount Moriah. It looks like Mikkel Bonamy is the projected winner there. Christina, Can you show us those
Sure.
numbers?
We have 75% of reported votes coming in so far. Mikhail Bonnaby, the incumbent in this area for the PLP, he has 1,242 votes, which represents about 54% of those that have been counted tonight. Marvin Dames for the FNM, 694 votes. Linda Stubbs for the COI, 364 votes.
Numbers here for Centerville. Can you take us to Centerville to show us the projected?
We can also look at
winners?
Centerville, where there are just 2 polling divisions that are outstanding. We have 82% of the reported votes. Jomo Campbell for the PLP, the incumbent candidate here, 1,396 votes, which is representing 72% of the votes that have been counted so far tonight. Darvin Russell for the FNM, 268 votes, and Jamal Woodside for the COI, 270 votes.
All right, Christina, thank you very much. You see here, while the numbers, I do want to go back a bit to Pinewood. I think you have some new numbers there. Is that a little, that's updated from those are updated from the last numbers we saw, correct?
I am not quite sure.
Yeah,
but
they are updated. It seems like Lorota is pulling ahead, even though we heard from Bain a moment ago was already celebrating, but we do see a slight pull ahead there by Miles Lorota. Still waiting on those official numbers
Correct.
from the Parliamentary Registration Department before we can declare anything in that race. Thank you very much, Christina. Gentlemen, we started to have the COI discussion. Ian, I know you were actively engaged in that conversation of what this all means, particularly for the FNM. When you have that third party that is not only challenging their position as a party, just in terms of votes, but when you see that now they have been outvoted in a constituency, putting their leader in contention for winning, that's a very strong message.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back over the last few years, Lincoln Bain made a point of going really for the jugular of Michael Pintard.
Agreed.
And so the COI did grievous damage to the FNM's credibility through those attacks. Lincoln Bain was his instincts, his political instincts, his timing, he had certain advantages. Now, not to speak to the platform or their politics, but I must, because in a way they really were in some ways styling themselves on MAGA style of leadership, which resonates with Bahamians. There are thousands and thousands of Bahamians who admire and like Donald Trump. And this was I have said before, I'll say it again, we have 3 political parties that compete in the conservative space.
Yes.
And the COI is the most conservative of the 3 conservative parties. And that resonates with many Bahamians who are very, very angry about immigration, and a whole slew of other things. Now, you know, when let's also remember.
Ian, if we sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
Just for a moment, I want to go to the board. We've got some races there that Christina has up. One is Southern Shores. If we can just show that.
You look good.
Southern Shores. We have what percentage is in, Christina? 64%.
So we have 64% of the votes in for Southern Shores so far. O.B. Roberts for the PLP, 731 votes. Denali Penn Mackey for the FNM, 697 votes. Kirk Farrington for the COI, 291 votes. And Leroy Major, Independent, 81 votes. There are still 4 polling divisions that have to be reported here in Southern Shores. We can also...
Going back, go back to just...
The case in point, if the COI was in there, let's assume those people all voted for the FNM. FNM would have 1,000 votes.
Correct.
The COI is having the impact that I said they would.
Their desired impact.
Okay. Sorry, you had St. Anne up there for a minute, pardon me.
Right, we were going to pop over to St. Anne's.
Yeah.
St. Anne's, 63% reported. Adrian White for the FNM, 1,203 votes. Keno Wong for the PLP, 789 votes. Graham Weatherford for the COI, 212 votes. And Otis Forbes, Independent, 7 votes. There's
All
still
right.
quite a few polling divisions outstanding here.
But I don't think anybody would be surprised to see the FNM win.
Yeah, I think that one is moving to the win column for sure, for the FNM. Tall Pines, I saw you had Tall Pines up there earlier. Are we able to see them?
Absolutely. In Tall Pines, 62% reporting.
Held a sudden corridor.
We have Dr. Michael Darville for the PLP, 1,064 votes. Serfent Roll for the FNM, 719 votes. Trevor Green for the COI, 434 votes. And that's where we are so far tonight. Again, the numbers will continue to be populated here, but I think we do have a live shot, maybe at one of our reporters who's out in the field.
All right, looks like our Joshua Williams is standing by within the PLP headquarters tonight. Josh, what can you tell us?
Right now, if you look just to the right of me, you see the reactions to Glenys Hannah Martin, the PLP candidate for Eglinton. A number of PLPs are in the room right now. Of course, the results are still coming in fast and furious. Earlier, we were on the outside. We weren't allowed inside, but since then, they've opened up the room. You have dozens of PLP supporters that are here in the room watching the results in real time. And I spoke to a number of them. They say that they're ready to head to Clifford Park. Of course, when the Prime Minister has left Cat Island, he's in the air. So far, according to PLP supporters, it's looking good. And these are real-time reactions right now. So we'll continue to stay here on the inside room.
All right, thank you very much, Joshua Williams, for us there at the PLP headquarters. We're going to see if we can check in with the FNM at the FNM's headquarters in just a few moments. We have our Jasmine Brown standing by there. We also have 2 folks on the ground in Grand Bahama we'll be checking in with. We also understand that the Prime Minister is en route to Nassau. He has left Cat Island and is en route here to Nassau. And so I think that is an indicator of what is about to happen. We're going to set up for those shots in just a few moments. But Danny, you were saying a clear indication.
It's a clear indication of perhaps the PLP retaining government, but even a clearer indication of the art of politics in the Bahamas. You have to retain a percentage of the family island, and then you have to retain winning percentage of the southern corridor, where the same middle class of people we spoke about earlier have moved to. And I would put it to you, Bahamas, we have created the largest middle class in the Caribbean, and those are the thought leaders. That's our aspiration, and we could say the Bahamian dream, or whatever we want to call them. And it is, consistent if that's I think part of that other 30% of people who are really independent-minded, who are not a party or base necessarily. If they go with you, you will win. And I have to congratulate the COI on not I don't know if Lincoln has won or not, but certainly the COI on
delivering for the PLP,
outperforming what I thought they would do.
Delivering victory for the PLP. I think it's. I don't think I'm going to be wrong to say the PLP has won this election. If you look at the Southern Corridor, they've won every seat they had to win. Yes. Every single one. Pinewood. Okay, let's leave Pinewood out of it. But I think they've won all the ones that we've come up against so far.
I want to spend a little time on the board. Christina, I saw you flipping through some numbers there. We can get over to Christina in just a moment, so we can begin to put some other numbers into perspective there. Christina, take us. Let's start out with Golden Isles. See where we are with Golden Isles. So Golden Isles there. We've got 56. Go ahead, Christina.
56% reporting so far tonight. Again, the time is 8:35 p.m., so the numbers will continue to come in. But Darren Pickstock for the PLP, 642 votes. Brian Brown for the FNM, 638 votes. Brian Roll for the COI, 185 votes, and Karen Butler, independent, 9 votes. This again is a very, very close race at this point in time in the night. There's just a 1% difference between the votes that have been counted so far. So it should be interesting to see how the rest of these 4 polling divisions perform. Hopefully we should get those results in rather soon. But we can also look at Freetown, where we have quite a few numbers in so far, 64% of the reported votes so far. So we have Wayne Monroe for the PLP, 661 votes. Lincoln Deal for the FNM, 649 votes. Olivia Ingram Griffin for the COI, 144 votes. Patrice Hannah Carey, independent, 28 votes. Andrew Johnson, independent, 184 votes. And there are 4 in Yamacraw, 69% of the reported votes. Dane Lightborn for the PLP, the incumbent here. Oh, he just got even more votes. Updated in real time. 77% of the reported votes.
I think are we in a position to call that?
Still kind of close.
I think
Only
that's
46%, not yet.
Yeah,
Not
so
yet.
very good. Go ahead, Christina. Go
4
ahead.
polling divisions outstanding.
Okay, go ahead.
So they may be pretty powerful. Dane Lightborn for the PLP, 1,177 votes. Ellsworth Johnson for the FNM, 1,010 votes. Yvette Prince for COI, 299 votes. Again, there's still 4 outstanding polling divisions in Yamacraw.
All right, let's keep going.
They can't hear you. So they can't hear her on TV.
All right.
The mic is dead.
Oh, I think our mic is up. We're going to get your mic fixed in just a moment there, Christina. We do apologize. Again, on the board, we can just pull that board up. We'll take you through those numbers while we get her. So Yamacraw, you see there, 77% reporting. Zane Lightborn with 1,177. You see there Ellsworth Johnson with 1,010 and Yvette Prince with 299. That's 77% of that constituency reporting, but still very, very close percentage between the two party leads there. All right, thank you we're going to switch over now as Christina gets reset. I want us to take a look at Golden Gates. In just a moment, we're going to switch over to Golden Gates and see what's happening there, as well as Freetown and St. Barnabas. But gentlemen, we see the constituency starting to fall. That southern corridor that we talked about is starting to fall. That is always the path to victory for any party, and it seems very clear at this point that the PLP is dominating that corridor and others. There are still some seats out there that the PLP are still within contention for the PLP. And while Christina resets, just very quickly, Ian, you started to say something.
I just want to say this. I went on air on the radio and predicted FNM victory. I did. And the reason I did was because it had been 3-4 weeks of nonstop, what I thought would be scandals that would affect public opinion. And the PLP didn't have any good responses to any of them. But the fact of the matter is, the Progressive Party has not lost its support, its ground game, its election time spending.
Agreed.
I think they've outspent, out-campaigned, out-organized the FNM, and I think that I just think there were some fundamental mistakes that were made by the Free National Movement over the course of this 5 years that they struggled to give full-throated opposition. Pintard seemed to come into his own once the bell was rung. But before that, most Bahamians weren't satisfied with him as an opposition leader. And I think the question has to be raised. Should Adrian Gibson have been asked to resign in the interest of the party so the FNM could be a more full-throated opposition in dealing with what the PLP was doing? Should Minnis have been asked to step down sooner? And because that caused nothing but dissension and problems and shook the confidence of the public. The FNM was unified and could lead the country. And of course, you saw the other fact, of course, was the FNM seemed to struggle to get the caliber of candidates that had national profile.
All right. Before we continue our discussion, I do want to go back to the board. Christina has reset. In just a moment, we're going to look at a couple of key races there. I want us to take a look at Golden Gates, Freetown, and St. Barnabas. Those numbers are coming in. And so, Christina, if you could take us through to where we are.
Here we are at Freetown, where 64% of the votes are reporting at this point in the night. Wayne Monroe, the incumbent for the PLP, 661 votes. Lincoln Deal for the FNM, 649 votes. Olivia Ingram Griffin for the COI, 144 votes. Patrice Hannah Carey, Independent, 28 votes. Andrew Johnson, Independent, 184 votes. There are still 4 polling divisions outstanding for Freetown, so it's still pretty early for this constituency. However, you can see that right now it's a race between Wayne Monroe and Lincoln Deal, where there's just a 1% difference between their votes that have been counted so far tonight.
The biggest story here, in my opinion, is the candidate who wanted the FNM nomination and didn't get it.
Andrew Blue Johnson.
Who's outperforming the COI. That seems to be a trend.
Yeah. So
Hubert Minnis wanted it,
Yeah,
didn't get it. Lincoln Bain, 2 elections ago, wanted Pinewood and didn't get it. And Andrew Johnson wanted the FNM.
But these are all candidates who were strong FNMs, had good support in the area, and I'm not sure why they could not retain or gain candidacy nominations.
I think there are a lot of questions.
They're well known and they're very capable.
Questions on the table for the FNM come.
But these are
come
leadership
tomorrow.
questions.
Yeah.
When you pick in a team, it's not an individual that you are thinking of. It's the team, and the team only has one goal: is to win.
I think that this is it's as Ian would have mentioned earlier, it's a very clear indication that the country is moving towards re-electing the Progressive Liberal Party. The PLP has won the Southern Corridor. They've won very handsomely in the central New Providence, Central District of New Providence. That's of no surprise. And we're still waiting on a few results in seats that we probably anticipated winning. I think this election is most definitely a call for self-reflection for the Free National Movement. And we await to hear from the Prime Minister at this point.
All right, we're going to go to the board in just a moment. I want to see some races that we have up there that are still coming in. I know we've got Golden Gates. We've got St. Barnabas I want us to go over to and see what other new numbers Christina has there. So as soon as you're ready, Christina, we'll swing over to you to show what numbers we have that we can report.
I'm ready. We just saw Golden Gates update. So far, we have 23% of reported votes. That is where incumbent Pia Glover-Roll is for the PLP. She has 431 votes. Michael Folks for the FNM, 147 votes. Charmaine Adderley for the COI, 119 votes. And Anthony Ramming, Independent, 4 votes. Again, still very early on for this race. Hopefully we see a lot more of these polling divisions bring in their votes soon. We're also going to hop over to St. Barnabas, where 9 out of 11 polling divisions are reporting for 82% of the reported votes.
We have a projected winner here, most definitely.
Absolutely.
That's a hard-working man. That would be the hardest working man in politics.
So here in St. Barnabas,
On a returning MP.
A returning MP.
Yes.
What will be interesting is to see whether.
Sorry. Go ahead, Christina.
I'm just going to call the results and then you can get back to the desk. So Michael Halkitas for the PLP, 1,465 votes. Jamal Moss, FNM, 375 votes. And Dr. Karen Butler for the COI, 301 votes.
Yeah, I think that's safe to call.
Yeah, I think most
that's
definitely.
safe to call in terms of the winning call.
But once again, the COI and the FNM polling almost the same. Same percentage.
Very close.
What is going on with that?
I'm not going to allow you to do that now. This has been
That's a question.
This isn't a pattern of certain constituencies in the Central District of New Providence. Now, you can't make a sweeping generalization and to say that the COI.
It's a question.
But I think one instance in one constituency is historic.
Well,
all right.
It's historic.
Christina, if you could, we're looking for Bamboo Town. I see it on the bottom of the screen.
We're just going to go back to Centerville here, where we are going to project the winner for Centerville, where we have Jomo Campbell for the PLP with 1,396 votes. That is
Look at this, man.
72% of the votes that have been counted so far tonight.
Okay. All right. I know we've got some more projected winner screens. We'll start. We can project Angliston.
Do we need to?
All right. Glennis Hannah Martin for the PLP for Angliston.
Yeah. Wow.
We've got a couple more projected winners. I know we've been calling them. Michael Pintard from Marco City, leader of the Free National Movement, retains his seat. All right, St. Barnabas, as we just said there, Michael Halkitis is the projected winner for the PLP. All right, and that's we've got a couple more races in there that are close. I know we called a few, but we're going to officially call them. We've got some Grand Bahama numbers up there. Christina, can you take us through those numbers? Central Grand Bahama?
In Grand Bahama, we have Central Grand Bahama with 50% reported votes. Iram Lewis, Independent, COI, I'm sorry, 163 votes. Park O'Deal for the PLP, 679 votes. Frazette Gibson for the FNM, 653 votes.
So, in Central Grand Bahama, I know we have some additional numbers to come, to come through, but Central Grand Bahama has been in the winning column from the Free National Movement since 1987.
So you're predicting that Frazette will carry this?
I assume that Frazette will carry this, but it is interesting to see the performance of Park O'Deal in Central Grand Bahama, because, you know, in a landslide, we would have won this seat in a landslide for the Progressive Liberal Party in the last election, Iram Lewis would have won this seat by about 200 to 300 votes. So we're seeing a very close count here.
But the FNM's decision was to not give Iram Lewis a chance to defend his seat for the Free National
We have to be
Movement.
very careful in saying the FNM. The Free National Movement, it's an organization. The party doesn't make one person doesn't make a singular decision, right? Before we make any assumptions, we have to understand that the way nomination comes from in the Free National Movement is we move from the constituency level and then we go national. The constituency level, if the constituency has requested another representative, then what is left to do?
National defense, they're contending. If you're an incumbent, if you're a sitting MP in the Bahamas in any Westminster system, you have first right of refusal.
But if the people,
national supposed to defend you.
If the people you go to vote for you are not interested in voting for you, then what is the option?
National makes up a good reason to retain you.
Danny, I appreciate your arguments, but looking at the numbers, Iram Lewis did not perform well tonight.
If he had the FNM votes, he'd be winning.
We can say that. We can't make the assumption.
Well, I would say
he'd be winning.
I would say
your name won him.
I would have hoped, as a contemporary of Iram, someone went to college with him and know what he was doing on the ground in Dorian, to win when the FNM got defeated. I would have hoped that the differences between himself, the constituency, the leader, whoever, in the interest of the success of the party, given his track record, I would have hoped that is something that could have been somehow overcome in the interest of the overall success of the party.
I do want to...
but I also want to make one other point.
Go ahead.
The deputy leader of the FNM fled St. Barnabas.
Well, I
wonder if he's found refuge in St. James.
He has not.
Are there any numbers from St. James?
He has not.
At this point, the former member for St. Barnabas moved over to St. James. Christina, I don't think we have anything on that.
To use an FNM term, that's called out of the frying pan and into the fire.
All right. We do have some folks live in the field. I do want to put them on notice, and we'll be checking in with them just shortly. Christina, if you can pull up maybe Bamboo Town for us. I saw you going through those numbers there. Bamboo Town. This is very interesting. Gentlemen, I want to just draw your attention to this race. Christina, can you take us through these numbers?
In Bamboo Town, we have 43% of the reported votes right now. Patricia DeVoe for the PLP, 637 votes. Dr. Dwayne Sands of the FNM, 510 votes. And Maria Daxon of the COI, 242 votes. There's still quite a few polling divisions that we don't have results for yet. But we can see Patricia DeVoe has 46% of the votes that have been counted so far.
All right. All right, thank you, Christina. On your screen below, you can see more numbers. All right, we want to go back to Bamboo Town. Do we have? All right, we are being told that for Bamboo Town that Patricia DeVoe is the projected winner there. That's what I'm hearing from my folks in the back, that it appears that she is the projected winner. We are also seeing that a call has gone out from the PLP to, if I can quote, meet us at Clifford Park, which is a clear indication that a victory rally is being planned for the PLP at Clifford Park. Again, we are continuing to follow these races. I do want to check in with, like I said, our folks live. We have folks live at the major headquarters, and also we're sending a team over to Clifford Park. And we do have our folks at the watch party. So I'm going to switch over now, see if our folks are ready at the watch party. We'll speak with them, and then we'll check in with our folks in the field tonight.
Back here, thank you, Jerome. Lots of great discussion happening here at the watch party. Doc, tell us, what are you seeing?
It's a lot of votes coming in. I think it's interesting to see candidates proclaim victory before all of the numbers are in. Right. I think that, we're still trying to determine exactly what is happening. And so sometimes you have to be a little bit patient, and let that process run its course.
Right. I want to bring in our panels and ask them, what are your surprises? What's been surprising most for you tonight?
I think the COI's performance has been surprising. They've done significantly better than the DNA has, to my knowledge. And I think that, like we said, the premature celebration of their leader in winning their seat is a bit much. There's a lot of theatrics, there's a lot of drama, but that's what we expect with him. He is that type of person to be doing that. I mean, we've seen videos all over from the time from the beginning of his campaign. So I'm mostly surprised by the low voter turnout and the COI's performance.
I think this speaks to a broader issue, not just Lincoln Bain's personality, but that Bahamians want change, and in some way, shape, or form. You saw that Lincoln was pulling, some 800, 900 votes, significantly did way better than he did the last election, and was, cutting close with the incumbent Minister LaRota. And so if you have that with the leader of the COI, imagine in the next election, which is scheduled to take place in 2031. And the COI already released their plan for 2031. So are we able to see a significant increase? Are we able to see now a third party represent inside the House of Assembly? It's a very interesting election, and I'm happy to be a part of it as a first-time voter.
You stated there that you think this is an indication that people want change, right? But what is the change?
I think the change is not primarily focused on policies, but I think wanting to try something new. And what could the COI have to offer Bahamians? They've made lots of claims of things that they want to give to Bahamians, and I think that is the real incentive for voting for the COI.
Trying to see you shaking your head.
The amount that we talk about change for the COI is change for change itself. It's just a matter of, we don't like the FNM, we don't like the PLP, let's try the COI, not because they have real policy, not because they have real issues, not because they have real answers, it's because they just want a change. A change for what? The COI has not offered anything outside of their immigration platform, which we can dive into. It's just playing into the xenophobia and fear-mongering in our country. But it's a change just for change's sake, which is problematic. We need to have real change within our parties, or if there's a third party, for real policy, not what the COI is doing.
McKelton, I want to bring you in there to get your perspective. What are you thinking?
Thank you, Andrew. I want to first, when you talk about change, right? If I am the government that is winning today, there's a celebration, but not for long. Because we need to change how we're doing this election. We need to change how we're voting in terms of getting voters out there. You talk about we're trying to speak to the three-party system, and with us being usually a Westminster system and only using or only swaying to one of the two parties. Yes, they may be voting the third way because they're tired of both, but that is a scary place to be. That is a scary place to be when Bahamians are only voting for a party because they do not like either parties. That says to a deeper problem, what are we doing as constitutional parties, or institutional parties, I should say. Your PLPs, your F&Ms, all of those different things. And so that is where change first comes in. But we have to dive in. We talk about the low voter count. It is exasperous that I have less than 50% of my constituents going out to vote. And then we have Bahamians complaining. Tomorrow I need to hear nobody complaining because we did not have, except for three constituents thus far, over 60% of voter turnout. And so the change must start not with just ourselves, but with our members of parliament, their team. They need a strategic plan as to how we're going to attack these communities to make sure that we are hearing what constituents have to say and how we can go about getting voters out there, getting away from just that Westminster system and working collectively to get the goal of the Bahamian people.
Do you think the COI, their messaging, was resonating?
I'll touch it and then I can hand it off, Trent, if that's okay. I believe it's resonating with some, but the execution may be poor. The message can be all right. You can be like Peter in the Bible, but if your execution is not well, then it's not received well. It's not received how it should be. And so right now they have great strategic, well, I would say they have some good strategic planning, as all parties do, but your execution. We cannot go out to people shouting and just pushing it down folks' throat, although sometimes that may be what's called for, but not every day that's what's called for.
Jonathan, let me get you in here. What's been standing out for you tonight?
In comparison to what my colleague said, I would say it is the low percent of voter turnout. Like we were saying, some Bahamians rather just not vote at all. And as, let's just say, I was the incoming government, I would be concerned of what my constituents think of, not only me, but think of the government system to the point where they say we simply just don't care. Because it's either going to be the same thing for the next 5 years. It's going to be a lot of false promises. You'll only come around during Christmas and what's not. And then after you get voted in, you throw one big rally, and then that's it. Where do we actually see, how do we keep you accountable? Because when we bring that sense of accountability up, it's like, oh yeah, like that's true, but like look what we do over here. No. We need you to be accountable for what you proclaim during this entire rally and during this entire political process. And then we need you to solidify it, not just by saying, oh, thank you guys for voting me in, but actually putting boots on the ground and putting work into action. So for Bahamians to say, I just rather not vote at all, I think that's a bit scared. And like my colleague said, like I'd rather just vote for the other two parties than vote for, you see what I mean?
Trent? Just have to do a little mic moving around here.
You ask about messaging, and we talk about this. I think the COI is the star of the night, right? But that is very dangerous because the COI is a very dangerous group. The COI fearmongers. They are a populist movement, which means that they are going to use the issue of the day to incentivize people to vote for them, but they have no real plan. They have absolutely no real plan. And with a leader who is on record, who has videos and pictures of him with guns and violence using against immigrants, and that's not a leader that we need in any party at all. This is a problem that we need to deal with in this country before it gets out of hand, and the COI cannot be permitted to continue.
All right, these are just some of the conversations, the heated conversations that we've been having up here, but I'm going to toss it right back down to you, Jerome, in studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Andrew. And our watch party guests, a group of young people up there who've been observing, giving a lot of feedback tonight. We're going to continue to check in with them. Our Christina Dragovich is at our board tonight with some projected winners and some more numbers. Christina.
So I'm just going to review some of the projected winners that we have for tonight. In Bamboo Town, the projected winner is Patricia DeVoe from the PLP.
All right. You see their Speaker of the House, former Speaker of the House, I guess now returned. Christina?
Now we can go over to Mount Moriah, where our projected winner is Mikkel Bonnaby from the PLP. So that was just our refresher for those projected winners so far. But now we're going to go over to a race that is proving to be quite interesting here in Fox Hill. We've got 92% of the reported vote. There's just one outstanding polling division here in Fox Hill. And we can see that Fred Mitchell of the PLP has emerged with 1,461 votes. Dr. Nicholas Fox, 942 votes. Robert Brown of the COI, 370 votes.
All right. And so, of course, thank you very much, Christina. We have a projected winner, I think, for Seabreeze. If we can pull up that screen. Leslie, go ahead.
Here in Seabreeze, 75% of the reported vote. Leslie Miller-Bryce for the PLP, 1,712 votes.
We also have a West Grand Bahama.
We can go over to Grand Bahama. West Grand Bahama, where we have 100% of the reported votes, and PLP's Kingsley Smith, 1,998 votes.
All right. Interestingly, Kingsley Smith was elected in a by-election after the death of Obie Wilshcombe and was able to hold on to that seat, one of two by-elections under the Davis administration, of which he was able to hold on to that seat. Speaking of Grand Bahama, our Italia Hall is standing by live for us tonight in Grand Bahama. Italia, it's been a while since we've spoken. We're back to you now in Grand Bahama.
All right, so Jerome, yes, it's been a long night, as you would have mentioned. I'm live here at the Free National Movement headquarters on West Atlantic Drive in Freeport. And so far, some supporters, more here from I first spoke to you, and they're here watching the results. Some are disappointed at some of the results in some constituencies, and others, they are pleased. One of the seats that they are looking at is the Marco City constituency, and tonight I am here with Kenneth Russell. He was once a member of Parliament for the High Rock constituency, first winning that seat in 1997, if I'm correct, and also he was a cabinet minister, and he's also one of the organizers here for the Free National Movement, and he's going to talk a little bit about the move and the fact that supporters are happy about Marco City, Michael Pintard. So far, it seems as if he is the winner for that constituency.
Yes. It has been a grueling day, and but Michael Pintard has won his seat very handsomely, and I want to say that he is a member of Parliament that works for all of his people, no matter what political persuasion they are. He would help wherever he can, and obviously that shows in his win tonight, because he won very handsomely by well over 1,000 votes, and I am sure that he will continue to work for the people of Marco City and the people of Grand Bahama. Mike is a person who believes in working for the people. He believes in working for the country. He believes in trying to push the country in a direction that we believe it should go. So he asked me to sit in as a coordinator, which I gladly accept for Pine Ridge and East Grand Bahama. I think that our campaign was pretty good campaign. I think we had a very, very late start in Pine Ridge. I think that we were in Pine Ridge only for the past couple of months, and it was a uphill battle in Pine Ridge because the MP was a cabinet minister, and she could have gotten some things done in short order that helped forward our campaign. But we are not yet totally downhearted because there's many more seats to come in, and we like to see by the end of the night what the count really is, so that.
So overall, you're still optimistic that the Free National Movement has a chance in this election?
Yes, because the amount of seats, they haven't done half the seats yet. So until they have passed the half mark and show that they are well ahead, then I still think there's always a chance. No matter how small, slim, or some people say maybe ghost chance in hell, but I believe there's still a chance. Until that happens, my confidence is up and hoping that we can pull off a couple more seats.
All right, Jerome, well, there you have it. You hear that the Free National Movement here in Grand Bahama, they're still optimistic, looking forward to winning this general election, and we will continue to bring you updates from this location. Reporting live in Grand Bahama for Our News, I'm Natalia Hall-Thomas. Back to you in studio, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Natalia from Grand Bahama. Natalia mentioned that supporters, they are optimistic, but Trevor, I honestly don't see a path.
Optimistic. I think the writing is on the wall, Jerome. Okay. I think from the numbers that we see in the southern corridor of New Providence, and then even like we said earlier, even in the central district of New Providence, I mean the ratio there is almost 5-1 in terms of defeat. I don't see a way forward. The Prime Minister and the Progressive Liberal Party has already called their supporters
They're
to
already
Clifford
assembling,
Park. We expect. I mean, the
tide is turned.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The
All
motion,
right,
the steps.
gentlemen, I do want to, because I know folks always want to hear the numbers, so we're going to switch back over to Christina in just a moment to bring us up to speed on the latest numbers. We have some islands that have come in and some others that we're still waiting on. So, Christina, whenever you're ready, you can take it away.
83% of reported votes in North Eleuthera, where Sylvanus Petty for the PLP, 1,141 votes. Ricky Mackey for the FNM, 1,064 votes. Natasha Mitchell for the COI, 132 votes. There are just 2 polling divisions outstanding for North Eleuthera here at 9:08 p.m. In Central and South Eleuthera, 47% reported. We have Clay Sweeting with 864 votes. Philippa Kelly for the FNM, 479 votes. And Grant Taylor for the COI, 60 votes. So we still expect a lot more votes to be counted here in Central and South Eleuthera.
I saw you had a Exuma there at one point.
Yes, we are going to Exuma next, where we have 81% of the reported votes. It's Exuma and Ragged Island. Chester Cooper for the PLP, the incumbent candidate here, 1,552 votes. Deborah Moxie Roll for the FNM, 746 votes. Byron Smith for the COI, 192 votes. And D. Taylor, independent, 0 votes.
All right, and that's 81% of the voters, of the numbers reported. And I think we can definitely put that in the win column for the PLP for Chester Cooper at this point, eh?
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll still wait on the formal sort of projected win, but I think we can put that within in the win column. Thank you very much, Christine. I know you're still filling out the map in many ways. Gentlemen, we are about to check in with our folks who are live out in the field in just a moment, but so we do have a projected winner before we go out into the field. We're going to take that now. We are able to project. There you go, Christina.
We got North and South.
In North Andros, we are projecting Leonardo Lightborn for the PLP.
That's no surprise.
All right, we do have another projected winner coming in as well.
In Golden Gates, we've got 92% of the reported votes, where we have Pia Glover Roll for the PLP, 1,942 votes.
Yeah, that is in the win column definitely for for the PLP. No surprise there. I think Pia was a very strong incumbent. I think she always had the win at her back going into that race. She was one of the PLPs who I think people had in the win column from very early.
Yeah, even if the FNM won, I expected it to win. Personally.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, we are trying to get to our teams in the field. They are moving around. We have there another projected winner.
Yes.
All right.
And very handsome lead.
Yeah, very, very, very significant win for her there. But an example of an MP
vote split, so 1,000 vote win.
Charmaine Adderley taking in 517 votes, 16% there. But I don't want to, while we're looking at these numbers, I just want to go back to the board for a second. When you see 57% voter turnout, and in looking at these numbers tonight, I'm not taking away from the PLP's win at all. I think it's something that we started to talk about very early on tonight, and it is the voter turnout. Now, PLPs will tell you a win is a win is a win, as most people will do. In elections, you win.
Yeah.
Whether it's by 300, 3,000, or 3, you win. And the PLP obviously has had a decisive win. But I think when we look at the analysis later on, after the dust is settled, the voter turnout does not seem to have been significantly more than the last election. I don't know what the
COVID election was 65%.
Yeah, the COVID election was 65%, and we're seeing voter turnout in this constituency at about 61%. It's actually less.
Some of them are lower.
Yeah, some of them are lower.
Some are slightly lower, but that's not our issue.
I mean,
we are designed to turn our people out. So when you see Pierre Glover winning by over
meaning
1,000,
the PLP.
the PLP's design
PLPs came out
is we have to bring out our people to the game.
Yeah, I think it's safe
you
to
can't
say.
complain if your people ain't
I
coming.
was about to say, the implications of the FNM just can't get people out.
I think it's safe to say that the PLP base came out.
Our job is to bring our people to the game.
You did. They came out.
Okay, the Knicks played in Philadelphia the other day. And the people say, well, you can't, we ain't want to sell them no tickets. You know what they did?
You get all of
they prepay the tickets in Philadelphia.
So they got access to the treasury too?
Yes.
The Knicks?
Yes.
Okay. You can't lose that. You can't lose.
You got to bring
you cut them treasury checks.
Not
bring
going to go down that route.
They pay like that in Philadelphia.
Pay off and write off like KFC the Bimini.
They won Grand Prix.
In just a moment, we do want to go to the
Grand Prix and they won.
So once we're able to update that a little better. We do have some folks live in the field. We have a team headed to the victory site. I can't even rope them in anymore.
Sorry. This is the time for the party now.
We do have.
Like Junkanoo coming soon.
I didn't
get over Junkanoo coming soon.
Well, I know there's going to be a grand celebration on Clifford Park tonight. That is going to happen. I do anticipate, and Danny, you may correct me, but I don't know. I'm sure the Prime Minister is on the ground by now.
But if you thought that PLP was arrogant,
I'm getting a call right now.
Yeah,
before this election.
Yes, sir.
And I do want to say this, folks. Just we still have a lot of races that are still out there that are too close to call, that are very tight. So you may be wondering, and if we can just show the balance of power board just for a moment, if I can ask my folks to pull that up so that you can see it. So it gives you an idea of officially what we're looking for. Sorry, what we're looking at. Although we do know that more numbers have come in. For instance, we do know that Long Island, Marco City, etc. for the FNM. Although there's only one there, but we do know that there are more on the PLP side as well. And so these are just the official numbers that we're able to give you. But we do know that there are some races out there that are still too close to call, and we are waiting on the correct official numbers from the PRD. There are a lot of numbers out there, and people are giving, and obviously, we're trying to do the best to ensure that we give you the accurate count. But it is looking very much like that PLP win column is filling up very, very quickly.
But beyond an accurate count, it is who will form the next government of the Bahamas.
Yes.
And the Westminster system is first past the post.
Sure.
So in that first past the post scenario, it is apparent that the people have kept their confidence in the Davis administration to form the next government of the Bahamas.
That's
I
undeniable.
don't know what the details will be in
Sure.
each number, each constituency, each place, what are the percentages, but I think I would be comforting to say that the people, not the party, the people have kept their confidence in this government. It's interesting that, you know, when Pindling won 25 years consecutively, 5 terms for young people who don't know it and see it, from 1967, he held the confidence of the Bahamian people. And the people then believed in this unifying vision, but they believed in the architect of the vision. And Bahamians, if they believe in you and what you're doing, they'll stick with you.
And I think what's interesting too is, you know, this is again historic in many ways, because not since 1997 has a government been returned to power in the Bahamas. And I think it was very interesting in the last few days of the campaign by the PLP. I kept seeing the message, break the
Don't break the cycle.
Break the cycle. I wanted to make sure I had it correct. Break the cycle. In other words, break the cycle of voting governments out every 5 years and flip-flopping. All right, stick a pin in that for a moment. We're going to go back on the ground. Our Jamila Jamila Missick. Boy, when you get over 50, sometimes things escape you. Our Jamila Missick is standing by at the PLP headquarters in Grand Bahama. Jamila, what can you tell us?
Good evening again, Jerome. I am here in the PLP headquarters here in Grand Bahama, and residents and PLP supporters continue to fill in. They are here watching the results live, and the celebration is happening so far. But right now, I have here with me the former PLP candidate for Marco City, Mr. Kurt Hollingsworth, and you are outside watching the results. Just talk a little bit about how you're feeling right now based on what you're seeing.
Elated. Simply elated. It's such a overwhelming feeling, simply because of the work that went into breaking the cycle and giving us an opportunity as an administration to continue the work that we were mandated to do. And so there's a lot of festivities that is going on now, but we also recognize that there's a lot of work to be done for our people here in the country, and particularly the young people who they were just simply fantastic with their support for this party.
All right, and obviously it's not over yet. Results are still coming in, but how do you think it's going to turn out?
It's going to be, unfortunately for the FNM this time, a real whipping. I mean, I thought it would have been more competitive, but based on what I'm seeing, some of the seats are surprising wins for us. In Grand Bahama, our candidates have performed really well. Anyone did an exceptional job in Marco City against the leader of the opposition. Dr. Pratt, we don't have any final stats on hers yet. She is performing very well. The Honorable Ginger Moxie has been projected as the winner, as well as Kingsley Smith from West End. And so to maintain the grounds that we have and continue to do the work here in Grand Bahama in particular is exciting for us going forward.
All right, thank you so much for that. And of course, we will be here all night bringing you the latest. Like I said, persons are continuing to file in. Outside is becoming a little crazy. We'll probably go outside so we can get a shot there. But of course, I'll be here and sending it back to you, Jerome.
Well, thank you very much, Jamila. Now, I have to tell you, if the action is outside, you have my permission to go out and catch that action on the outside. Just make sure your cameraman keeps you safe with you out there. I know these celebrations can get kind of hectic, but we definitely want to see what's happening on the outside. Thank you very much. Jamila Missick reporting to us live from the PLP headquarters in Grand Bahama. We will definitely check back in with her. I'm being told that we do have another projected winner to bring to you tonight. If we can bring that to the screen. We have the projected winner for Fox Hill, Fred Mitchell, the incumbent, going back into Fox Hill for another term. He is a senior member of the PLP, foreign minister within the Davis and Christie administrations. He has held Fox Hill several times under several administrations, and he has shown his strength in that seat. And to be honest, I'll say this, that there were many who thought that he was going to lose.
Yeah.
That seat, if I am not mistaken, was one seat that people were watching very closely because his opponent within the FNM was very dynamic in the campaign.
Yeah, I think Dr. Fox ran a very dynamic campaign. I mean, his social media presence was massive, but unfortunately that did not translate to the numbers that we saw today. But I mean, Fred Mitchell is an institution in and of himself, correct?
Yes, but I think it's notable that people who were not popular nationally,
were popular
like
in
Mitchell,
constituencies,
Joe Colby, Wayne Monroe, even the speaker, even the recent scandals that were exposed around Mr. Look at the margin Barnaby won by.
Tremendous.
The people in those constituencies could care less.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. But all politics is local.
You care less.
And you have this air game with social media as an air game, but you'll be surprised how much people are not. If that doesn't affect them locally, they're not paying it. They're not reading your social media posts because you've got a ground game.
I think what it is too is that, we see it around the world, and this is a dig even at what we do. There are many people who are not connected to what's happening in the news. People are not watching. Correct. They are not connecting. They are not digesting what is happening within the daily news cycles. Their realities are very different.
But I think I agree with that. I also think that Danny has another point that I could try to add a little bit to. The local relationship.
Yes.
Are you good to me?
Yes.
Do I see you? Are you meeting my needs?
What do you give me?
The transactional nature for some, but you were there when Grammy died. You there every time. And Mitchell is one of those people who Fox Hill is like, you know what I'm saying? So that's just one example. So I think that ability, I mean, it served Pintard, even when the FNM won, he still won because he was on the ground. That's the formula. That these individuals, obviously, despite their national problems, they understand the local side of it.
I've got to ask some races that we have not officially heard from, and I'm asking about Elizabeth, Garden Hills.
We haven't heard.
We haven't heard
from Garden Hills. We haven't.
I think they're saving that one for the.
You think
finale.
they saved that? That's it. That's
the finale of the night. That's going to be it.
The grand finale.
I got a feeling I can pick out that right. Something just tells me.
That's the finale.
We are still. We've got projected in Fox Hill.
Closing statements after
and we didn't hear Nassau Village or Marathon, have we?
Yeah, we heard Marathon.
We are still waiting. I know we have some numbers from Fort Charlotte.
No, Fort Charlotte was declared.
That's declared.
That is declared?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we do.
I'll just 3 to 1.
3 to 1.
3 to 1 in favor of Sebas Bastia, the PLP candidate there. All right. So Fort Charlotte, we don't have those official numbers, but my experts here on the desk, they got the inside.
Similarly, Dr. Strawn, what people said nationally, or you have people with this issue and that issue, and locally on the ground, people like, well, this is hand to hand, face to face.
Yeah, and the ground game for the PLP was, again, think about how late the FNM named its candidates versus people who've been on the ground for 5 years.
Yeah.
And then obviously the PLP had more money to put on the ground in their campaign. Look at the nature of their campaign. Those things matter. Then, as I said before, access to the treasury.
One of the close races. We're going to go to the board in just a moment to Christina because I want us to talk about Freetown and the closeness still of that race and what is happening. Christina, if you could just walk us through Freetown and tell us where we are with those numbers. Interesting race there. Very interesting still.
In Freetown, we're still just seeing 82% of reported votes right now. But here we see Wayne Monroe with 823 votes and Lincoln Deal with 873 votes. Olivia Ingram Green, 193. Patrice Hannah Carey, Independent, 44. Andrew Johnson, Independent, 232. But it is good to note that the margin of vote difference between Wayne Monroe and Lincoln Deal is just 2% at this point. And there are still 2 polling divisions outstanding for Freetown.
We've got to catch our Jasmine Brown, who is standing by. We're going to go to her in just a minute, but before we come off of that board, Christina, just want to go back to that. Freetown board. I do want to show something to our viewers there, and gentlemen, you can chime in. Freetown, I want you to take a look at the COI vote numbers and the Andrew Blue Johnson numbers. Again, Danny, you said it. This was someone who wanted the FNM's nomination, didn't receive it, went out on his own. And then you combine with the COI, and there's the split.
Massive.
Massive is a stretch, Dan.
No, that's 500 votes. You're in a margin of victory within the error. This is within the statistical error margin of error.
So I'm not looking at
and someone else got 500 combined votes.
I'm not looking at the COI.
But how could you not look at the COI? I think the COI has been a factor throughout.
You don't want to look at
so
them.
The COI got 9% of the votes in this particular constituency. In other constituencies,
no, but he's only talking about Freetown.
The COI performed about 20% of the vote. So in actuality, if we look and we compare this statistically, when we see in other constituencies, the COI's base was more so split in this because, every time we look at the screen, we notice about a 20 to 25% vote share for the Coalition of Independence. Here we see about 9%.
That's because of blue.
That's because blue.
I agree.
But that's
so I
because
think
of blue. But that's the question.
But I do not believe, because I want us to be very cautious.
So for argument's sake, let's take the COI out.
And as a scientist, the truth exists independent of belief.
I'm a researcher, and I can tell you based on the numbers, and I can tell you based on the numbers, Donnie, that in every other constituency, the COI got about 20% of the vote.
All right.
When we look at this, we
gentlemen,
see
we're gonna have to stick a pin there for a moment. We have some more projected winners. If we can, we're gonna go to the screen now for some projected winners. Kwesi Thompson of the FNM. Christina, this is your job. You go ahead. Sorry about that.
Kwesi Thompson of the FNM, the projected winner for East Grand Bahama. We also have another projected winner. I believe it's for Golden Isles. Darren Pickstock.
But it's time on that. Hold on.
These are not the updated numbers here on this board yet. However, I'm being told that we have a projected winner in this Golden Isles race. There we go. Darren Pickstock is the projected winner for Golden Isles, the PLP.
I heard a wow there. We're going to come back to talk about that wow. But first, thank you very much, Christina. We're going to go over to our Jasmine Brown, who has been stationed at the Free National Movement headquarters here in New Providence throughout the night. Jasmine.
Well, Jerome, it has pretty much cleared out here. Earlier, just after 6 p.m., after the polls closed, there were a dozen or so supporters watching the television, watching the numbers come in. There was some energy when they realized party leader Michael Pintard had reclaimed his seat. But ever since then, the crowd has slowly trickled out, and it's pretty much empty here now. I have been in contact with our Grand Bahama team, and I understand the Free National Movement will be making an announcement or have a press conference there, but for now it's pretty much cleared out. And I can say this kind of reminds me of the 2021 general election when we had COVID-19 and there were not many people here. But before that, there was also like celebrations, previous elections, but that just did not happen here tonight. So it's pretty much empty and everyone has gone home or they're waiting for that press conference to happen in Grand Bahama for the next move for the party. Back to you, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. It's probably going to be the last time we hear from you in that space tonight, as everyone has cleared out. Thank you very much for your great reporting tonight and throughout the campaign. We bid you adieu, and thank you so much for keeping us updated. We'll check in with Grand Bahama whenever that press conference happens. So thank you very much. All right, gentlemen, as we went into the break, we had a wow moment with Golden Isles there, and I've got to ask, was that a race that was in the FNM's win column?
I think for me, why I wowed at that, for two reasons. One, the closeness of the race. And secondly...
If we can pull up those, just pull up the numbers. I'm going to ask my folks to pull up the numbers of if we have those final numbers from Golden Isles, if we do.
I think it's firstly the closeness of the race. And I think secondly, in the by-election, the Progressive Liberal Party in Golden Isles won very well in Dignity Gardens and in Adelaide. Those two polling divisions were transferred to St. James. And those are very strong holds for the PLP, and that's what pushed them over in the by-election. So to see this performance tonight with respect to Golden Isles is I think it's astonishing.
Pickstock got 1,800 in the by-election and Brown 1,500.
Yeah.
And Roll 300. Roll is gained.
Roll is gained.
And the other two
Brown
dropped.
is lost. Those are the those are the by-election numbers.
Both
there.
have lost.
Right, those two have lost and Brown is gained.
And it'll actually look like less. This is crazy. Less people voted in the general election than in the by-election, based on the numbers.
Yeah. This is a historic election, and it reminds me.
It looks like more.
It reminds me of 1987, when there was all sorts of questions about the integrity of the Progressive Party, but they won 53% of the vote and carried the day.
Yes.
And got 10,000 more votes, if I'm not mistaken, than the FNM did.
Yes, sir.
And so that's the first thing. Second thing, we haven't seen this type of performance from a third party
ever
since the split in the FNM that led to the BDP basically becoming. Now, of course, they won seats because they took the FNM's.
No, you just gave us a history lesson.
They took the FNM's safe seats.
Yeah.
And literally became the opposition.
Yeah.
So if this trend, if this continues, let's imagine Lincoln Bain wins. Let's imagine Lincoln Bain wins Pinewood, and I don't think there's anyone in the country who would argue that Lincoln Bain outdid Pintard as an opposition figure. What happens to the FNM really over the next 5 years?
Gentlemen, we have another projected winner here. If we could go to Southern Shores. Christina?
Projected winner in Southern Shores, where we have 100% of the vote. Obi Roberts in Southern Shores is the projected winner with 1,217 votes. That's 100% of the reported votes have been counted.
Thank you. If we can pull those numbers up on the board, the final count, so that we can have a look at those numbers on the board. And gents, I want to talk to you about those numbers as well in Southern Shores, particularly because going into this race, there were some issues within Southern Shores. There was an internal race. Obi Roberts emerged as the winner, and there were a lot of concerns about whether that would split the PLP vote or if that would harm the PLP, but
it didn't.
It didn't.
So once again, you're talking about your base. People in the PLP, like a family. We could row, we could talk all kinds of things, but when we go out, you're together. But you see in Southern Shores, the base that is out there that has been PLP came out in support of the PLP.
Well, the PLP has always had a larger base.
Yeah.
They've always had more safe seats in the country than the Free National Movement.
Yes.
But what is interesting is, the FNM doesn't seem to bring back the support that they lost from 2021. And the question is why. They're still disenchanted, upset, former voters that they can't seem to win back. And the departure of Minnis, I have to assign some significance to the fallout, because Minnis was the most. Just look at his margin of victory in 2017. It was he said it himself. It was historic.
Yeah, it's big.
And he really kind of recast the FNM in many ways. His style was different, and the way he operated. Remember, the FNM won Bain and Grantstown. Under Minnis.
And Centerville.
Under Minnis.
Any word out of Bain and Grantstown?
Yeah, no, we haven't seen those numbers.
No numbers.
Do we need?
Out of Bain and Grantstown. Okay.
So I think the loss.
How much more word you want, man?
So
People
want to know the results.
Are you prepared?
People want to know the results. People want to know how the candidates did.
So I think nationally,
but people want to know individual races.
Yes,
individual races are important.
I think nationally, the split between Minnis and the FNM has had a greater drag on them than we perhaps
than they thought.
Than we even know how to quantify at this point.
Than they thought.
Yeah. Interesting.
Than they thought.
All right, we are going to check in just a moment.
Well, Minnis' mission was successful.
Yes, he won the war.
Yeah.
He won the
They
war.
lost the battle.
He lost the battle, but he won the war.
So let me ask you now, again, Trevor, this is for you.
He said, you ain't gonna win without me.
Yes.
What
That's all his point
now?
was.
Is there a place back in the FNM for Minutes? Is there a place back in the FNM for the, what do you call them, the Mennonites, the Minutes supporters?
I can't comment on those particular and those specific matters because that is a decision that the Free National Party, the Free National Movement has to make as a broader party. You know, I can't make that statement. The Free National Movement Council made a decision not to ratify youth minutes, and once again, decisions of that nature has to go back to the Council of the Free National Movement. And of course, the Free National Movement, we are a resilient party, we are a movement. I have no doubt that we are going to go through a serious rebuilding, some soul searching, and because we have to hold this government account. Tonight is a victory for the Progressive Liberal Party, but we have not been enjoying a 4.5-year ride with the Progressive Liberal Party. I think Ian mentioned it earlier in terms of the number of scandals and issues, especially with fiscal management that came out in the last 3 months before the general election is of significant concern. So I think the Free National Movement has to get itself together to be a very strong opposition.
I'm going to come back to that.
Scandal held or swayed anybody.
Gentlemen, just hold that for just a moment because I do want to get it on the ground. Megan Shepherd is live out at the site of the soon-to-be PLP's victory rally. Megan, you're at Clifford Park.
I live in your soon.
You moved from where you were earlier. Tell us about the journey.
At the historic Clifford Park, and as you may recall, we were here on Saturday, and the PLP said on that stage behind me, should they be re-elected, they will be right back here for that victory rally. And right behind me, supporters are starting to trickle in. You can hear the music going on. They pipe tested. The tents are going up, and slowly but surely they are getting prepared for that victory rally. The police, they just came in on site. You see some buses coming in. Supporters, they're celebrating the pom-poms. The flags are in the air. As we all said, the voters, they would go to the polls. They went there April 30th, again today on May 12th. They made their voices heard loud and clear, and they chose Progress, the Davis administration. Unofficially, of course, there will be an official recount tomorrow, returns to office. But however, as it stands, unofficially, it seems the PLP is preparing for a victory rally. And again, the excitement is in the air. The supporters are coming in slowly but surely. On our drive here, we saw a little bit of fireworks going up in the air. I can't tell you exactly where it came from. I'm not the best with directions, but my cameraman seemed to believe it was coming from this side. They were testing out the fireworks. So I am sure it is going to be a grand celebration this evening here at Clifford Park. And as we heard, the Prime Minister has touched down in New Providence. He is on this way to the site. And of course, I'm anticipating the slate of candidates will also be out here. We will hear a few victory speeches, I'm assuming. And so again, it's going to be an exciting night. We will be here and we will continue to provide live updates as they become available. Jerome.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. We, of course, will be checking back in with you later on tonight. We are hoping to be able, or we are going to be in a position to carry those remarks whenever they come, whenever the Prime Minister makes it to the stage tonight, and whatever activity happens out there tonight. Thank you very much. We'll check back in with you a bit later on this evening. We'll also be checking in Grand Bahama to hear from the Free National Movement and their leader, Michael Pintard. We do understand that they are assembling a press conference, which I presume will be to give a concessionary speech. We do have some more projected winners to give to you tonight. I want to call them to the screen. No big surprise here. This is St. Anne's. Adrian White is the projected winner for the Free National Movement in this constituency. This is a bastion of support for the FNM that's pretty much been in their win column. And he is the incumbent for that area and has taken the win for the FNM in the St. Anne's constituency. Gentlemen, I can't believe it's only 9:30. It feels so much later than it really is, but it just tells you in the Bahamian in the Bahamian theater of politics, I call it, these nights happen very quickly. Within 2 hours, of polls closing, we generally know who the new government is going to be, and tonight really was no different. We saw it. We still have a couple key races out there that we're waiting to get the final results on, but obviously, Danny Johnson, your people have been, as Trevor, I'm sure your people have been reporting back as to who won, and so the party knows definitely that they are in the position to win. A couple things, and I want to get ready to speak to some of our voters upstairs, our younger voters who have been with the watch party, and get some of their feedback. So I'm kind of putting them on notice. But Gianni, tonight, what does a soon-to-be re-elected Prime Minister Philip Davis say to the Bahamian people on that stage tonight?
I think he says two simple things. One, thank you.
Yes.
Real thank you. Philip Davis was one of the stones the builder rejected in his quest to where he is now.
Mm-hmm.
He was the junior partner to the great firm of Ingram,
Christy Ingram
Davis and Co.
Christy Ingram Co. Christy Ingram Davis Co.
Yeah. He was the junior, and once or twice did not get the opportunity. But they negotiated where the things didn't fall apart. It's an important thing. That's what Ian is saying earlier. The second thing he looks at is that it's a look at himself. If he's gotten this opportunity he asked for, and his approach has been both simple and radical. Simple in that this man is just himself. What you see with this gentleman is what you get. That's the way he is. Radical in that he really believes that he can change some fundamental things about the Bahamas to give more people an opportunity for access to this thing. I call it the Bahamian dream. And just tell people, this is where we are now, and this is where I think we can go next.
All right. Trevor, we don't have a lot of time because I do want to swing up to our watch party, but what does a Michael Pintard say to the Bahamas tonight, to the Bahamian people and to his supporters?
I definitely think Michael Pintard is going to thank the thousands of Bahamians who supported the Free National Movement in this general election. I definitely expect a concession, and I expect a plan forward for the Free National Movement. Like I said earlier, the Free National Movement is a resilient organization.
Does that plan include Michael Pintard as leader?
That is going to have to be a decision that the leader makes, and that we'll see progress later. But I can't comment on that decision. We're very grateful.
Should it be?
We're very grateful for our leader through steering us through this difficult time. I think in the last 6 weeks of this general election, we saw an outstanding performance by the Free National Movement in terms of getting our message out there. We were not victorious tonight, but I think the Free National Movement, we fought to the very end, and I'm very proud of the efforts of our leader and our dynamic team. And I encourage all members of the Free National Movement to keep their head up and keep their heads held high, because we live in a democratic society and we should be proud to bear the banner of the Free National Movement. And I look forward to 2031 to reclaim government for the Free National Movement.
All right, we've got a ways to get before we start to even have that discussion, but thank you so much.
Long road to
allow me 30 seconds.
We are going to check in. We've got a lot more to talk about because we still have some elements out there that we need to bring to you, including the Prime Minister-elect's speech and also whatever word is coming out of Grand Bahama from the leader of the opposition. But I do want to check in with our folks who are in our watch party tonight. This is a group of voters who are young Bahamians who aspire to many things, but we're happy that they have joined us tonight, being led by our Andrew Knowles and our political analyst, Dr. Nyambe Hall Campbell-Dean.
Beginning to, or is painting a very clear picture. And so, Doc, I want to ask you, does any of this surprise you?
I'm not particularly surprised by any of the results that we see coming in. I think one of the things that is surprising to me is the performance of the female candidates. Seeing that they did particularly well. Happy to see that. I think that the COI as a party, we would see had the majority of female candidates in this election. There were more female candidates than any other election that we have seen thus far. And so I think to see the performance of them has been encouraging. So I was happily surprised to see that.
And what do you think voters are responding to?
I think that voters are not responding. You know, that's the main thing. That beyond the performance of the female candidates, the most surprising thing is, again, this low voter turnout. You know what? And so I would want to know, for the voters that did actually turn out, what are you voting for? Are you voting for your constituency? Are you voting for the vision that you see for the country? What is it that actually propelled you to come out when so many Bahamians, actually seemingly the majority of Bahamians, of the registered Bahamians to vote, nothing moved them to actually make it out of their homes to vote. So I think that is the most concerning thing that I'm seeing in this election day results.
And to our panel, gentlemen, was there any particular issue that you think decided this election?
I think that, like I said before, I think that, well, my biggest issue was the cost of living crisis. And we've had, VAT go up and down, taken off of this item, put back on that item, and we've had an inconsistent view on what it's going to take for us to eat and sleep. I mean, how are we going to live, right? And to vote back in a government that has left you in limbo in that regard is insane to me. But I think that's the biggest issue. But I don't know what anybody else may think of that.
McKelton, let's hear from you.
In my perspective, I would like to say that healthcare possibly played a major role. The timing of the launch or contract of the new hospital may have invoked some Bahamians to see that, you know what, maybe they are caring about healthcare. Maybe the government is doing something about our health and NIB and making sure that our elderlies are getting the certain services that they need from our physicians. And so I honestly think that by them releasing that at the time that they did, right before the election occurred and then doing the groundbreaking after the election was called, that timing was so perfect for those who were looking for the onlookers. Another thing that I think took the folks to the streets, or for those, like you said, Doc, that did participate, may have been the cost of living. And they are interested to see that what this government may do, since they have, like he says, made strides here and there, took off strides here and there. And so I to the point of, and we talked about this during the break, I just think that for Bahamians, I would caution them that we do not want to do that tit for tat, where a government comes in, they build up, and then another government comes in and tears down, and now we're in this constant rebuilding phase. And so it's going to be interesting to see a two-term government, since we haven't had one for a while, and where they'll go from there.
Just to speak to that point, I really think that that's an interesting point, or something that we should look to, because we do have a national development plan in this country. And I don't think that has really been mentioned in this election cycle at all. When we're talking about continuing or progressing, regardless of who is in, nobody has said, well, we'll continue, because we have a national development plan that we paid millions of dollars to develop and had all kind of consultants and went to all of the islands in this archipelago. Right. So these are the types of conversations that honestly is a little bit frustrating when we talk about continuance or how we're actually going to govern,
And Doc, I get livid as you talk about that. I get livid only because, why? Because of pride. Pride for the self. Country first and then you. I think the moment that we as individuals and politicians take country first, we can make strides towards things of that sort.
All right, Levine, I want to hear a little bit from you. So, what lesson do you think the political parties should take away from tonight?
The biggest lesson I would say political parties should take is that being a leader is not about to me, it's about what you have already done instead of planning on what you will do. People recognize you for the things you're already doing instead of what you say you're going to do. I think that's the biggest thing most political parties should take tonight.
Would you say that you think this election was more so, let me just get this last question in here, would you say this election was more so based on leadership or policy?
Ooh, that's hard to answer.
All right, so you think on that.
Yeah.
We're going to throw it right back down to the studio. Back down to you, Jerome.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. And a great discussion there with a group of young Bahamians who really represent our future in so many ways. Before we go back to our desk, I think we have some projected winners to share with you. All right, Christina?
Charlotte, our projected winner is Sebastian for the PLP. And in Long Island, that race that we were monitoring pretty closely earlier on, Dr. Andre Rollins for the FNM.
All right, two interesting projected winners there. Sebastian, who was a rock star in many ways when he came into this race, well known. There were a lot of questions about whether he was going to run. He presented himself. He presented a very well-run, well-organized campaign. His opposer was a return to politics who had come from Bain and Grantstown in a Travis Robinson, but was not successful. That has gone to the PLP win column. I think that was one of the races, Danny, that you all have projected you take. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Long Island, I'm just going to go on a limb and say no surprise. None whatsoever. It's always been in the FNM's win column except one time, and Larry Cartwright ran as an independent. But, no. But interesting in the return of Andre Rollins, who was a PLP turned FNM, who left politics and has now returned to take that seat. Trevor, I have to ask you, does he represent the future of the party?
I think all when we look at the slate of all persons who were elected, I think the Free National Movement has a very robust and in terms of a panel or selection to pick from. I think that there's a generation in the FNM now waiting to take over the party and to lead the party forward, and I have no doubt that we're going to be nurtured for that.
All right, gentlemen, I know that you, my two political experts are getting ready to go. I know that you have some other duties outside of here, but we will certainly stay with our coverage until we get until the night comes to an end. But Danny, what does tomorrow look like for the PLP? You've been given, by all accounts, you've been given a mandate from the Bahamian people, and I say mandate because when we overturn governments, we generally vote folks out.
Yes.
But now you have a party that has been in office for a full term, by and large, and has been given a mandate to return. What does tomorrow look like for the PLP led by a Prime Minister-elect, Brave Davis?
It looks like the future of the Bahamas in the 2020s in a volatile world, in steady experience hands, where you have a plan, but we have to execute on a plan. It looks like a country that has to come together for a while to protect and prosper all of its people. It looks like there is a change that has occurred. This is a big deal for us as a country. It's been 25 years we've been knocking back and forth. This change has occurred for a reason. People find some hope, some solace, and perhaps we should stick with the way we're going. And you have to now reward the people. The people reward you. Now you have to reward these people with living up to that trust and that commitment.
I just have one more thing I want to say. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to leave tonight and not, congratulate Danny and the Progressive Liberal Party for their performance.
Yeah, I still had another question for you,
Okay.
but go ahead.
I thought that was my...
No. I said my question.
I wonder where he's going though. I mean, you could come out. You can come out prepared with me.
No, sir.
We have a
You're
big
supposed to say tomorrow will be business as usual.
No, so that is my question
You're
now.
supposed to say.
That is my question.
Business as usual.
What
I
does
go into
tomorrow...
Trudy's and then I go into Clifford Park.
Listen, these some hard fellas to keep in line.
Because he know I'm not joining him. Not a snowflake chance in sunny Bahamas.
Not yet.
We'll invite
Not
you back.
yet.
How about this?
After your leadership convention, you can call me.
I will invite you back here on Thursday.
You good? I have a spot for you.
We have a conversation with a Scotch.
You're good.
Hold on, gentlemen. If you are available, you have an open invitation Thursday on the record.
Amen.
We're going to do a recap of all of this, so that's an open invitation for you. But Trevor, what does tomorrow look like for the FNM?
Tomorrow looks like...
Other than quiet. Because the headquarters can be quiet.
We're not going to be quiet, Jerome.
The headquarters can be quiet.
What tomorrow looks like is, it is clear that the Free National Movement will once again take up opposition. Tomorrow means continuing to hold this government to account. When I say tomorrow, I'm not speaking about the next 24 hours.
Right.
I'm speaking about the future. And we must continue to hold the government to account. This is the beauty of our democracy.
Yeah.
We have a government, we have opposition. The role of the opposition is to hold the government to account. And this government is not blameless, even though my good colleague over here would try to make it seem as if they've been blameless for the past 4.5 years. But they have had many, many faults. And the Free National Movement will continue to work on behalf of the Bahamian people to ensure that the rights of Bahamians are protected and this country remains in proper fiscal standing by speaking out against any mismanagement.
We have, gentlemen, before you really go, we're going to go over, we have one more projected winner. I do want to bring up that projected winner. It was a race I was asking about. And there we have it. Christina?
Wow.
Projected winner for
Being in Grandstown.
is Wade Watson of the PLP.
Landslide.
The incumbent for...
Yeah, the win.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Christina.
it's
Do we have the numbers? Are we able to show the numbers? I just wanted to give people a...
We don't
just
have
a
the
sense.
final
We don't have
numbers
the final
populated
numbers.
in here
Okay,
quite
we'll
yet.
come back to that later.
Yes.
I'm sure the PLP won more than 50% of the popular vote.
All right, so again,
beat him 2-1.
that was an interesting race. I think, the incumbent returned, and there was always, I think because his challenger had such a large public presence, having been a former sportscaster who had a really big public presence, it was a race that people were watching out. Let's be honest, Bain and Grandstown has always been a bastion of PLP support. I think only having gone to the FNM probably twice. I think in a Gregory Williams once, and then with Travis Robinson. Yeah. So again, it was an interesting race. It's always been that kind of in the PLP column, but it was an interesting race to watch.
And I want to give Travis Robinson credit too. He gave a valiant effort. He was outgunned. Yeah. No one expected him to win. Yeah, and the guy, he comported himself well.
Yeah.
He did.
He put in the fight. Gentlemen, we're going to take a break and allow you, Danny Johnson, Dr. Johnny Johnson, Dr. Trevor Johnson, thank you very much for being on with us tonight. I know that during election results, it's hard to pull yourself away from the party and from all the activities of the party to come and represent, but I want to thank you for coming, for providing great, thoughtful insight and representing your parties so well, and for the great discourse that we've had tonight. I always say to people that the wonderful thing about a democracy for me, it allows for us to disagree openly, publicly, and at the end of the day, hopefully all come away with something.
Yes. Well, that's the beauty of our system.
Yeah.
We're a small country. We've done well over the last several hundred years. I think we've made quantum leaps in the last 50. And we now are at a juncture of a generational politic. We used to have identity politics. Now we go into generational politics to see in your next generation, what will the Ian Straughns, Trevors and Dannys do, and Jeromes, to drive our country, our culture forward? What are we going to do? So yes, we've done some good things, but what are we actually going to do that's going to change this life, this love for this people where we have to live? We ain't got nowhere to go. You see everyone trying to come here. we ain't got nowhere to go. We need to get together and figure out how we can make this the greatest little country in the world. And we could do it.
All right. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. We are going to take a much-needed commercial break for all of us here to give us a moment to catch our proverbial breaths. And when we come back, we still have a lot more to get to. We have more projected winners. We have more races that are still coming in. We still have to hear from the Prime Minister-elect. We still also have to hear from the Leader of the Opposition tonight over in Grand Bahama. And so stay with us. We're going to take a bit of a break. But Our Vote 2026 continues right here on the RTV network in just a few.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and everybody watching from Nassau. Tonight, we welcome a star. So please join me in welcoming the barbecue rap star, star of the show!
KFC, it's finger licking good.
I get it. You can order stuff on wimauto.com and pay for it online.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Online is just the first step.
They have next weekday delivery in Nassau, Monday to Friday.
What if I don't live in Nassau?
Wimauto.com will send it to the mailbox.
What if I don't want nobody knowing where I live?
They have a store.
What if I don't want to come inside because I don't like air conditioning?
They have a drive-thru.
If you love wimauto.com so much, why don't you just marry it?
If Wim Auto starts selling fries, we're gonna have to reassess this entire relationship. Bing bang ding.
Bing bang ding, ding ding bang, bang bang bang, ding bang ding, bing bang ding, ding ding bang, bang bang bang, ding bang ding, bang bang, ding bang ding, ding bang ding, ding ding bang.
The week moves fast. Move smart with KFC. Monday, start with crunchy deals. Tuesday, you already know it's crazy. Wednesday, keep it under $10. Thursday, the Kentucky Crunch for $7.50. Friday, the meal deal for $9.85. Saturday night, we got you covered. And Sunday, no stove today. The fill-up box feeds the family. Outsmart the week with KFC.
Good health starts with easy access, and that's what LAMP gives you. Affordable, reliable entry to high-quality care designed to help you stay well. With LAMP, your health journey is simplified, from routine labs and imaging to pharmacy services, urgent care, and beyond, all within the doctor's hospital health system. With plans starting at just $1.30 per day, LAMP is your guide to wellness and peace of mind for you and your family. Visit lamp.doctorshorse.com to learn more.
Comfort Suites Paradise Island is the best kept secret in the Bahamas. Located directly next door to the Atlantis Resort, you'll receive all the privileges of an Atlantis guest with all the benefits of a Comfort Suite stay. Enjoy everything Atlantis has to offer, including Aquaventure Water Park, plus all the amenities of Comfort Suites. Free Wi-Fi, free breakfast daily, and kids stay, play, and eat free. Visit ComfortSuitesPI.com.
Step inside a world of adventure with Mandalorian and Grogu at Burger King. See The Mandalorian and Grogu, only in cinemas.
Like, what are you grabbing all these pizzas, boy?
Wait, Marcos, wait. We have a special on all the large one-topping pizzas, wait.
Pineapple.
All.
Barbecue.
All. Hey, that included, wait.
I need the $10 special place.
How many of them would you like?
20 in it. Thank you so much, man. $10, that's it. The Marcos got that deal, boy.
Very dry, tight, sensitive skin? Relieve it in 60 seconds with Aveeno Skin Relief. With soothing triple oat complex, clinically proven to heal and strengthen dry skin. Aveeno, your skin stronger.
Don't let diarrhea steal your sunshine. Imodium Multi-Symptom Relief gets to work fast in just 1 hour, offering our most complete relief from diarrhea, bloating, gas, and cramps. So you can get diarrhea off your mind. Imodium. Calm the chaos of diarrhea.
The TDC is building businesses with intention through the Bahamas Venture Pitch Competition.
Because a huge part of this competition is also looking at what your ideas are in terms of the vision, the problems that you are solving, the solutions that you have, and of course, how economically viable those things are. Because having a dream is one thing, but really putting the strategy around how you're going to bring that to fruition is also as important.
The Bahama Venture Pitch Competition proves that investing in Bahamians is investing in the Bahamas.
Popeye's wings got better. Now spicy and mild, sauced and dry rubbed. If Popeyes can make better wings, I can be better Mayfield.
This keeps getting better.
A real gentleman would share those wings.
Let's just get across the street.
And the better baker is Baker.
Yes! Popeye's wings got better. Now available in spicy and mild, sauced and dry rub, bone in and boneless. With Popeye's wings, you can enjoy bold flavor while controlling the heat.
Love that chicken. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and everybody watching from Nassau. Tonight, we welcome a star. So please join me in welcoming the barbecue rap star, star of the show!
KFC, it's finger licking good.
I get it. You can order stuff on ournews.bs and pay for it online.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Online is just the first step.
They have next weekday delivery in Nassau, Monday to Friday.
What if I don't live in Nassau?
Wimauto.com will send it to the mailbox.
What if I don't want nobody knowing where I live?
They have a store.
What if I don't want to come inside because I don't like air conditioning?
They have a drive-thru.
If you love wimauto.com so much, why don't you just marry it?
If Wim Auto starts selling fries, we're gonna have to reassess this entire relationship.
Bing bang bing. Bing bang bing. Ding ding bang. Bang bang bang. Bing bang bing. Bing bang bing. Ding ding bang. Bang bang bang. Bing bang bing. Bang bang. Bing bang bing. Bing bang bing. Ding ding bang.
The week moves fast. Move smart with KFC. Monday, start with crunchy deals. Tuesday, you already know it's crazy. Wednesday, keep it under $10. Thursday, the Kentucky Crunch for $7.50. Friday, the meal deal for $9.85. Saturday night, we got you covered. And Sunday, no stove today. The fill-up box feeds the family. Outsmart the week with KFC.
Good health starts with easy access, and that's what LAMP gives you. Affordable, reliable entry to high-quality care designed to help you stay well. With LAMP, your health journey is simplified, from routine labs and imaging to pharmacy services, urgent care, and beyond, all within the doctor's hospital health system. With plans starting at just $1.30 per day, LAMP is your guide to wellness and peace of mind for you and your family. Visit lamp.doctorshorse.com to learn more.
Comfort Suites Paradise Island is the best kept secret in the Bahamas. Located directly next door to the Atlantis Resort, you'll receive all the privileges of an Atlantis guest with all the benefits of a Comfort Suite stay. Enjoy everything Atlantis has to offer, including Aquaventure Water Park, plus all the amenities of Comfort Suites. Free Wi-Fi, free breakfast daily, and kids stay, play, and eat free. Visit ComfortSuitesPI.com.
Step inside a world of adventure with Mandalorian and Grogu at Burger King. See The Mandalorian and Grogu, only in cinemas.
Like, what you grabbing
these pizzas, boy?
Boy, Marcos, boy. We have a special on all the large one topping pizzas, boy.
Pineapple.
All.
Barbecue.
All. Hey, VAT included, boy.
I need the $10 special plate.
How many would you like?
20 in it. Thank you so much, man. $10, that's it. And Marcos got that deal, boy.
Very dry, tight, sensitive skin? Relieve it in 60 seconds with Aveeno Skin Relief. With soothing triple oat complex, clinically proven to heal and strengthen dry skin. Aveeno, your skin stronger.
Don't let diarrhea steal your sunshine. Imodium Multi-Symptom Relief gets to work fast in just 1 hour, offering our most complete relief from diarrhea, bloating, gas, and cramps. So you can get diarrhea off your mind. Imodium. Calm the chaos of diarrhea.
The TDC is building businesses with intention through the Bahamas Venture Pitch Competition.
Because a huge part of this competition is also looking at what your ideas are in terms of the vision, the problems that you are solving, the solutions that you have, and of course, how economically viable those things are. Because having a dream is one thing, but really putting the strategy around how you're going to bring that to fruition is also as important.
The Bahama Venture Pitch Competition proves that investing in Bahamians is investing in the Bahamas.
Popeye's wings got better. Now spicy and mild, sauced and dry rubbed. If Popeyes can make better wings, I can be better Mayfield.
It keeps getting better.
A real gentleman would share those wings.
Let's just get across the street.
And the better baker is Baker.
Yes! Popeye's wings got better. Now available in spicy and mild, sauced and dry rub, bone in and boneless. With Popeye's wings, you can enjoy bold flavor while controlling the heat.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
I bet you didn't know that Bahamas Power and Light Company Limited has made a mega investment in some brand new technology that not only reduces the impact of outages, but is also smart enough to isolate the affected area, preventing power disruption from impacting larger areas. Gone are the days where an outage in one area subsequently impacts another. Let me introduce you to the Interrupter.
For customers, this device means less downtime. Crews can now go straight to the interrupter, identify the fault, and begin restoration efforts faster.
So we have 47 interrupters throughout New Providence. So the interrupter, it senses a fault. In that, it'll send trip signals down the line. Trip signals come back positive or negative depending on if the fault can be cleared or if the fault is not cleared. That determines whether or not it stays open or closed.
Mr. Smith shares in detail how the system actually works and how its effectiveness saves time.
Without the interrupter, if it is a fault, the entire feeder would go out, causing everybody to be off. But with the interrupter would open, isolating that particular fault area. Therefore, not impacting all of the customers. If it's open, then they know that the fault is beyond that point. Therefore, that would avoid the amount of time they would take patrolling the entire area.
All right, welcome back, folks. We are here well on into the night, our vote 2026. We understand that Michael Pintard, the leader of the Free National Movement, is at the FNM's headquarters in Grand Bahama. We are going to take you there now as he seeks to address a gathering there on a news conference. So we're going to now take you there to the FNM's headquarters in Freeport, Grand Bahama, where FNM leader Michael Pintard is going to deliver an address.
Where is he?
Sean, you grab it. We can just lift it over it. Hold on. it back. That's it. Let's bring that back. Hold on, let me fix this now.
You got it? Please, not a possible chance. Okay. Good? Good evening, Bahamas. Good evening to all of my F&M family. A short time ago, I called Prime Minister Philip Davis. I congratulated him on his party's victory at the polls and offered him my and our best wishes. He has my prayers for the work ahead, and he has the assurance that His Majesty loyal opposition, the one that he will face in the House of Assembly, will exactly be committed to the Bahamian people and show loyalty to the causes that affect their lives. Today, the Bahamian people made their choice. In a democracy, that is the only voice that ultimately matters. The people of the Bahamas have spoken, and we accept their decision. That is how a democracy works. We make our case, we ask for your trust, we count the ballots, and we honor what the count says. That has been the Bahamian way, and tonight we honor it once again. To every Bahamian who voted today, thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for taking your democracy seriously. Whether you voted F&M, PLP, or for any other party or individual, you are the reason this country still belongs to its people. To the tens of thousands of Bahamians across these islands who voted for the Free National Movement, I am and we are grateful to you beyond what words can express. Because of your efforts, we have expanded our numbers in the House of Assembly, and so it is my privilege to congratulate and welcome the new members of Parliament. Now bear in mind, these numbers be official tomorrow, but let me welcome Michael, Member of Parliament J. Leo Ferguson, Freetown Member of Parliament Lincoln Deal, Central Grand Bahama Member of Parliament elect Fraser Gibson, East Grand Bahama J. Crazy Thompson, Long Island Member of Parliament Dr. Andre Rollins, St. Anne's Adrian White, and Kalani Michael Barnett Ellison. Michaela Barnett Ellis. You believe in a different kind of government. You believed in honest, accountable government that's fair in all of its dealings, fair in its issuance of contracts. You believed in a Bahamas that works for all of our people. That belief did not lose tonight. That belief endures, and it will outlast every election that comes. To my Deputy Leader, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, and our Chairman, my brothers, my friends, thank you very much for your selfless service. To every candidate who carried our colors into each constituency. Win or lose, you are champions to me. And you should be champions to every FNM tonight. Especially to those who came up short. The work you did was not wasted. It was a down payment on the next chapter of our country. To the canvassers, all of you are here tonight, who knocked on many doors, to the volunteers who gave up their evenings, their weekends, well, truly gave up your days, to the donors who believed in us, to the staff at headquarters who gave their time to make this campaign possible. Thank you for all of your sacrifices. There's no FNM tonight, in victory or in loss, without you. To my wife and daughter, I want to say a special thanks. But the truth is, all of us have spouses and loved ones, and I want to say to all of you that have stood on the side of and behind all of these candidates and workers, we want to extend a special thanks to all of you for the sacrifices you made, the price you paid right along with them. I want to take a moment now to speak directly to the FNMs in this room and those watching at home tonight, because I know what you're feeling, and I want you to know that all of us, we feel the same way. To the young person who voted FNM for the first time, I want to say to you that your commitment today should not leave you wondering tonight whether your vote mattered. I want you to hear us. It mattered. You stood in line and cast a ballot for the Bahamas you believed in. That is something significant. That's everything. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. To the Bahamians who have been with the FNM since the days of Secession, those who voted in every election since 1972, who've watched victories and watched losses, and who is sitting tonight wondering if the long road was worth it, I say to you that it was, and it is. The Bahamas is freer, more accountable, more honest, because of every voter who spoke tonight and in other elections. And we want you to hold up your head tonight. You did not lose. The work simply continues. To the candidate who went to bed believing that he or she would wake up as a member of Parliament and have to face different results, we want you to know that we see you. And I know the weight of what you are carrying. I've been there. The country needed your name on the ballot and your efforts. The country still needs you. Do not put down what you've been called to deliver. My fellow Bahamians, our calling did not begin tonight, and it does not end tonight. When Hubert Ingram stood at this very crossroad in 2012, he reminded us that what this party has done for our country is significant. He reminded us that the Free National Movement introduced the era of government in the sunshine, the government committed to accountability and transparency. That calling did not retire with him. That calling did not retire tonight. Every generation of FNMs is given the same task, to keep the books open, to keep the public trust at the center of public life. Tonight, that task passed to a new generation of FNMs, and I hope that you, as we have, will accept it. We were not building a government. We were building a country. The country endures. Tomorrow morning, the Free National Movement takes up the role the Bahamian people have given us, the role of His Majesty loyal opposition. And we will guard your trust, and we will honor it by our efforts. We will oppose when we must. We will agree when the government's plans does serve the Bahamian people's interests, and we will oppose when it doesn't. We will never, ever forget who sent us to that house, nor the friends who stood by us, the donors who contributed to this party. Not the powerful, but the people of these family of islands who deserve a government that works for them. And so, whether that government is ours or someone else's own, tonight, the result was not what we had hoped for. But the country we love did not disappear when the polls closed. The Bahamas we love is still there. It's still ours, and it's still home. To the people of Marco City, who have honored me with the privilege of representing you again, I want to say thank you. I will continue to serve you with everything that I have. And to all of you that are in this room tonight, every day I recognize that I stand on your shoulders, that you've given me the rarest of opportunities to serve our community, and I will do so vigilantly. To every Bahamian on every island, in every constituency, on every party, to all of you, even those who have no party at all, may God bless the work that we have done. May God bless the work yet to come. May God bless this beautiful country, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. At this time, we'll take a couple of questions, and then we want to spend time with the F&M family here tonight. No, it was clear that not only COI, but independence. We made the point during the election that a vote for the COI or a vote for an independent is to really, it's a vote for the PLP. So we understand that clearly. I believe in conventions. I've honored it. Over the time that I've served as leader of the party, in 4.5 years, we have held 3 conventions, 2 that involved the leadership. So I'm absolutely committed to that convention. But more importantly, I'm committed to having a discussion with the team. And over the course of the next few days, we will make a decision, and we'll let you know.
And what's next for the party?
The work continues. No retreat, no surrender.
We should expect a leadership convention.
I've addressed convention matters. That one over. Yeah. Any other questions? No, we'll pass on the statements tonight. Thank you very much for coming, ladies and gentlemen of the press, and again, good night, Bahamas.
All right, Tom. All right, we see there the address given by the leader of the opposition, Michael Pintard, who was one of several FNMs to retain seats tonight. But he really gave what I thought was a dignified response. As my grandmother used to say, there's always dignity in defeat. He started out by saying that he congratulated the Prime Minister. He thanked the Bahamian people. He accepted the decision. He spoke to the democratic process and what it should be. And, despite all of the issues that were raised going into the election, he in many ways spoke about the electoral process and how the Bahamian people saw it through. And so I think that was important to mention. However, this clearly was not the outcome that the party had anticipated.
Yeah, there's no way, there's absolutely no way, given the problems that were brought to light with the PLP's administration, that you would expect a performance like this. You had to assume that even if the PLP won, the FNM would make significant gains. you had to expect that a government that was spending $65 million on travel when you didn't have medicine in the hospital, when nurses were complaining and teachers were complaining and PPSU were complaining and police were complaining, when almost $500 million in contracts were granted with no transparency, you had to assume after it was revealed that passports were compromised and voters' cards were compromised, you had to assume a better performance by the Free National.
Those things are not important, and I'm not outright contradicting you, but
no,
I
I get you.
The electorate said that those things were not important. Those things don't resonate with them.
Well, let's look at it this way. I don't know that it didn't resonate, but I know that what looks like 40% of registered voters decided they weren't coming to vote.
Well, I think that's
right.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So I think in the final analysis, when the final votes come in, and I just want to point out again that the more things change. So once again, the Parliamentary Registration Department has ceased to give final numbers. We are still guesstimating here.
Yeah, we don't know for sure about some of these outcomes.
The party has given, the parties have given their counts. It looks like 635. That's what we're guessing at this point. But once again, I think the Parliamentary Registration Department has decided to just stop giving numbers. That's a story for another day. We're going to wrap up with our Talia Hall, who was in the room tonight. She's standing by live in the room tonight in Grand Bahama when that concession speech was given. Italia, you have been on the ground in Grand Bahama for a couple of days. You've been with this race from the beginning, and here you are tonight at the end. Any closing observations from your end tonight as we wrap up with you?
All right, Jerome. So it's really loud in the room. I tried to hear what you said just now, but supporters here, they're still happy about the potential 3 seats that the F&M may have won here in Grand Bahama. So while they are disappointed about the results overall, some are very excited about the 3 seats that they may have won. And you just heard from the leader of the opposition, Michael Pintard, a moment ago, giving his concession speech at the headquarters here in Freeport, where he congratulated the leader of the Progressive Liberal Party on the party's win. Pintard admitting that tonight it wasn't easy and it wasn't the result that they hoped for, but he respects the decision by the Bahamian people. He also thanked every Bahamian for voting today and exercising their right to vote and taking democracy seriously. He also congratulated the F&M candidates who won unofficially and thanked all the F&M supporters, especially those in Marco City, which he is the unofficial winner for in Grand Bahama. And things are wrapping up here, but we will be sure to have a full story from here tomorrow night in our newscast. Reporting live from Grand Bahama for our news, I'm Italia Hall Thomas. Back to you, Jerome.
All right, thank you very much, our Italia Hall, along with Jamila Missick, both Grand Bahama natives who are on the ground for us days ahead of this election, reporting tonight. And of course, bringing us the very latest on that concession speech given there by the leader of the opposition, as she mentioned. Tomorrow's going to be a very interesting news day as we delve into all of this and unpack what happened, get a lot of the reactions. But we are tonight also joined in this broadcast by a group of young voters, young Bahamians who have been watching closely the process, not just tonight, but prior to tonight. And so they have been very much involved and have been giving a lot of feedback even before the polls closed. And so our Andrew Knowles is with our watch party along with our political analysts. We're going to check back with them as we approach now closer to the 11 o'clock hour. Andrew?
In session speech of opposition leader Michael Pintard, and so the people have spoken. The Progressive Liberal Party will form the next government of the Bahamas. I want to go straight to our panel. I just want to ask you guys, with being forward-looking now, what do you think? What is it that young Bahamians want to see from this next government?
From this next government, I think that they want to see progress. They voted for progress. They chose progress today. And they want to see I guess, what was already implemented in the past 5 years, or 4.5, or 5 years now, to continue in the next 5 years. But what I also think is that young people want to see more young people. So this is an excellent time for the opposition to place more young people in key positions so that they can rebuild over this next 5 years and become a more formidable opponent for the 2031 or sooner election. The same thing may go for any third party that thinks that they would like to contest the seats as well.
Sure, I'm just asking you, what do you think young people want to see from this next government?
I think aside from the basic things of cost of living, I think young individuals want to see more inclusion in terms of their involvement at the local level government, in terms of national level government, even party politics. Young individuals are taking more interest in not even just Bahamian politics, but politics regionally. I have had the opportunity to serve with so many different young and dynamic leaders in the Bahamas. And so I think their sentiment is one of just inclusion, from the PLP. How best can they include the young people, like Trent would have said. And I know one of the biggest issues that we face is the rise of technology in our country, and Bahamians, young Bahamians, wanting to be more included. We saw with the influencers, how they are now rallying for a piece of the pie.
McKelton?
For me, I would say two things. One, starting with education. I believe young people want to see education which will lead to opportunity. And when I say education, I don't just mean free schooling for UB. What I'm talking about is in the high school level, providing our kids with the equipment to go to university, because everybody may not aspire to go in government. Everybody may not aspire to be a politician. However, everybody aspires to be successful. And so I think for the next government, I believe that young people should charge this government to provide opportunity, provide the tools in education, because we all need education to succeed, so that all of our kids can be successful in their endeavors.
And Doc, how significant do you think the pressure is on government to deliver on what these young voters are looking for?
Well, I think that the pressure is on. You campaigned for this, and so now you have to deliver. I think that some of the things which will be interesting to see is that now that you have 2 terms, what are you going to do with your consecutive terms in government? Some of the things that I think that could be immediately put into play, a Freedom of Information Act, right? Things that people have been talking about for consecutive administrations, criminalizing marital rape. Things that you can do without having to have a referendum. Just change it, right? Implementing the National Development Plan, ratifying that. So transportation, right? Public transportation, making that a real and viable option for Bahamians. So there are so many things that I think that they can move on immediately that will say, okay, we are progressing. I don't know how much of those things were actually focused on in this election cycle, with things like the cost of living being so high on the list. But I think that these are things that could be done and implemented quickly to show that progress is happening. I think that for the opposition, this is a time to really lay out what changes, right? We heard that word coming up a lot, but I think the fact that the voter turnout was so low indicates that people don't think that there is a real change. And so why should I even, participate? So what is the difference between, a change in government and a change in systems, a change in structure? I don't think that I really heard a lot about that. And I think that a radical systemic change is something that is really going to be a point that the opposition should be focusing on as they move forward.
Trent, I know you want to get a point in.
Yeah. Doc, between 2021 and now, those things were on the ballot. The FNM campaigned on implementing the Freedom of Information Act. As a matter of fact, they passed it in 2012. The issue of marital rape was campaigned on by the PLP. They talked about it. They had 5 years to do it. Nobody did it. So obviously, these things, while are important things, were not in the forefront of Bahamians' minds, because if they wanted a change and they wanted these things to happen, they would have done it. And they didn't. The FNM campaigned on some of these things. The PLP had an opportunity to do these things. As much as important as all of these things are, it was on the ballot. And clearly, the people did not want it. For better or for worse, they had an opportunity, they squandered it. So
Trent, while you're on that point, and I just wanted to throw this in there because I know a lot of times we provide equipment or tools, but don't give the application, don't give space to use it. And so I want to provide some of my information as well. I'm sure, Trent, you all won't mind. Please, young people, reach out to us. Right? Because sometimes young people don't want to hear from the older folks because they don't seem relatable. And you talk about all of these different acts, and some young folks are probably looking on like, what are you talking about? Right? And some might need to hear it from a younger crowd. So I'm going to say, listen, my name is McKelton Johnson. You can find me just that way, McKelton Johnson. And reach out. Let's have those conversations. Let's make sure that we are educated on the matter so that when it comes our time, because it seems, like you said, Trent, it seems as if it might be too late for the old dog. And so let's train the new dog so when they come up, we have those old tricks passed away.
I couldn't agree more.
All right. I mean, great discussion that we've had here. I want to thank you gentlemen and you, of course, the lady, for making my job easier, just having to ask questions and allowing them to just respond in the way they did. And so if nothing further, give you the last word, Dr.
I think, as you pointed out, the lady, that was one point that I don't think we really touched on, or just the voice of the woman in the election cycle. What role does she play? What role will she play in this government movement? I think that as we go forward, I hope that there is a more intentional focus on governance and less on politics. And so I hope that we can see that in these next 5 years.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all. Thank you, my guests. I'll turn it back down to you, Jerome.
Here we go. All right. Thank you very much, Andrew, and to your guests tonight. When we envisioned the watch party, we wanted to have young Bahamians who were going to give a different perspective, who were going to speak about the things that they observed and what they were interested in, and wanted to give observations in this forum. And I think they did an amazing job in doing that, and discussing just what the vote meant to them, what the next 5 years is going to look like. Ian, thank you for remaining with me tonight on the desk. We are still awaiting the victory speech from the Prime Minister-elect, Philip Brave Davis. I do understand from my team in the field that the inclement weather, the heavy downpour, has delayed that. We are being told that he will speak tonight. We are not quite sure what time or how soon that's going to be or how soon that's going to happen. We hope that it's going to happen soon, as we are on standby, but because of the rain, we have not been able to carry any remarks at this point. Ian, and we're also going to check back in with Christina just to give you a full picture of what the official results looked like before PRD shut down tonight. Ian, first of all, I want to go back to Michael Pintard's speech. I thought that, what I appreciated was that he did face in to the public. He came and spoke. We've had instances, and I've been around long enough. This is my 7th election. I have seen instances where leaders who have lost races sent a press release or a spokesman or didn't come forward.
Yeah.
Didn't face the music. And so, first of all, I want to recognize that because, we prepare for these things, but sometimes you just don't know. But he came out and he spoke. But one of the things you and I talked about was in the initial analysis, what went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I think Michael Pintar deserves a lot of credit for trying to, for successfully rebuilding a broken party and building consensus, and gaining leadership successfully twice through convention, organizing all of the branches and so on. And if you listen to his interviews, if you listen to his speeches, it's hard to figure out what more Bahamians wanted from their leader of the opposition in terms of answering questions directly, exhaustively, some would argue too exhaustively. Laying out,
I agree with you on that. I thought sometimes, he
could have been more succinct.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
But he's an orator, so I understand as well.
Holding the government to account, calling them out when they were doing things wrong. I don't know how you fault him for that. I think there are larger things that the whole F&M needs to own. That's how I'd put it. Obviously, the decision, but ultimately, as I said in an article I put on Facebook, you're going to take all the credit, or you'll be given all the blame. That's just the way it is.
And definitely all the blame.
Yeah, and so the blame rests on him.
Sit at his feet.
Yeah, and as I said earlier this evening, I think that the F&M had his hands tied behind his back because they left Adrian Gibson in the house. I'm not speaking to his guilt or innocence, but you have to oppose
the circumstances,
and you have to be able to do that in a full-throated way. And the fact of the matter was, Lincoln Bain was more of what the people wanted in an opposition than you were. And I think you cannot separate the fact that Adrian Gibson was in the house and, he has a court case, and the fact that the F&M couldn't come out and just call the PLP corrupt. They seemed to shy away from it.
Something else you mentioned earlier in your discourse, that you thought that Hubert Minnis should have been out of the House of Assembly.
Yes. I mean, he should have done the
how
thing.
were how do you unsee the sitting member of?
No, he ought to have resigned. He ought
to have resigned.
He ought to have retired from. And you know how these conversations go. We need you to retire. But we're going to celebrate you. We're going to fetch you. But you need to step.
Which then comes to my next point. How much did Hubert Minnis, or how much damage did Hubert Minnis and his supporters inflict on the FNM?
A whole lot. I mean, he got headlines for 4 years.
And because he was in the House of Assembly.
He was a former prime minister.
Yeah, and he was in the House of Assembly.
Yes, he was. And people put a microphone in front of him and he spoke. Mm-hmm. So, that was a major factor. I remember having a conversation with a former F&M cabinet minister who was in the Minnis administration. I won't call her name. But he said to me, quite frankly, that he would prefer to see the PLP win than the F&M win. That's a serious thing. So there was a serious division, serious resentment, and some of the high-profile cabinet ministers and F&M supporters who were Minnis people,
call them Mennonites.
Yeah, would not lift a finger to assist. In fact, contributed to division, and I think that was also distraction, and they couldn't mobilize. And I think another big thing is they didn't actually ever really go after. To me, the F&M had no real plan for the youth vote. They could have started that 2-3 years ago.
Now, I'll tell you what I did see, because I had an opportunity through our newscast to be on rally sites on more than one occasion. And you're right. One of the things that struck me immediately was the ages, the youthfulness of the PLP supporters. And this is coming off of historically, in my time doing these kinds of things, when the PLP was accused of being the party of old people.
Associated with old folks, yeah.
Or from the pending, yeah.
And 2 other 70-year-old candidates.
that was always a thing that hung around the neck of the PLP for a long time, almost as a death knell, that this was a party for old people. But this campaign was, I did not see that this time around. As a matter of fact, I saw the reverse, because when I went to the F&M rallies, that's what stuck out to me was the older generation of the FNM who I had seen through my 7 elections, who had been supporting the party, who was still there, but not a lot of new, fresh
I didn't understand
faces.
that. I don't understand how you did not come up with a strategy for people who are going to be 18 to 25 to 27, to get them on board, to find out what was important to them, to really engage them, to get candidates that reflected them. I think that was a major problem, right? So I think those are all issues. And let's face it, the PLP played chess while the FNM was playing checkers.
Yeah.
Why do I say that? As simple as the gutting of the fourth estate and getting the talent out of journalism and working for the government. That's a hell of a move.
We are still suffering for it.
So the people who are supposed to be holding you accountable, they work for you now.
Still suffering for it in many ways. Ian, we have a few more points to discuss, and we're still trying to confirm whether the Prime Minister-elect will speak tonight. So we're going to check in just to find out what time that's going to happen. But in the interim, we do have a few more projected winners, a few more projected races to call. Christina Dragovich is still with us at the decision board, and Christina, I know that we have some key races to call that we've been waiting on. 3 very interesting races that were kind of called earlier, but not officially. So if you can let us know what they are and what those numbers look like.
We officially don't have all of the final numbers for Elizabeth, but we do have a projected winner there. Jo Beth Colby Davis from the PLP is the projected winner for Elizabeth. And we look forward to getting these official numbers tomorrow. In Garden Hills, the projected winner is Mario Boleg from the PLP. And in St. James, Owen Wells from the PLP is the projected winner. So those are the latest numbers that we have tonight. This map will again be fully populated tomorrow when you tune into Our News or you visit ournews.bs. You'll be able to see the exact breakdown of where the seats are for each party in New Providence and the Family Islands. Jerome?
All right. Thank you very much, Christina. We do want to thank you for those numbers. Sorry, for those projected winners. We do want to point out that I'm going to take a deep breath before I lunge into this. Every election cycle, every time I sit here for these results, I keep coming back to the same statement. The Parliamentary Registration Department, at a certain point in any election, whenever a winner is declared or seen, stops giving numbers. It has been at least almost an hour and a half that we have been given official numbers. And so we're just doing projected winners at this point because we haven't gotten any official numbers. And having said that, we're going to switch over back to Christina. We've got some more numbers, I think, some projected winners.
Again, no official numbers for Killarney, but we do have a projected winner for Killarney. Just pulling up that graphic right now. So at our last reporting, we had 67% of the reported vote, but again, these numbers have been updated. At that point, earlier in the night, we had Dr. Minnis coming in with 448 votes. We had Robin Lyons coming in with 1,558 votes. And we had Michaela Barnett Davis coming in with 1,465 votes. We can say that the projected winner for this constituency is Michaela Barnett Ellis for the FNM.
Interesting that Dr. MacGyver, 1 over 400 votes. It's going to be interesting how...
Those aren't the final
No, those aren't the final ones.
Those are the final numbers, but good.
Yeah.
At last count, 421, but obviously more have come in since then.
So I see Mitchell is speaking at the...
So we'll go now to the PLP rally. It looks like the winner for Fox Hill.
Chairman, yeah.
Chairman of the PLP, Fred Mitchell, is on the podium.
It's good to see you back here at Clifford Park. I got a little concerned about that rain, and then I thought, when it rains, crab crawling. First and foremost, I thank God for His grace, His guidance, and His mercy that has carried us through this journey. I thank my wife, my children, my family, my friends, and my team. You have been my strength when I needed it most. I also must thank the stalwart councillors, the officers and members, and the soldiers of the Progressive Liberal Party. And to Prime Minister Davis, I congratulate you for leading a spectacular campaign over the last few weeks. And I recognize Mrs. Davis. Prime Minister, I thank you for your leadership. I thank you for your confidence and your commitment to the Bahamian people. Together, we have made the case for progress. And tonight, the people have spoken and have elected what I've been calling the progress team. And I congratulate my colleagues for bringing it home. And about 45 minutes ago, I thanked in person the great people of Exuma and Ragged Island for returning me to the House of Assembly for the third consecutive term. I am humbled. I am grateful. Exuma, I see you down there. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your belief. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to continue to serve you. And I promise you, I will continue to serve you with diligence. This victory is for every man, woman, and child in our country. I am your representative. I am your servant. Tonight we celebrate, but tomorrow we get back to work. The work of building stronger communities, the work of creating more opportunities, the work of creating more ownership, the work of empowering the Bahamian people to grow and to thrive. I thank you, PRPs. We move forward together as one people Together. God bless you. Thank you very much. PLP. 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 And now, ladies and gentlemen, a man you know and love, a second-term Prime Minister, the first to have done this in decades. I present Philip Edward Craig Davis.
For your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake till I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful.
Come on, PLP, sing for me.
All my life you have been so. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God.
PLPs. PLPs. Oh, my fellow Bahamians. Fellow Bahamians. Just look at the goodness of God. Look at the goodness of God.
'Cause all my life you have been faithful.
I have some news. I don't know if you all have heard it, but the country has spoken. The Bahamian people have made their choice. Today, the Bahamian people chose progress. Today, the Bahamian people choose to move forward. Forward with our plan. Forward with our team. And forward with my leadership. For all your trust and faith in our vision, we thank you. We thank you for sharing our confidence that together we can continue to build a better Bahamas. I know that you voted today because you love our country. You voted because you believe that together we can make some of the big changes that will fulfill the ambitions we share for our Bahamas. We all want a country that has more opportunities. A country where safety and prosperity belong to all Bahamians. We want a country in which all of you and your children and your grandchildren will thrive. They promised you much, and I promise you, with every bone in my body and every beat of my heart, we will do all that we can to deliver. But we cannot do it alone. All that we have achieved so far is because you joined us in partnership. It is because of your efforts, your drive, and your determination our country has come thus far. I look forward to continuing that partnership and in doing so exceed all our expectations. It will take time before the final official numbers come in, But it is clear that today a fair number of Bahamians chose not to exercise their right to. In the region and around the world, participation in elections is declining. So this is not good, and this is not good for the democratic fabric of our society. We must do all that we can to ensure that every Bahamian in every election feels that their vote counts. My friends, it takes a village to bring us to this movement. There are so many to thank. First of all, to God be the glory. Let us give thanks to Almighty God for all the great things He has done.
All my life you have been there.
I cannot go further without saying that I would not be in politics were it not for the love and support and trust of the wonderful people of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. They have been with me since the beginning. Through all the ups and downs, the highs and the lows, they have stuck with me and I with them. They put their arms around me in a fierce embrace. Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, I cannot thank you enough for all that you have done for me. So I look forward to lifting you up even more in the coming years. My thanks to everyone in our PLP family, my fellow candidates, our chairman, and to our indomitable Secretary General, Barbara Cartwright. I would like to single her out for the work efforts that she put in to ensure this victory. I also would like to thank our campaign coordinators, their teams, and to the volunteers on every island. Thank you for the very long hours and for your refusal to give in or to give up, and for your belief that our parties can work and move this country forward. So thanks to everyone who worked on the rallies, on the various events, for the physical effort which it took in putting this together. Throughout our family of islands was immense. To our DJ Pencil, to our MC, Brother Bristol. You know, the high standard of production was hugely helpful in helping us to communicate our message of progress. To all the public servants, the poll workers, election officials, the police officers, and all who work to ensure this election was peaceful and orderly, thank you for participating and showing the world how we conduct ourselves. To my wife, Anne-Marie, my grandchildren, thank you for your patience, your strength, and your love. I cannot begin to count my blessings. My cup runneth over. My grandchildren have been with me through a lot of this campaign, staying up too late on too many nights. But I love them. I know they'll remember what it feels like to be surrounded by love. I hope they'll also remember what it feels like to see democracy in action. A little while ago, Michael Pintard called to concede the election. I thanked him for his graciousness in doing so. It takes courage to put your name on the ballot. It is easier to sit on the sidelines and criticize than it is to climb into the arena yourself. So I'd like to say to every candidate of every party, Your participation in the process made our democracy stronger. To Bahamians who voted today but did not vote for us, I want you to know I've listened to you, I've heard you, and I want you to know that I will continue to work hard for all Bahamians as I've sought to do these past years. Tonight is a political victory, but truly, this is truly a victory for the whole country. For the first time in almost a generation, we have an historic opportunity. Let us make the most of it. I will begin our second term as I began the first, with a humble spirit and with a heart full of gratitude. Thank you for your trust and faith in me. I will not let you down. I will not let you down. And I want to take this opportunity just to recall the last time we were out here, the then leader and Prime Minister was very glassful. I think he might be somewhere in the audience. I haven't seen him, but I know he'll be out here tonight. I'd like to give them up.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up our coverage tonight, just before we go in, you heard the Prime Minister-elect there, Philip Davis, thank the many supporters, speak about their platform moving forward. But one of the more significant things he's going to have to do, or the most significant thing, is to unite the country after a very divisive election.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they got a strong mandate, right? I mean, in some cases, they doubled up their opponents in some of these seats. So they must be feeling very good, very confident. I just don't know what's going to be different about the way they govern. But one of the lingering questions I have is, did the advance poll keep people away? Was it 2026's version of COVID-19? And, you know, questions, there's just a lot of questions I have about how that was handled, and maybe it was accidental, maybe it wasn't, but certainly hats off to the PLP. They ran a very polished campaign. They were very focused. They were very responsive. They've been responsive to the things they wanted to respond to for 5 years, and it's paid off. And they have another mandate. It's going to be interesting to see how they govern in light of the inevitable global recession that's coming because of the conflicts in the Middle East. But yeah, kudos to them.
Yeah. Ian, just before we go, I do want to ask if we can at some point pull up our balance of power board before we go, just to see where we are with that. And although all of the official numbers have not come in, we do know that we can project some winners in Central Grand Bahama, I think Fraser Gibson, and in Freetown, Lincoln Deal, FNM seats. I want to talk a little bit about Freetown. With Wayne Monroe potentially out of that mix, being a very senior member of the cabinet, a very significant figure within this previous administration, how your predictions, how is that gonna mess. Do you think maybe a Senate seat for him and a continued cabinet
Probably,
post, or?
probably. I don't see why not. I mean, so many of them were successful, so he's got space there in the Senate. But we talked a little earlier this evening about how individuals that might not have been popular nationally seem to be able to stand their ground and hold their ground in their races.
Yeah.
And he was the one who couldn't, right? And of course, that seat used to be Denicio de Aguilar before, so congratulations to Lincoln Deal. But I don't think we've seen the last of Wayne Monroe. I doubt that very seriously.
And speaking of the Lincolns,
yes,
yes, Lincoln Baines' performance tonight, and I'm going to go out on a limb to say that this is probably the best performance we have seen
by a
from
true
a
third
party candidate in modern history.
Yes.
Anytime since I have been since I have been sitting in here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I mentioned the BDP, but remember that was a split of the FNM. So that aside, I think a number of those candidates, not just the leader, have gotten their deposits, right? They have lost their deposits. I saw several of them that got over 400 votes. Right, so MacGyver did very well, and a number of others I'm not even that familiar with. So the future of the COI, now that's a very, very, very interesting question.
I do not think that Lincoln Baines is going to go away quietly.
No.
And even when you look at a Maria Doxson, who is a part of the COI, very public in many ways, to poll the amount of votes that she did, I think is really going to embolden her.
Yeah.
And others within that party to continue.
I don't think there are many Bahamians who do not have a somewhat negative view of our politics, right? They may vote for the major parties, but they're skeptical.
Sometimes it's the lesser of two evils.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
you find yourself choosing between the lesser of two evils. Well, some people are just fed up with that. They ain't doing that no more. And they don't care. They going in that direction for something new, and they don't care how the chips fall.
Two other projected winners, I don't know if we have them, St. James and Garden Hills. I don't know if we're able to pull them up, but I do want to speak to St. James. We know that Owen Wells would have been the winner there, the PLP candidate. St. James, a new constituency, one of two new constituencies. The other went to the PLP as well in Bimini and the Barry Islands with Randy Roll. And then in Garden Hills, a race that was very public, very international because of a challenger. But the incumbent Mario Boleg has come back as the winner, defeating Rick Fox.
Yeah, well, first of all, bad signals were sent to the electorate when the deputy leader no longer wanted to defend a seat he'd won twice in St. Barnabas. And then he went someplace else and lost. And then a bad signal was sent when the chairman didn't want to vie for Elizabeth. He tried for Bamboo Town against someone who, on the national stage, people think is unpopular, and he lost. Rick Fox, he was, let's just be frank, he was polarizing. There were some people who had no problem with him entering in politics. There were many who did.
I just thought it was interesting.
If he's a Bahamian, he's got a right to do it, right?
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting.
And I thought he stood a good chance. And he seemed to really be one of the stars of their political rallies. And I thought he was scoring lots of points, but it didn't translate.
No. And I think, again, Bahamians, I always say, are very strange voters. You never can always understand where they are with their thinking and how things are resonating with them. Before we wrap up, I want to go back to our Christina Dragovich, who's at the decision board, with a pretty nice colored out map tonight. Christina.
Almost. We were almost able to make it to the end of the night with all of the constituencies colored in. But as we mentioned, we were awaiting some official results before we could call certain races. So by tomorrow, we should have a fully colored in map for you. But For those visual learners, people who like to see it in order to understand it, this is the makeup that we have seen for New Providence. And this actually takes us to this balance of power that we have been talking about since the beginning of the show, since the beginning of tonight when we started our broadcast. There were 21 seats needed for the majority. The F&M was able to secure 7 seats, and there are still 7 seats that are up in the air that we do not have official results for. And then that leaves the PLP taking the majority of the seats in the House of Assembly. So it will be interesting to see how the official numbers come in. And we know once official numbers are in, then certain candidates may choose to challenge some results. So that will also be an interesting discussion over the next week or so.
Christina, thank you so very much. Thank you for being on the board tonight. She is our resident expert on that board. It loves her. Only Christina knows how to work it to the level that she does. We thank you so much for joining us tonight and helping us to bring those numbers, even in the most difficult of times when we weren't getting them all in. You were very patient and helped to guide the audience through. And you know, it's important. People always want to see where we are. Like I say, once the numbers start coming in, people want the numbers. They don't care what we have to say on this.
And it happens fast. It happens so fast.
Very much so. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming back and doing this for us tonight. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. And thank you, Bahamas, for having us in your homes tonight.
All right. Ian, we are at the end of tonight's broadcast. Yes. We started this process not so long ago. We knew elections were coming. Mm-hmm. It all seemed to happen so very quickly. It was a very intense campaign. It was very different in many ways. Yeah. One of the things that struck me today, though, was the quietness of the election.
Yes, very much so.
I think people went into the polls and did what they had to do. And normally, when people are quiet and there's not a lot of fanfare, that usually means trouble for the incumbent.
That's what I expected, yeah. Not so.
Today, we didn't see it.
No, not so, not so.
So your final thoughts?
Ultimately, what I say to the Bahamian people is that you can elect a government, but at the end of the day, it is the degree to which you are prepared to be engaged and remain engaged as citizens that you will get your expectations met in terms of the quality of governance. This government, despite all that has been criticized about, has gotten another mandate. What is their motivation to run a tighter ship, to be more transparent, to be more responsible, with travel, with contracts, with bids, with department funding, with borrowing? What's their motivation, right? So citizens have a part to play. You made up your mind. This is what you want. This is what you resoundingly said you want, right? But you have a part to play in making sure that they govern well, because they work for you.
And then on the flip side, the FNM tomorrow has a very serious conversation to begin. They've got to have a very serious conversation about whether Pintard will stay on as leader, whether he will agree to stay on as leader, and what's next for the party.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting. From my observation of Bahamian politics over the last 30 years, political parties don't usually learn lessons very well. They find ways to recover and continue in their old ways. I don't know what to expect. I really don't. I don't know what will happen with the FNM. I wish them well. I wish Michael Pintard, he's an age mate of mine. We went to college together. I wish him all the best. I thought he did the best he could, and it just wasn't his time.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Ian, I want to thank you for being here tonight. And I have to admit, you came in at the last minute.
I'm glad to be here.
I thank you for coming in, and to our previous guest, about the Dr. Johnsons,
the Johnson and Johnson crew, yeah.
I call them Johnson and Johnson,
yeah.
For coming in and sitting with us tonight and providing great insight. Thank you so much. You know, we could not do this were it not for our friends in this business. You continue to be that voice down the middle that speaks. And I thank you, and I encourage you to continue to do that. It's not always easy in the Bahamas to speak truth to power.
Not at all.
It is very difficult sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an academic. I'm a writer. I try to speak the truth. I voted as everybody else, but I still want to tell the truth.
Yeah, but most
right? I think we need that as a country. So thank you for giving me this seat to sit at and share.
Well, thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you for coming. You know, as I said to you, this is my 7th election. I don't know if that says more about my age or my glutton for punishment.
You do a great job. You do a great job. Great service.
Well, thank you so very much,
man.
Ian. Thank you to the 2 Dr. Johnsons who were here earlier. And so tonight, after a long and hard-fought campaign, the Bahamian people have spoken. For the first time since 1997, a political party has 2 consecutive terms. The Progressive Liberal Party has emerged successful in this 2026 general election, marking the end of one campaign season and the beginning of a new political chapter for this country. Whether tonight's results brought celebration, disappointment, or hard questions about what comes next, one thing is certain: the voice of the people has once again been heard. On behalf of all of us, and I've got to go through the list: Nyambi, Andrew, Christina, Josh, Megan, Italia, Jamila, Jasmine, to all of you who were in the field, to our analysts, our production team, too many to name, and to everyone who helped to bring you this coverage tonight, we want to thank you for trusting us to walk you through this moment. It has been our vote on this night, May 12, 2026. I'm Jerome Sawyer. Thank you, good night, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you.